Angels and Demons. Dan Brown. Fact. The world's largest scientific research facility, Switzerland's Conseil Europa Copyright and pour la recherche nucléaire copyright air, CERN, recently succeeded in producing the first particles of antimatter. Antimatter is identical to physical matter except that it is composed of particles whose electric charges are opposite to those found in normal matter. Antimatter is the most powerful energy source known to man. It releases energy with 100% efficiency. Nuclear fission is 1.5% efficient. Antimatter creates no pollution or radiation, and a droplet could power New York City for a full day. There is, however, one catch. Antimatter is highly unstable. It ignites when it comes in contact with absolutely anything, even air. A single gram of antimatter contains the energy of a 20-kiloton nuclear bomb the size of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Until recently, antimatter has been created only in very small amounts, a few atoms at a time. But CERN has now broken ground on its new antiproton decelerator, an advanced antimatter production facility that promises to create antimatter in much larger quantities. One question looms: will this highly volatile substance save the world, or will it be used to create the most deadly weapon ever made? Prologue. Physicist Leonardo Vetra smelled burning flesh, and he knew it was his own. He stared up in terror at the dark figure looming over him. "What do you want?" "Lock-I-obey," the raspy voice replied. "The password." "But I don't." The intruder pressed down again, grinding the white-hot object deeper into Vetra's chest. There was the hiss of broiling flesh. Vetra cried out in agony. "There is no password." He felt himself drifting toward unconsciousness. The figure glared. "Ne avivopora. I was afraid of that." Vetra fought to keep his senses, but the darkness was closing in. His only solace was in knowing his attacker would never obtain what he had come for. A moment later, however, the figure produced a blade and brought it to Vetra's face. The blade hovered. Carefully. Surgically. "For the love of God!" Vetra screamed. But it was too late. 1. High atop the steps of the Pyramid of Giza, a young woman laughed and called down to him. "Robert, hurry up. I knew I should have married a younger man." Her smile was magic. He struggled to keep up, but his legs felt like stone. "Wait," he begged. "Please." As he climbed, his vision began to blur. There was a thundering in his ears. "I must reach her." But when he looked up again, the woman had disappeared. In her place stood an old man with rotting teeth. The man stared down, curling his lips into a lonely grimace. Then he let out a scream of anguish that resounded across the desert. Robert Langdon awoke with a start from his nightmare. The phone beside his bed was ringing. Dazed, he picked up the receiver. "Hello. I'm looking for Robert Langdon," a man's voice said. Langdon sat up in his empty bed and tried to clear his mind. "This is Robert Langdon." He squinted at his digital clock. It was 5:18 a.m. "I must see you immediately." "Who is this?" "My name is Maximilian Kohler. I'm a discrete particle physicist." "A what?" Langdon could barely focus. "Are you sure you've got the right Langdon? You're a professor of religious iconology at Harvard University. You've written 3 books on symbology and... Do you know what time it is?" "I apologize. I have something you need to see. I can't discuss it on the phone." A knowing groan escaped Langdon's lips. This had happened before. One of the perils of writing books about religious symbology was the calls from religious zealots who wanted him to confirm their latest sign from God. Last month a stripper from Oklahoma had promised Langdon the best sex of his life if he would fly down and verify the authenticity of a cruciform that had magically appeared on her bed sheets. The Shroud of Tulsa, Langdon had called it. "How did you get my number?" Langdon tried to be polite, despite the hour. "On the World Wide Web. The site for your book." Langdon frowned. He was damn sure his book site did not include his home phone number. The man was obviously lying. "I need to see you," the caller insisted. "I'll pay you well." Now Langdon was getting mad. "I'm sorry, but I really. If you leave immediately, you can be here by. I'm not going anywhere. It's 5 o'clock in the morning." Langdon hung up and collapsed back in bed. He closed his eyes and tried to fall back asleep. It was no use. The dream was emblazoned in his mind. Reluctantly, he put on his robe and went downstairs. Robert Langdon wandered barefoot through his deserted Massachusetts Victorian home and nursed his ritual insomnia remedy, a mug of steaming Nestle copyright Esquick. The April moon filtered through the bay windows and played on the oriental carpets. Langdon's colleagues often joked that his place looked more like an anthropology museum than a home. His shelves were packed with religious artifacts from around the world: an Ikwebo from Ghana, a gold cross from Spain, a cyclitic idol from the Aegean, and even a rare woven Bacchus from Borneo, a young warrior's symbol of perpetual youth. As Langdon sat on his brass Maharishi's chest and savored the warmth of the chocolate, the bay window caught his reflection. The image was distorted and pale like a ghost. An aging ghost, he thought, cruelly reminded that his youthful spirit was living in a mortal shell. Although not overly handsome in a classical sense, the 45-year-old Langdon had what his female colleagues referred to as an erudite appeal: wisps of gray in his thick brown hair, probing blue eyes, an arrestingly deep voice, and the strong, carefree smile of a collegiate athlete. A varsity diver in prep school and college, Langdon still had the body of a swimmer, a toned, 6-foot physique that he vigilantly maintained with 50 laps a day in the university pool. Langdon's friends had always viewed him as a bit of an enigma, a man caught between centuries. On weekends he could be seen lounging on the quad in blue jeans, discussing computer graphics or religious history with students. Other times he could be spotted in his Harris tweed and paisley vest, photographed in the pages of upscale art magazines at museum openings where he had been asked to lecture. Although a tough teacher and strict disciplinarian, Langdon was the first to embrace what he hailed as the lost art of good clean fun. He relished recreation with an infectious fanaticism that had earned him a fraternal acceptance among his students. His campus nickname, the Dolphin, was a reference both to his affable nature and his legendary ability to dive into a pool and outmaneuver the entire opposing squad in a water polo match. As Langdon sat alone, absently gazing into the darkness, the silence of his home was shattered again, this time by the ring of his fax machine. Too exhausted to be annoyed, Langdon forced a tired chuckle. God's people, he thought. 2,000 years of waiting for their Messiah, and they're still persistent as hell. Wearily, he returned his empty mug to the kitchen and walked slowly to his oak-paneled study. The incoming fax lay in the tray. Sighing, he scooped up the paper and looked at it. Instantly, a wave of nausea hit him. The image on the page was that of a human corpse. The body had been stripped naked, and its head had been twisted, facing completely backward. On the victim's chest was a terrible burn. The man had been branded, imprinted with a single word. It was a word Langdon knew well. Very well. He stared at the ornate lettering in disbelief. Illuminati, he stammered, his heart pounding. It can't be. In slow motion, afraid of what he was about to witness, Langdon rotated the fax 180 degrees. He looked at the word upside down. Instantly, the breath went out of him. It was like he had been hit by a truck. Barely able to believe his eyes, he rotated the fax again, reading the brand right side up and then upside down. Illuminati, he whispered. Stunned, Langdon collapsed in a chair. He sat a moment in utter bewilderment. Gradually, his eyes were drawn to the blinking red light on his fax machine. Whoever had sent this fax was still on the line waiting to talk. Langdon gazed at the blinking light a long time. Then, trembling, he picked up the receiver. Do I have your attention now? The man's voice said when Langdon finally answered the line. Yes, sir, You damn well do. You want to explain yourself. I tried to tell you before. The voice was rigid, mechanical. I'm a physicist. I run a research facility. We've had a murder. You saw the body. How did you find me? Langdon could barely focus. His mind was racing from the image on the fax. I already told you. The World Wide Web. The site for your book, The Art of the Illuminati. Langdon tried to gather his thoughts. His book was virtually unknown in mainstream literary circles, but it had developed quite a following online. Nonetheless, the caller's claim still made no sense. That page has no contact information, Langdon challenged. I'm certain of it. I have people here at the lab very adept at extracting user information from the web. Langdon was skeptical. Sounds like your lab knows a lot about the web. We should, the man fired back. We invented it. Something in the man's voice told Langdon he was not joking. I must see you, the caller insisted. This is not a matter we can discuss on the phone. My lab is only an hour's flight from Boston. Langdon stood in the dim light of his study and analyzed the fax in his hand. The image was overpowering, possibly representing the epigraphical find of the century, a decade of his research confirmed in a single symbol. It's urgent, the voice pressured. Langdon's eyes were locked on the brand. Illuminati, he read over and over. His work had always been based on the symbolic equivalent of fossils, ancient documents and historical hearsay, but this image before him was today. Present tense. He felt like a paleontologist coming face to face with a living dinosaur. I've taken the liberty of sending a plane for you, the voice said. It will be in Boston in 20 minutes. Langdon felt his mouth go dry. An hour's flight. Please forgive my presumption, the voice said. I need you here. Langdon looked again at the fax, an ancient myth confirmed in black and white. The implications were frightening. He gazed absently through the bay window. The first hint of dawn was sifting through the birch trees in his backyard, but the view looked somehow different this morning. As an odd combination of fear and exhilaration settled over him, Langdon knew he had no choice. You win, he said. Tell me where to meet the plane. 3,000 of miles away, two men were meeting. The chamber was dark. Medieval. Stone. Benvenuto, the man in charge said. He was seated in the shadows, out of sight. Were you successful? Si, the dark figure replied. Perfectament. His words were as hard as the rock walls. And there will be no doubt who is responsible. None. Superb. Do you have what I asked for? The killer's eyes glistened, black like oil. He produced a heavy electronic device and set it on the table. The man in the shadows seemed pleased. You have done well. Serving the Brotherhood is an honor, the killer said. Phase 2 begins shortly. Get some rest. Tonight we change the world for Robert Langdon. Saab 900s tore out of the Callahan Tunnel and emerged on the east side of Boston Harbor near the entrance to Logan Airport. Checking his directions, Langdon found Aviation Road and turned left past the old Eastern Airlines building. 300 yards down the access road a hangar loomed in the darkness. A large number 4 was painted on it. He pulled into the parking lot and got out of his car. A round-faced man in a blue flight suit emerged from behind the building. Robert Langdon, he called. The man's voice was friendly. He had an accent Langdon couldn't place. That's me, Langdon said, locking his car. Perfect timing, the man said. I've just landed. Follow me, please. As they circled the building, Langdon felt tense. He was not accustomed to cryptic phone calls and secret rendezvous with strangers. Not knowing what to expect, he had donned his usual classroom attire, a pair of chinos, a turtleneck, and a Harris tweed suit jacket. As they walked, he thought about the fax in his jacket pocket, still unable to believe the image it depicted. The pilot seemed to sense Langdon's anxiety. Flying's not a problem for you, is it, sir? Not at all, Langdon replied. Branded corpses are a problem for me. Flying I can handle. The man led Langdon the length of the hangar. They rounded the corner onto the runway. Langdon stopped dead in his tracks and gaped at the aircraft parked on the tarmac. We're riding in that. The man grinned. Like it? Langdon stared a long moment. Like it? What the hell is it? The craft before them was enormous. It was vaguely reminiscent of the space shuttle except that the top had been shaved off, leaving it perfectly flat. Parked there on the runway, it resembled a colossal wedge. Langdon's first impression was that he must be dreaming. The vehicle looked as airworthy as a Buick. The wings were practically non-existent, just two stubby fins on the rear of the fuselage. A pair of dorsal guiders rose out of the aft section. The rest of the plane was hull about 200 feet from front to back, no windows, nothing but hull. 250,000 kilos fully fueled, the pilot offered, like a father bragging about his newborn. Runs on slush hydrogen. The shell's a titanium matrix with silicon carbide fibers. She packs a 20:1 thrust/weight ratio, most jets run at 7:1. The director must be in one helluva a hurry to see you. He doesn't usually send the big boy. This thing flies. Langdon said. The pilot smiled. Oh yeah. He led Langdon across the tarmac toward the plane. Looks kind of startling, I know, but you better get used to it. In 5 years, all you'll see are these babies HSCT's high-speed civil transports. Our lab's one of the first to own one. Must be one hell of a lab, Langdon thought. This one's a prototype of the Boeing X-33, the pilot continued, but there are dozens of others. The National Aerospace Plane, the Russians have Scramjet, the Brits have Hotal. The future's here, it's just taking some time to get to the public sector. You can kiss conventional jets goodbye. Langdon looked up warily at the craft. I think I'd prefer a conventional jet. The pilot motioned up the gangplank. This way, please, Mr. Langdon. Watch your step. Minutes later, Langdon was seated inside the empty cabin. The pilot buckled him into the front row and disappeared toward the front of the aircraft. The cabin itself looked surprisingly like a wide-body commercial airliner. The only exception was that it had no windows, which made Langdon uneasy. He had been haunted his whole life by a mild case of claustrophobia, the vestige of a childhood incident he had never quite overcome. Langdon's aversion to closed spaces was by no means debilitating, but it had always frustrated him. It manifested itself in subtle ways. He avoided enclosed sports like racquetball or squash, and he had gladly paid a small fortune for his airy, high-ceilinged Victorian home even though economical faculty housing was readily available. Langdon had often suspected his attraction to the art world as a young boy sprang from his love of museums' wide-open spaces. The engines roared to life beneath him, sending a deep shudder through the hull. Langdon swallowed hard and waited. He felt the plane start taxiing. Piped-in country music began playing quietly overhead. A phone on the wall beside him beeped twice. Langdon lifted the receiver. Hello. Comfortable, Mr. Langdon? Not at all. Just relax. We'll be there in an hour. And where exactly is there? Langdon asked, realizing he had no idea where he was headed. Geneva, the pilot replied, revving the engines. The lab's in Geneva. Geneva, Langdon repeated, feeling a little better. Upstate New York. I've actually got family near Seneca Lake. I wasn't aware Geneva had a physics lab. The pilot laughed. Not Geneva, New York, Mr. Langdon. Geneva, Switzerland. The word took a long moment to register. Switzerland. Langdon felt his pulse surge. I thought you said the lab was only an hour away. It is, Mr. Langdon. The pilot chuckled. This plane goes Mach 15.5 on a busy European street, The killer serpentined through a crowd. He was a powerful man. Dark and potent. Deceptively agile. His muscles still felt hard from the thrill of his meeting. It went well, he told himself. Although his employer had never revealed his face, the killer felt honored to be in his presence. Had it really been only 15 days since his employer had first made contact? The killer still remembered every word of that call. "My name is Janice," the caller had said. "We are kinsmen of a sort. We share an enemy. I hear your skills are for hire." "It depends whom you represent," the killer replied. The caller told him. "Is this your idea of a joke?" "You have heard our name, I see," the caller replied. "Of course. The Brotherhood is legendary. And yet you find yourself doubting I am genuine. Everyone knows the brothers have faded to dust. A devious ploy. The most dangerous enemy is that which no one fears." The killer was skeptical. "The Brotherhood endures. Deeper underground than ever before. Our roots infiltrate everything you see, even the sacred fortress of our most sworn enemy." "Impossible. They are invulnerable. Our reach is far." "No one's reach is that far. Very soon, you will believe. An irrefutable demonstration of the Brotherhood's power has already transpired. A single act of treachery and proof." "What have you done?" the caller told him. The killer's eyes went wide. An impossible task. The next day, newspapers around the globe carried the same headline. The killer became a believer. Now, 15 days later, the killer's faith had solidified beyond a shadow of a doubt. The Brotherhood endures, he thought. Tonight they will surface to reveal their power. As he made his way through the streets, his black eyes gleamed with foreboding. One of the most covered and feared fraternities ever to walk the earth had called on him for service. They have chosen wisely, he thought. His reputation for secrecy was exceeded only by that of his deadliness. So far, he had served them nobly. He had made his kill and delivered the item to Janice as requested. Now, it was up to Janice to use his power to ensure the item's placement. The placement. The killer wondered how Janice could possibly handle such a staggering task. The man obviously had connections on the inside. The Brotherhood's dominion seemed limitless. Janice, the killer thought. A code name, obviously. Was it a reference, he wondered, to the Roman two-faced god or to the moon of Saturn? Not that it made any difference. Janice wielded unfathomable power. He had proven that beyond a doubt. As the killer walked, he imagined his ancestors smiling down on him. Today he was fighting their battle, he was fighting the same enemy they had fought for ages, as far back as the 11th century when the enemy's crusading armies had first pillaged his land, raping and killing his people, declaring them unclean, defiling their temples and gods. His ancestors had formed a small but deadly army to defend themselves. The army became famous across the land as protectors, skilled executioners who wandered the countryside slaughtering any of the enemy they could find. They were renowned not only for their brutal killings, but also for celebrating their slayings by plunging themselves into drug-induced stupors. Their drug of choice was a potent intoxicant they called hashish. As their notoriety spread, these lethal men became known by a single word, Hassassin, literally the followers of hashish. The name Hassassin became synonymous with death in almost every language on earth. The word was still used today, even in modern English, but like the craft of killing, the word had evolved. It was now pronounced assassin. 660-4 minutes had passed when an incredulous and slightly airsick Robert Langdon stepped down the gangplank onto the sun-drenched runway. A crisp breeze rustled the lapels of his tweed jacket. The open space felt wonderful. He squinted out at the lush green valley rising to snow-capped peaks all around him. I'm dreaming, he told himself. Any minute now I'll be waking up. Welcome to Switzerland, the pilot said, yelling over the roar of the X-33's misted fuel HEDM engines winding down behind them. Langdon checked his watch. It read 7:07 a.m. You just crossed 6 time zones, the pilot offered. It's a little past 1 p.m. here. Langdon reset his watch. How do you feel? He rubbed his stomach. Like I've been eating styrofoam. The pilot nodded. Altitude sickness. We were at 60,000 feet. You're 30% lighter up there. Lucky we only did a puddle jump. If we'd gone to Tokyo, I'd have taken her all the way up 100 miles. Now that'll get your insides rolling. Langdon gave a wan nod and counted himself lucky. All things considered, the flight had been remarkably ordinary. Aside from a bone-crushing acceleration during takeoff, the plane's motion had been fairly typical. Occasional minor turbulence, a few pressure changes as they climbed, but nothing at all to suggest they had been hurtling through space at the mind-numbing speed of 11,000 miles per hour. A handful of technicians scurried onto the runway to tend to the X-33. The pilot escorted Langdon to a black Peugeot sedan in a parking area beside the control tower. Moments later they were speeding down a paved road that stretched out across the valley floor. A faint cluster of buildings rose in the distance. Outside, the grassy plains tore by in a blur. Langdon watched in disbelief as the pilot pushed the speedometer up around 170 kilometers an hour over 100 miles per hour. What is it with the sky and speed? He wondered. 5 kilometers to the lab, the pilot said. I'll have you there in 2 minutes. Langdon searched in vain for a seat belt. Why not make it 3 and get us there alive? The car raced on. Do you like Reba? The pilot asked, jamming a cassette into the tape deck. A woman started singing. It's just the fear of being alone. No fear here, Langdon thought absently. His female colleagues often ribbed him that his collection of museum-quality artifacts was nothing more than a transparent attempt to fill an empty home, a home they insisted would benefit greatly from the presence of a woman. Langdon always laughed it off, reminding them he already had 3 loves in his life: symbology, water polo, and bachelorhood, the latter being a freedom that enabled him to travel the world, sleep as late as he wanted, and enjoy quiet nights at home with a brandy and a good book. We're like a small city, the pilot said, pulling Langdon from his daydream. Not just labs. We've got supermarkets, a hospital, even a cinema. Langdon nodded blankly and looked out at the sprawling expanse of buildings rising before them. In fact, the pilot added, we possess the largest machine on Earth. Really? Langdon scanned the countryside. You won't see it out there, sir. The pilot smiled. It's buried 6 stories below the earth. Langdon didn't have time to ask. Without warning, the pilot jammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop outside a reinforced sentry booth. Langdon read the sign before them. SECU right. Aritas. He suddenly felt a wave of panic, realizing where he was. My God. I didn't bring my passport. Passports are unnecessary, the driver assured. We have a standing arrangement with the Swiss government. Langdon watched dumbfounded as his driver gave the guard an ID. The sentry ran it through an electronic authentication device. The machine flashed green. Passenger name. Robert Langdon, the driver replied. Guest of the director. The sentry arched his eyebrows. He turned and checked a computer printout, verifying it against the data on his computer screen. Then he returned to the window. Enjoy your stay, Mr. Langdon. The car shot off again, accelerating another 200 yards around a sweeping rotary that led to the facility's main entrance. Looming before them was a rectangular, ultra-modern structure of glass and steel. Langdon was amazed by the building's striking transparent design. He had always had a fond love of architecture. The glass cathedral, the escort offered. A church? Hell, no. A church is the one thing we don't have. Physics is the religion around here. Use the Lord's name in vain all you like, he laughed, just don't slander any quarks or mesons. Langdon sat bewildered as the driver swung the car around and brought it to a stop in front of the glass building. Quarks and mesons. No border control. Mach 15 jets? Who the hell are these guys? The engraved granite slab in front of the building bore the answer. CERN. Conseil Europa copyright N pour la recherche nucléaire copyright air. Nuclear research. Langdon asked, fairly certain his translation was correct. The driver did not answer. He was leaning forward, busily adjusting the car's cassette player. This is your stop. The director will meet you at this entrance. Langdon noted a man in a wheelchair exiting the building. He looked to be in his early 60s. Gaunt and totally bald with a sternly set jaw, he wore a white lab coat and dress shoes propped firmly on the wheelchair's footrest. Even at a distance his eyes looked lifeless like two gray stones. Is that him? Langdon asked. The driver looked up. Well, I'll be. He turned and gave Langdon an ominous smile. Speak of the devil. Uncertain what to expect, Langdon stepped from the vehicle. The man in the wheelchair accelerated toward Langdon and offered a clammy hand. Mr. Langdon? We spoke on the phone. My name is Maximilian Kohler. Maximilian Kohler, Director General of CERN, was known behind his back as Koenig King. It was a title more of fear than reverence for the figure who ruled over his dominion from a wheelchair throne. Although few knew him personally, the horrific story of how he had been crippled was lore at CERN, and there were few there who blamed him for his bitterness nor for his sworn dedication to pure science. Langdon had only been in Kohler's presence a few moments and already sensed the director was a man who kept his distance. Langdon found himself practically jogging to keep up with Kohler's electric wheelchair as it sped silently toward the main entrance. The wheelchair was like none Langdon had ever seen, equipped with a bank of electronics including a multiline phone, a paging system, computer screen, even a small, detachable video camera. King Kohler's mobile command center. Langdon followed through a mechanical door into CERN's voluminous main lobby. The glass cathedral, Langdon mused, gazing upward toward heaven. Overhead, the bluish glass roof shimmered in the afternoon sun, casting rays of geometric patterns in the air and giving the room a sense of grandeur. Angular shadows fell like veins across the white-tiled walls and down to the marble floors. The air smelled clean, sterile. A handful of scientists moved briskly about, their footsteps echoing in the resonant space. This way, please, Mr. Langdon. His voice sounded almost computerized. His accent was rigid and precise, like his stern features. Kohler coughed and wiped his mouth on a white handkerchief as he fixed his dead gray eyes on Langdon. Please hurry. His wheelchair seemed to leap across the tiled floor. Langdon followed past what seemed to be countless hallways branching off the main atrium. Every hallway was alive with activity. The scientists who saw Kohler seemed to stare in surprise, eyeing Langdon as if wondering who he must be to command such company. I'm embarrassed to admit, Langdon ventured, trying to make conversation, that I've never heard of CERN. Not surprising, Kohler replied, his clipped response sounding harshly efficient. Most Americans do not see Europe as the world leader in scientific research. They see us as nothing but a quaint shopping district, an odd perception if you consider the nationalities of men like Einstein, Galileo, and Newton. Langdon was unsure how to respond. He pulled the facts from his pocket. This man in the photograph, can you? Kohler cut him off with a wave of his hand. Please. Not here. I am taking you to him now. He held out his hand. Perhaps I should take that. Langdon handed over the facts and fell silently into step. Kohler took a sharp left and entered a wide hallway adorned with awards and commendations. A particularly large plaque dominated the entry. Langdon slowed to read the engraved bronze as they passed. Ars Electronica Award. For Cultural Innovation in the Digital Age. Awarded to Tim Berners-Lee and CERN. For the invention of the World Wide Web. Well, I'll be damned, Langdon thought, reading the text. This guy wasn't kidding. Langdon had always thought of the web as an American invention. Then again, his knowledge was limited to the site for his own book and the occasional online exploration of the Louvre or El Prado on his old Macintosh. The web, Kohler said, coughing again and wiping his mouth, began here as a network of in-house computer sites. It enabled scientists from different departments to share daily findings with one another. Of course, the entire world is under the impression the web is US technology. Langdon followed down the hall. Why not set the record straight? Kohler shrugged, apparently disinterested. A petty misconception over a petty technology. CERN is far greater than a global connection of computers. Our scientists produce miracles almost daily. Langdon gave Kohler a questioning look. Miracles. The word miracle was certainly not part of the vocabulary around Harvard's Fairchild Science Building. Miracles were left for the School of Divinity. You sound skeptical, Kohler said. I thought you were a religious symbologist. Do you not believe in miracles? I'm undecided on miracles, Langdon said. Particularly those that take place in science labs. Perhaps miracle is the wrong word. I was simply trying to speak your language. My language? Langdon was suddenly uncomfortable. Not to disappoint you, sir, but I study religious symbology. I am an academic, not a priest. Kohler slowed suddenly and turned, his gaze softening a bit. Of course. How simple of me. One does not need to have cancer to analyze its symptoms. Langdon had never heard it put quite that way. As they moved down the hallway, Kohler gave an accepting nod. I suspect you and I will understand each other perfectly, Mr. Langdon. Somehow Langdon doubted it. As the pair hurried on, Langdon began to sense a deep rumbling up ahead. The noise got more and more pronounced with every step, reverberating through the walls. It seemed to be coming from the end of the hallway in front of them. What's that? Langdon finally asked, having to yell. He felt like they were approaching an active volcano. Free fall tube, Kohler replied, his hollow voice cutting the air effortlessly. He offered no other explanation. Langdon didn't ask. He was exhausted, and Maximilian Kohler seemed disinterested in winning any hospitality awards. Langdon reminded himself why he was here. Illuminati. He assumed somewhere in this colossal facility was a body branded with a symbol he had just flown 3,000 miles to see. As they approached the end of the hall, the rumble became almost deafening, vibrating up through Langdon's solace. They rounded the bend, and a viewing gallery appeared on the right. 4 thick-paned portals were embedded in a curved wall, like windows in a submarine. Langdon stopped and looked through one of the holes. Professor Robert Langdon had seen some strange things in his life, but this was the strangest. He blinked a few times, wondering if he was hallucinating. He was staring into an enormous circular chamber. Inside the chamber, floating as though weightless, were people. 3 of them. One waved and did a somersault in midair. My God, he thought. I'm in the land of ounce. The floor of the room was a mesh grid, like a giant sheet of chicken wire. Visible beneath the grid was the metallic blur of a huge propeller. Free fall tube, Kohler said, stopping to wait for him. Indoor skydiving. For stress relief. It's a vertical wind tunnel. Langdon looked on in amazement. One of the free fallers, an obese woman, maneuvered toward the window. She was being buffeted by the air currents but grinned and flashed Langdon the thumbs up sign. Langdon smiled weakly and returned the gesture, wondering if she knew it was the ancient phallic symbol for masculine virility. The heavy-set woman, Langdon noticed, was the only one wearing what appeared to be a miniature parachute. The swathe of fabric billowed over her like a toy. What's her little chute for? Langdon asked Kohler. It can't be more than a yard in diameter. Friction, Kohler said. Decreases her aerodynamics so the fan can lift her. He started down the corridor again. 1 square yard of drag will slow a falling body almost 20%. Langdon nodded blankly. He never suspected that later that night, in a country hundreds of miles away, the information would save his life. 8W Han Kohler and Langdon emerged from the rear of CERN's main complex into the stark Swiss sunlight. Langdon felt as if he'd been transported home. The scene before him looked like an Ivy League campus. A grassy slope cascaded downward onto an expansive lowlands where clusters of sugar maples dotted quadrangles bordered by brick dormitories and footpaths. Scholarly-looking individuals with stacks of books hustled in and out of buildings. As if to accentuate the collegiate atmosphere, 2 long-haired hippies hurled a frisbee back and forth while enjoying Mahler's Fourth Symphony blaring from a dorm window. "These are our residential dorms," Kohler explained as he accelerated his wheelchair down the path toward the buildings. "We have over 3,000 physicists here. CERN single-handedly employs more than half of the world's particle physicists, the brightest minds on Earth, Germans, Japanese, Italians, Dutch, you name it. Our physicists represent over 500 universities and 60 nationalities." Langdon was amazed. "How do they all communicate?" "English, of course. The universal language of science." Langdon had always heard math was the universal language of science, but he was too tired to argue. He dutifully followed Kohler down the path. Halfway to the bottom, a young man jogged by. His t-shirt proclaimed the message, "No God, no glory." Langdon looked after him, mystified. "God. General Unified Theory," Kohler quipped. "The theory of everything." "I see," Langdon said, not seeing at all. "Are you familiar with particle physics, Mr. Langdon?" Langdon shrugged. "I'm familiar with general physics, falling bodies, that sort of thing." His years of high-diving experience had given him a profound respect for the awesome power of gravitational acceleration. "Particle physics is the study of atoms, isn't it?" Kohler shook his head. "Atoms look like planets compared to what we deal with. Our interests lie with an atom's nucleus, a mere 10,000th the size of the whole." He coughed again, sounding sick. "The men and women of CERN are here to find answers to the same questions man has been asking since the beginning of time. Where did we come from? What are we made of? And these answers are in a physics lab." "You sound surprised." "I am. The questions seem spiritual." "Mr. Langdon, all questions were once spiritual. Since the beginning of time, spirituality and religion have been called on to fill in the gaps that science did not understand. The rising and setting of the sun was once attributed to Helios and a flaming chariot. Earthquakes and tidal waves were the wrath of Poseidon. Science has now proven those gods to be false idols. Soon all gods will be proven to be false idols. Science has now provided answers to almost every question man can ask. There are only a few questions left, and they are the esoteric ones. Where do we come from? What are we doing here? What is the meaning of life and the universe?" Langdon was amazed. "And these are questions CERN is trying to answer." "Correction. These are questions we are answering." Langdon fell silent as the 2 men wound through the residential quadrangles. As they walked, a frisbee sailed overhead and skidded to a stop directly in front of them. Kohler ignored it and kept going. A voice called out from across the quad. "S'il vous plaît, registered trademark T." Langdon looked over. An elderly white-haired man in a college Paris sweatshirt waved to him. Langdon picked up the frisbee and expertly threw it back. The old man caught it on one finger and bounced it a few times before whipping it over his shoulder to his partner. "Merci," he called to Langdon. "Congratulations," Kohler said when Langdon finally caught up. "You just played toss with a Nobel Prize winner, Georges Charpak, inventor of the multi-wire proportional chamber." Langdon nodded. "My lucky day." It took Langdon and Kohler 3 more minutes to reach their destination, a large, well-kept dormitory sitting in a grove of aspens. Compared to the other dorms, this structure seemed luxurious. The carved stone sign in front read Building C. Imaginative title, Langdon thought. But despite its sterile name, Building C appealed to Langdon's sense of architectural style, conservative and solid. It had a red brick facade, an ornate balustrade, and sat framed by sculpted symmetrical hedges. As the two men ascended the stone path toward the entry, they passed under a gateway formed by a pair of marble columns. Someone had put a sticky note on one of them. "This column is ionic." Physicist graffiti? Langdon mused, eyeing the column and chuckling to himself. "I'm relieved to see that even brilliant physicists make mistakes." Kohler looked over. "What do you mean?" "Whoever wrote that note made a mistake. That column isn't ionic. Ionic columns are uniform in width. That one's tapered. It's Doric, the Greek counterpart. A common mistake." Kohler did not smile. "The author meant it as a joke, Mr. Langdon. Ionic means containing ions, electrically charged particles. Most objects contain them." Langdon looked back at the column and groaned. Langdon was still feeling stupid when he stepped from the elevator on the top floor of Building C. He followed Kohler down a well-appointed corridor. The decor was unexpected: traditional colonial French, a cherry divan, porcelain floor vase, and scrolled woodwork. "We like to keep our tenured scientists comfortable," Kohler explained. Evidently, Langdon thought. "So the man in the fax lived up here? One of your upper-level employees?" "Quite," Kohler said. "He missed a meeting with me this morning and did not answer his page. I came up here to locate him and found him dead in his living room." Langdon felt a sudden chill, realizing that he was about to see a dead body. His stomach had never been particularly stalwart. It was a weakness he'd discovered as an art student when the teacher informed the class that Leonardo da Vinci had gained his expertise in the human form by exhuming corpses and dissecting their musculature. Kohler led the way to the far end of the hallway. There was a single door. "The penthouse, as you would say," Kohler announced, dabbing a bead of perspiration from his forehead. Langdon eyed the lone oak door before them. The nameplate read, "Leonardo Vetra." "Leonardo Vetra," Kohler said, "would have been 58 next week. He was one of the most brilliant scientists of our time. His death is a profound loss for science." For an instant Langdon thought he sensed emotion in Kohler's hardened face. But as quickly as it had come, it was gone. Kohler reached in his pocket and began sifting through a large key ring. An odd thought suddenly occurred to Langdon. The building seemed deserted. "Where is everyone?" he asked. The lack of activity was hardly what he expected, considering they were about to enter a murder scene. "The residents are in their labs," Kohler replied, finding the key. "I mean the police," Langdon clarified. "Have they left already?" Kohler paused, his key halfway into the lock. "Police." Langdon's eyes met the director's. "Police? You sent me a fax of a homicide. You must have called the police." "I most certainly have not." "What?" Kohler's gray eyes sharpened. "The situation is complex, Mr. Langdon." Langdon felt a wave of apprehension. "But certainly someone else knows about this." "Yes. Leonardo's adopted daughter. She is also a physicist here at CERN. She and her father share a lab. They are partners. Ms. Vetra has been away this week doing field research. I have notified her of her father's death, and she is returning as we speak. But a man has been murdered." "A formal investigation," Kohler said, his voice firm, "will take place. However, it will most certainly involve a search of Vetra's lab, a space he and his daughter hold most private. Therefore, it will wait until Ms. Vetra has arrived. I feel I owe her at least that modicum of discretion." Kohler turned the key. As the door swung open, a blast of icy air hissed into the hall and hit Langdon in the face. He fell back in bewilderment. He was gazing across the threshold of an alien world. The flat before him was immersed in a thick, white fog. The mist swirled in smoky vortexes around the furniture and shrouded the room in opaque haze. "What the?" Langdon stammered. "Freon cooling system," Kohler replied. "I chilled the flat to preserve the body." Langdon buttoned his tweed jacket against the cold. "I'm an ounce," he thought. "And I forgot my magic slippers." .9 The corpse on the floor before Langdon was hideous. The late Leonardo Vetra lay on his back, stripped naked, his skin bluish-gray. His neck bones were jutting out where they had been broken, and his head was twisted completely backward, pointing the wrong way. His face was out of view, pressed against the floor. The man lay in a frozen puddle of his own urine, the hair around his shriveled genitals spidered with frost. Fighting a wave of nausea, Langdon let his eyes fall to the victim's chest. Although Langdon had stared at the symmetrical wound a dozen times on the fax, the burn was infinitely more commanding in real life. The raised, broiled flesh was perfectly delineated, the symbol flawlessly formed. Langdon wondered if the intense chill now raking through his body was the air conditioning or his utter amazement with the significance of what he was now staring at. His heart pounded as he circled the body, reading the word upside down, reaffirming the genius of the symmetry. The symbol seemed even less conceivable now that he was staring at it. "Mr. Langdon." Langdon did not hear. He was in another world, his element, a world where history, myth, and fact collided, flooding his senses. The gears turned. "Mr. Langdon." Kohler's eyes probed expectantly. Langdon did not look up. His disposition now intensified, his focus total. "How much do you already know?" "Only what I had time to read on your website." "The word Illuminati means the enlightened ones. It is the name of some sort of ancient brotherhood." Langdon nodded. "Had you heard the name before?" "Not until I saw it branded on Mr. Vetra." "So you ran a web search for it?" "Yes. And the word returned hundreds of references, no doubt." "Thousands," Kohler said. "Yours, however, contained references to Harvard, Oxford, a reputable publisher, as well as a list of related publications. As a scientist, I have come to learn that information is only as valuable as its source. Your credentials seemed authentic." Langdon's eyes were still riveted on the body. Kohler said nothing more. He simply stared, apparently waiting for Langdon to shed some light on the scene before them. Langdon looked up, glancing around the frozen flat. "Perhaps we should discuss this in a warmer place." "This room is fine." Kohler seemed oblivious to the cold. "We'll talk here." Langdon frowned. The Illuminati history was by no means a simple one. "I'll freeze to death trying to explain it." He gazed again at the brand, feeling a renewed sense of awe. Although accounts of the Illuminati emblem were legendary in modern symbology, no academic had ever actually seen it. Ancient documents described the symbol as an ambigram, ambi meaning both, signifying it was legible both ways. And although ambigrams were common in symbology, swastikas, yin-yang, Jewish stars, simple crosses, the idea that a word could be crafted into an ambigram seemed utterly impossible. Modern symbologists had tried for years to forge the word Illuminati into a perfectly symmetrical style, but they had failed miserably. Most academics had now decided the symbol's existence was a myth. "So who are the Illuminati?" Kohler demanded. Yes, Langdon thought, who indeed? He began his tale. Since the beginning of history, Langdon explained, a deep rift has existed between science and religion. Outspoken scientists like Copernicus were murdered, Kohler interjected. Murdered by the church for revealing scientific truths. Religion has always persecuted science. Yes. But in the 1500s, a group of men in Rome fought back against the church. Some of Italy's most enlightened men, physicists, mathematicians, astronomers, began meeting secretly to share their concerns about the church's inaccurate teachings. They feared that the church's monopoly on truth threatened academic enlightenment around the world. They founded the world's first scientific think tank, calling themselves the Enlightened Ones. The Illuminati. Yes, Langdon said. Europe's most learned minds dedicated to the quest for scientific truth. Kohler fell silent. Of course, the Illuminati were hunted ruthlessly by the Catholic Church. Only through rites of extreme secrecy did the scientists remain safe. Word spread through the academic underground, and the Illuminati Brotherhood grew to include academics from all over Europe. The scientists met regularly in Rome at an ultra-secret lair they called the Church of Illumination. Kohler coughed and shifted in his chair. Many of the Illuminati, Langdon continued, wanted to combat the Church's tyranny with acts of violence, but their most revered member persuaded them against it. He was a pacifist, as well as one of history's most famous scientists. Langdon was certain Kohler would recognize the name. Even non-scientists were familiar with the ill-fated astronomer who had been arrested and almost executed by the Church for proclaiming that the Sun, and not the Earth, was the center of the solar system. Although his data were incontrovertible, the astronomer was severely punished for implying that God had placed mankind somewhere other than at the center of his universe. His name was Galileo Galilei, Langdon said. Kohler looked up. Galileo? Yes. Galileo was an Illuminatus. And he was also a devout Catholic. He tried to soften the Church's position on science by proclaiming that science did not undermine the existence of God, but rather reinforced it. He wrote once that when he looked through his telescope at the spinning planets, he could hear God's voice in the music of the spheres. He held that science and religion were not enemies, but rather allies, two different languages telling the same story, a story of symmetry and balance, heaven and hell, night and day, hot and cold, God and Satan. Both science and religion rejoiced in God's symmetry, the endless contest of light and dark. Langdon paused, stamping his feet to stay warm. Kohler simply sat in his wheelchair and stared. Unfortunately, Langdon added, the unification of science and religion was not what the Church wanted. Of course not, Kohler interrupted. The union would have nullified the Church's claim as the sole vessel through which man could understand God. So the Church tried Galileo as a heretic, found him guilty, and put him under permanent house arrest. I am quite aware of scientific history, Mr. Langdon. But this was all centuries ago. What does it have to do with Leonardo Vetra? The million-dollar question. Langdon cut to the chase. Galileo's arrest threw the Illuminati into upheaval. Mistakes were made, and the Church discovered the identities of 4 members, whom they captured and interrogated. But the 4 scientists revealed nothing even under torture. Torture? Langdon nodded. They were branded alive. On the chest. With the symbol of a cross. Kohler's eyes widened, and he shot an uneasy glance at Vetra's body. Then the scientists were brutally murdered, their dead bodies dropped in the streets of Rome as a warning to others thinking of joining the Illuminati. With the Church closing in, the remaining Illuminati fled Italy. Langdon paused to make his point. He looked directly into Kohler's dead eyes. The Illuminati went deep underground, where they began mixing with other refugee groups fleeing the Catholic purges: mystics, alchemists, occultists, Muslims, Jews. Over the years, the Illuminati began absorbing new members. A new Illuminati emerged. A darker Illuminati. A deeply anti-Christian Illuminati. They grew very powerful, employing mysterious rites, deadly secrecy, vowing someday to rise again and take revenge on the Catholic Church. Their power grew to the point where the Church considered them the single most dangerous anti-Christian force on earth. The Vatican denounced the Brotherhood as Shaitan. Shaitan. It's Islamic. It means a adversary. God's adversary. The Church chose Islam for the name because it was a language they considered dirty. Langdon hesitated. Shaitan is the root of an English word. Satan. An uneasiness crossed Kohler's face. Langdon's voice was grim. Mr. Kohler, I do not know how this marking appeared on this man's chest or why, but you are looking at the long-lost symbol of the world's oldest and most powerful satanic cult. The alley was narrow and deserted. The assassin strode quickly now, his black eyes filling with anticipation. As he approached his destination, Janus's parting words echoed in his mind. Phase 2 begins shortly. Get some rest. The assassin smirked. He had been awake all night, but sleep was the last thing on his mind. Sleep was for the weak. He was a warrior like his ancestors before him, and his people never slept once a battle had begun. This battle had most definitely begun, and he had been given the honor of spilling first blood. Now he had 2 hours to celebrate his glory before going back to work. Sleep. There are far better ways to relax. An appetite for hedonistic pleasure was something bred into him by his ancestors. His ascendants had indulged in hashish, but he preferred a different kind of gratification. He took pride in his body, a well-tuned, lethal machine, which, despite his heritage, he refused to pollute with narcotics. He had developed a more nourishing addiction than drugs, a far more healthy and satisfying reward. Feeling a familiar anticipation swelling within him, the assassin moved faster down the alley. He arrived at the nondescript door and rang the bell. A view slit in the door opened, and 2 soft brown eyes studied him appraisingly. Then the door swung open. "Welcome," the well-dressed woman said. She ushered him into an impeccably furnished sitting room where the lights were low. The air was laced with expensive perfume and musk. "Whenever you are ready." She handed him a book of photographs. "Ring me when you have made your choice." Then she disappeared. The assassin smiled. As he sat on the plush divan and positioned the photo album on his lap, he felt a carnal hunger stir. Although his people did not celebrate Christmas, he imagined that this is what it must feel like to be a Christian child, sitting before a stack of Christmas presents, about to discover the miracles inside. He opened the album and examined the photos. A lifetime of sexual fantasies stared back at him. Marissa, an Italian goddess. Fiery. A young Sophia Loren. Sachiko, a Japanese geisha. Lithe. No doubt skilled. Conora, a stunning black vision. Muscular. Exotic. He examined the entire album twice and made his choice. He pressed a button on the table beside him. A minute later the woman who had greeted him reappeared. He indicated his selection. She smiled. "Follow me." After handling the financial arrangements, the woman made a hushed phone call. She waited a few minutes and then led him up a winding marble staircase to a luxurious hallway. "It's the gold door on the end," she said. "You have expensive taste." "I should," he thought. "I am a connoisseur." The assassin padded the length of the hallway like a panther anticipating a long overdue meal. When he reached the doorway he smiled to himself. It was already ajar, welcoming him in. He pushed, and the door swung noiselessly open. When he saw his selection, he knew he had chosen well. She was exactly as he had requested, nude, lying on her back, her arms tied to the bedposts with thick velvet cords. He crossed the room and ran a dark finger across her ivory abdomen. "I killed last night," he thought. "You are my reward. 11 Satanic." Kohler wiped his mouth and shifted uncomfortably. "This is the symbol of a satanic cult." Langdon paced the frozen room to keep warm. The Illuminati were satanic. But not in the modern sense. Langdon quickly explained how most people pictured satanic cults as devil-worshipping fiends, and yet Satanists historically were educated men who stood as adversaries to the church. Shaitan. The rumors of satanic black magic, animal sacrifices and the pentagram ritual were nothing but lies spread by the church as a smear campaign against their adversaries. Over time, opponents of the church, wanting to emulate the Illuminati, began believing the lies and acting them out. Thus, modern Satanism was born. Kohler grunted abruptly. "This is all ancient history. I want to know how the symbol got here." Langdon took a deep breath. The symbol itself was created by an anonymous 16th-century Illuminati artist as a tribute to Galileo's love of symmetry, a kind of sacred Illuminati logo. The Brotherhood kept the design secret, allegedly planning to reveal it only when they had amassed enough power to resurface and carry out their final goal. Kohler looked unsettled. So this symbol means the Illuminati Brotherhood is resurfacing. Langdon frowned. That would be impossible. There is one chapter of Illuminati history that I have not yet explained. Kohler's voice intensified. Enlighten me. Langdon rubbed his palms together, mentally sorting through the hundreds of documents he'd read or written on the Illuminati. The Illuminati were survivors, he explained. When they fled Rome, they traveled across Europe looking for a safe place to regroup. They were taken in by another secret society, a brotherhood of wealthy Bavarian stone craftsmen called the Freemasons. Kohler looked startled. The Masons. Langdon nodded, not at all surprised that Kohler had heard of the group. The Brotherhood of the Masons currently had over 5 million members worldwide, half of them residing in the United States, and over 1 million of them in Europe. Certainly the Masons are not satanic, Kohler declared, sounding suddenly skeptical. Absolutely not. The Masons fell victim of their own benevolence. After harboring the fleeing scientists in the 1700s, the Masons unknowingly became a front for the Illuminati. The Illuminati grew within their ranks, gradually taking over positions of power within the lodges. They quietly re-established their scientific brotherhood deep within the Masons, a kind of secret society within a secret society. Then the Illuminati used the worldwide connection of Masonic lodges to spread their influence. Langdon drew a cold breath before racing on. Obliteration of Catholicism was the Illuminati's central covenant. The Brotherhood held that the superstitious dogma spewed forth by the Church was mankind's greatest enemy. They feared that if religion continued to promote pious myth as absolute fact, scientific progress would halt, and mankind would be doomed to an ignorant future of senseless holy wars. Much like we see today. Langdon frowned. Kohler was right. Holy wars were still making headlines. My God is better than your God. It seemed there was always close correlation between true believers and high body counts. Go on, Kohler said. Langdon gathered his thoughts and continued. The Illuminati grew more powerful in Europe and set their sights on America, a fledgling government many of whose leaders were Masons. George Washington, Ben Franklin, honest, God-fearing men who were unaware of the Illuminati's stronghold on the Masons. The Illuminati took advantage of the infiltration and helped found banks, universities, and industry to finance their ultimate quest. Langdon paused. The creation of a single unified world state, a kind of secular new world order. Kohler did not move. A new world order, Langdon repeated, based on scientific enlightenment. They called it their Luciferian doctrine. The Church claimed Lucifer was a reference to the devil, but the Brotherhood insisted Lucifer was intended in its literal Latin meaning bringer of light. Or illuminator. Kohler sighed, and his voice grew suddenly solemn. Mr. Langdon, please sit down. Langdon sat tentatively on a frost-covered chair. Kohler moved his wheelchair closer. I am not sure I understand everything you have just told me, but I do understand this. Leonardo Vetra was one of CERN's greatest assets. He was also a friend. I need you to help me locate the Illuminati. Langdon didn't know how to respond. Locate the Illuminati. He's kidding, right? I'm afraid, sir, that will be utterly impossible. Kohler's brow creased. What do you mean? You won't. Mr. Kohler. Langdon leaned toward his host, uncertain how to make him understand what he was about to say. I did not finish my story. Despite appearances, it is extremely unlikely that this brand was put here by the Illuminati. There has been no evidence of their existence for over half a century, and most scholars agree the Illuminati have been defunct for many years. The words hit silence. Kohler stared through the fog with a look somewhere between stupefaction and anger. How the hell can you tell me this group is extinct when their name is seared into this man? Langdon had been asking himself that question all morning. The appearance of the Illuminati ambigram was astonishing. Symbologists worldwide would be dazzled. And yet, the academic in Langdon understood that the brand's re-emergence proved absolutely nothing about the Illuminati. Symbols, Langdon said, in no way confirm the presence of their original creators. What is that supposed to mean? It means that when organized philosophies like the Illuminati go out of existence, their symbols remain available for adoption by other groups. It's called transference. It's very common in symbology. The Nazis took the swastika from the Hindus, the Christians adopted the cruciform from the Egyptians, This morning, Kohler challenged, when I typed the word Illuminati into the computer, it returned thousands of current references. Apparently a lot of people think this group is still active. Conspiracy buffs, Langdon replied. He had always been annoyed by the plethora of conspiracy theories that circulated in modern pop culture. The media craved apocalyptic headlines, and self-proclaimed cult specialists were still cashing in on millennium hype with fabricated stories that the Illuminati were alive and well and organizing their new world order. Recently the New York Times had reported the eerie Masonic ties of countless famous men: Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Duke of Kent, Peter Sellers, Irving Berlin, Prince Philip, Louis Armstrong, as well as a pantheon of well-known modern-day industrialists and banking magnates. Kohler pointed angrily at Vetra's body. Considering the evidence, I would say perhaps the conspiracy buffs are correct. I realize how it appears, Langdon said as diplomatically as he could. And yet a far more plausible explanation is that some other organization has taken control of the Illuminati brand and is using it for their own purposes. What purposes? What does this murder prove? Good question, Langdon thought. He also was having trouble imagining where anyone could have turned up the Illuminati brand after 400 years. All I can tell you is that even if the Illuminati were still active today, which I am virtually positive they are not, they would never be involved in Leonardo Vetra's death. No. No. The Illuminati may have believed in the abolition of Christianity, but they wielded their power through political and financial means, not through terrorist acts. Furthermore, the Illuminati had a strict code of morality regarding who they saw as enemies. They held men of science in the highest regard. There is no way they would have murdered a fellow scientist like Leonardo Vetra. Kohler's eyes turned to ice. Perhaps I failed to mention that Leonardo Vetra was anything but an ordinary scientist. Langdon exhaled patiently. Mr. Kohler, I'm sure Leonardo Vetra was brilliant in many ways, but the fact remains. Without warning, Kohler spun in his wheelchair and accelerated out of the living room, leaving a wake of swirling mist as he disappeared down a hallway. For the love of God, Langdon groaned. He followed. Kohler was waiting for him in a small alcove at the end of the hallway. This is Leonardo's study, Kohler said, motioning to the sliding door. Perhaps when you see it you'll understand things differently. With an awkward grunt, Kohler heaved, and the door slid open. Langdon peered into the study and immediately felt his skin crawl. Holy Mother of Jesus, he said to himself. 12 In another country, a young guard sat patiently before an expansive bank of video monitors. He watched as images flashed before him, live feeds from hundreds of wireless video cameras that surveyed the sprawling complex. The images went by in an endless procession. An ornate hallway. A private office. An industrial-size kitchen. As the pictures went by, the guard fought off a daydream. He was nearing the end of his shift, and yet he was still vigilant. Service was an honor. Someday he would be granted his ultimate reward. As his thoughts drifted, an image before him registered alarm. Suddenly, with a reflexive jerk that startled even himself, his hand shot out and hit a button on the control panel. The picture before him froze. His nerves tingling, he leaned toward the screen for a closer look. The reading on the monitor told him the image was being transmitted from camera number 86, a camera that was supposed to be overlooking a hallway. But the image before him was most definitely not a hallway. Point 13. Langdon stared in bewilderment at the study before him. What is this place? Despite the welcome blast of warm air on his face, he stepped through the door with trepidation. Kohler said nothing as he followed Langdon inside. Langdon scanned the room, not having the slightest idea what to make of it. It contained the most peculiar mix of artifacts he had ever seen. On the far wall, dominating the decor, was an enormous wooden crucifix, which Langdon placed as 14th century Spanish. Above the cruciform, suspended from the ceiling, was a metallic mobile of the orbiting planets. To the left was an oil painting of the Virgin Mary, and beside that was a laminated periodic table of elements. On the side wall, 2 additional brass cruciforms flanked a poster of Albert Einstein, his famous quote reading, "God does not play dice with the universe." Langdon moved into the room, looking around in astonishment. A leather-bound Bible sat on Vetra's desk beside a plastic Bower model of an atom and a miniature replica of Michelangelo's Moses. Talk about eclectic, Langdon thought. The warmth felt good, but something about the decor sent a new set of chills through his body. He felt like he was witnessing the clash of 2 philosophical titans, an unsettling blur of opposing forces. He scanned the titles on the bookshelf. The God Particle. The Tao of Physics. God, the Evidence. One of the bookends was etched with a quote. True science discovers God. Waiting behind every door. Pope Pius XII. Leonardo was a Catholic priest, Kohler said. Langdon turned. A priest? I thought you said he was a physicist. He was both. Men of science and religion are not unprecedented in history. Leonardo was one of them. He considered physics a God's natural law. He claimed God's handwriting was visible in the natural order all around us. Through science he hoped to prove God's existence to the doubting masses. He considered himself a theophysicist. Theophysicist. Langdon thought it sounded impossibly oxymoronic. The field of particle physics, Kohler said, has made some shocking discoveries lately, discoveries quite spiritual in implication. Leonardo was responsible for many of them. Langdon studied CERN's director, still trying to process the bizarre surroundings. Spirituality and physics. Langdon had spent his career studying religious history, and if there was one recurring theme, it was that science and religion had been oil and water since day one, archenemies unmixable. Vetra was on the cutting edge of particle physics, Kohler said. He was starting to fuse science and religion, showing that they complement each other in most unanticipated ways. He called the field New Physics. Kohler pulled a book from the shelf and handed it to Langdon. Langdon studied the cover. God, Miracles, and the New Physics by Leonardo Vetra. The field is small, Kohler said, but it's bringing fresh answers to some old questions about the origin of the universe and the forces that bind us all. Leonardo believed his research had the potential to convert millions to a more spiritual life. Last year he categorically proved the existence of an energy force that unites us all. He actually demonstrated that we are all physically connected, that the molecules in your body are intertwined with the molecules in mine, that there is a single force moving within all of us. Langdon felt disconcerted. And the power of God shall unite us all. Mr. Vetra actually found a way to demonstrate that particles are connected. Conclusive evidence. A recent Scientific American article hailed New Physics as a surer path to God than religion itself. The comment hit home. Langdon suddenly found himself thinking of the anti-religious Illuminati. Reluctantly, he forced himself to permit a momentary intellectual foray into the impossible. If the Illuminati were indeed still active, would they have killed Leonardo to stop him from bringing his religious message to the masses? Langdon shook off the thought. Absurd. The Illuminati are ancient history. All academics know that. Vetra had plenty of enemies in the scientific world, Kohler went on. Many scientific purists despised him. Even here at CERN. They felt that using analytical physics to support religious principles was a treason against science. But aren't scientists today a bit less defensive about the church? Kohler grunted in disgust. Why should we be? The church may not be burning scientists at the stake anymore, but if you think they've released their reign over science, ask yourself why half the schools in your country are not allowed to teach evolution. Ask yourself why the U.S. Christian Coalition is the most influential lobby against scientific progress in the world. The battle between science and religion is still raging, Mr. Langdon. It has moved from the battlefields to the boardrooms, but it is still raging. Langdon realized Kohler was right. Just last week the Harvard School of Divinity had marched on the biology building, protesting the genetic engineering taking place in the graduate program. The chairman of the bio department, famed ornithologist Richard Aranian, defended his curriculum by hanging a huge banner from his office window. The banner depicted the Christian fish modified with 4 little feet, a tribute, Aranian claimed, to the African lungfish's evolution onto dry land. Beneath the fish, instead of the word Jesus, was the proclamation Darwin. A sharp beeping sound cut the air, and Langdon looked up. Kohler reached down into the array of electronics on his wheelchair. He slipped a beeper out of its holder and read the incoming message. Good. That is Leonardo's daughter. Ms. Vetra is arriving at the helipad right now. We will meet her there. I think it best she not come up here and see her father this way. Langdon agreed. It would be a shock no child deserved. I will ask Ms. Vetra to explain the project she and her father have been working on, perhaps shedding light on why he was murdered. You think Vetra's work is why he was killed? Quite possibly. Leonardo told me he was working on something groundbreaking. That is all he said. He had become very secretive about the project. He had a private lab and demanded seclusion, which I gladly afforded him on account of his brilliance. His work had been consuming huge amounts of electric power lately, but I refrained from questioning him. Kohler rotated toward the study door. There is, however, one more thing you need to know before we leave this flat. Langdon was not sure he wanted to hear it. An item was stolen from Vetra by his murderer. An item. Follow me. The director propelled his wheelchair back into the fog-filled living room. Langdon followed, not knowing what to expect. Kohler maneuvered to within inches of Vetra's body and stopped. He ushered Langdon to join him. Reluctantly, Langdon came close, bile rising in his throat at the smell of the victim's frozen urine. Look at his face, Kohler said. Look at his face? Langdon frowned. I thought you said something was stolen. Hesitantly, Langdon knelt down. He tried to see Vetra's face, but the head was twisted 180 degrees backward, his face pressed into the carpet. Struggling against his handicap, Kohler reached down and carefully twisted Vetra's frozen head. Cracking loudly, the corpse's face rotated into view, contorted in agony. Kohler held it there a moment. Sweet Jesus! Langdon cried, stumbling back in horror. Vetra's face was covered in blood. A single hazel eye stared lifelessly back at him. The other socket was tattered and empty. They stole his eye. 14 Langdon stepped out of Building C into the open air, grateful to be outside Vetra's flat. The sun helped dissolve the image of the empty eye socket emblazoned into his mind. This way, please, Kohler said, veering up a steep path. The electric wheelchair seemed to accelerate effortlessly. Ms. Vetra will be arriving any moment. Langdon hurried to keep up. So, Kohler asked. Do you still doubt the Illuminati's involvement? Langdon had no idea what to think anymore. Vetra's religious affiliations were definitely troubling, and yet Langdon could not bring himself to abandon every shred of academic evidence he had ever researched. Besides, there was the eye. I still maintain, Langdon said, more forcefully than he intended, that the Illuminati are not responsible for this murder. The missing eye is proof. What? Random mutilation, Langdon explained, is very un-Illuminati. Cult specialists see desultory defacement from inexperienced fringe sex zealots who commit random acts of terrorism, but the Illuminati have always been more deliberate. Deliberate? Surgically removing someone's eyeball is not deliberate. It sends no clear message. It serves no higher purpose. Kohler's wheelchair stopped short at the top of the hill. He turned. Mr. Langdon, believe me, that missing eye does indeed serve a higher purpose, a much higher purpose. As the two men crossed the grassy rise, the beating of helicopter blades became audible to the west. A chopper appeared, arching across the open valley toward them. It banked sharply, then slowed to a hover over a helipad painted on the grass. Langdon watched, detached, his mind churning circles like the blades, wondering if a full night's sleep would make his current disorientation any clearer. Somehow, he doubted it. As the skids touched down, a pilot jumped out and started unloading gear. There was a lot of it: duffels, vinyl wet bags, scuba tanks, and crates of what appeared to be high-tech diving equipment. Langdon was confused. "Is that Ms. Vetra's gear?" he yelled to Kohler over the roar of the engines. Kohler nodded and yelled back, "She was doing biological research in the Balearic Sea." "I thought you said she was a physicist." "She is. She's a bioentanglement physicist. She studies the interconnectivity of life systems. Her work ties closely with her father's work in particle physics. Recently she disproved one of Einstein's fundamental theories by using atomically synchronized cameras to observe a school of tuna fish." Langdon searched his host's face for any glint of humor. Einstein and tuna fish? He was starting to wonder if the X-33 space plane had mistakenly dropped him off on the wrong planet. A moment later, Vittoria Vetra emerged from the fuselage. Robert Langdon realized today was going to be a day of endless surprises. Descending from the chopper in her khaki shorts and white sleeveless top, Vittoria Vetra looked nothing like the bookish physicist he had expected. Lithe and graceful, she was tall with chestnut skin and long black hair that swirled in the backwind of the rotors. Her face was unmistakably Italian, not overly beautiful, but possessing full, earthy features that even at 20 yards seemed to exude a raw sensuality. As the air currents buffeted her body, her clothes clung, accentuating her slender torso and small breasts. "Ms. Vetra is a woman of tremendous personal strength," Kohler said, seeming to sense Langdon's captivation. "She spends months at a time working in dangerous ecological systems. She is a strict vegetarian and CERN's resident guru of Hatha Yoga." "Hatha Yoga?" Langdon mused. The ancient Buddhist art of meditative stretching seemed an odd proficiency for the physicist daughter of a Catholic priest. Langdon watched Vittoria approach. She had obviously been crying, her deep sable eyes filled with emotions Langdon could not place. Still, she moved toward them with fire and command. Her limbs were strong and toned, radiating the healthy luminescence of Mediterranean flesh that had enjoyed long hours in the sun. "Vittoria," Kohler said as she approached. "My deepest condolences. It's a terrible loss for science, for all of us here at CERN." Vittoria nodded gratefully. When she spoke, her voice was smooth, a throaty, accented English. "Do you know who is responsible yet?" "We're still working on it." She turned to Langdon, holding out a slender hand. "My name is Vittoria Vetra. You're from Interpol, I assume." Langdon took her hand, momentarily spellbound by the depth of her watery gaze. "Robert Langdon." He was unsure what else to say. "Mr. Langdon is not with the authorities," Kohler explained. "He is a specialist from the U.S. He's here to help us locate who is responsible for this situation." Vittoria looked uncertain. "And the police?" Kohler exhaled but said nothing. "Where is his body?" she demanded. "Being attended to." The white lie surprised Langdon. "I want to see him," Vittoria said. "Vittoria," Kohler urged, "your father was brutally murdered. You would be better to remember him as he was." Vittoria began to speak but was interrupted. "Hey, Vittoria," voices called from the distance. "Welcome home." She turned. A group of scientists passing near the helipad waved happily. "Disprove any more of Einstein's theories," one shouted. Another added, "Your dad must be proud." Vittoria gave the men an awkward wave as they passed. Then she turned to Kohler, her face now clouded with confusion. "Nobody knows yet. I decided discretion was paramount. You haven't told the staff my father was murdered." Her mystified tone was now laced with anger. Kohler's tone hardened instantly. "Perhaps you forget, Ms. Vetra, as soon as I report your father's murder, there will be an investigation of CERN. Including a thorough examination of his lab. I have always tried to respect your father's privacy. Your father has told me only two things about your current project. One, that it has the potential to bring CERN millions of francs in licensing contracts in the next decade. And two, that it is not ready for public disclosure because it is still hazardous technology. Considering these two facts, I would prefer strangers not poke around inside his lab and either steal his work or kill themselves in the process and hold CERN liable. Do I make myself clear?" Vittoria stared, saying nothing. Langdon sensed in her a reluctant respect and acceptance of Kohler's logic. "Before we report anything to the authorities," Kohler said, "I need to know what you two were working on. I need you to take us to your lab." "The lab is irrelevant," Vittoria said. "Nobody knew what my father and I were doing. The experiment could not possibly have anything to do with my father's murder." Kohler exhaled a raspy, ailing breath. "Evidence suggests otherwise." "Evidence? What evidence?" Langdon was wondering the same thing. Kohler was dabbing his mouth again. "You'll just have to trust me." It was clear, from Vittoria's smoldering gaze, that she did not point 15. Langdon strode silently behind Vittoria and Kohler as they moved back into the main atrium where Langdon's bizarre visit had begun. Vittoria's legs drove in fluid efficiency like an Olympic diver, a potency, Langdon figured, no doubt born from the flexibility and control of yoga. He could hear her breathing slowly and deliberately, as if somehow trying to filter her grief. Langdon wanted to say something to her, offer his sympathy. He too had once felt the abrupt hollowness of unexpectedly losing a parent. He remembered the funeral mostly, rainy and gray. 2 days after his 12th birthday. The house was filled with gray-suited men from the office, men who squeezed his hand too hard when they shook it. They were all mumbling words like cardiac and stress. His mother joked through teary eyes that she'd always been able to follow the stock market simply by holding her husband's hand, his pulse, her own private ticker tape. Once, when his father was alive, Langdon had heard his mom begging his father to stop and smell the roses. That year, Langdon bought his father a tiny blown glass rose for Christmas. It was the most beautiful thing Langdon had ever seen, the way the sun caught it, throwing a rainbow of colors on the wall. "It's lovely," his father had said when he opened it, kissing Robert on the forehead. "Let's find a safe spot for it." Then his father had carefully placed the rose on a high dusty shelf in the darkest corner of the living room. A few days later, Langdon got a stool, retrieved the rose, and took it back to the store. His father never noticed it was gone. The ping of an elevator pulled Langdon back to the present. Vittoria and Kohler were in front of him, boarding the lift. Langdon hesitated outside the open doors. "Is something wrong?" Kohler asked, sounding more impatient than concerned. "Not at all," Langdon said, forcing himself toward the cramped carriage. He only used elevators when absolutely necessary. He preferred the more open spaces of stairwells. "Dr. Vetra's lab is subterranean," Kohler said. "Wonderful," Langdon thought as he stepped across the cleft, feeling an icy wind churn up from the depths of the shaft. The doors closed, and the car began to descend. 6 stories, Kohler said blankly, like an analytical engine. Langdon pictured the darkness of the empty shaft below them. He tried to block it out by staring at the numbered display of changing floors. Oddly, the elevator showed only 2 stops. Ground level and LHC. What's LHC stand for? Langdon asked, trying not to sound nervous. Large Hadron Collider, Kohler said. A particle accelerator. Particle accelerator? Langdon was vaguely familiar with the term. He had first heard it over dinner with some colleagues at Dunster House in Cambridge. A physicist friend of theirs, Bob Brownell, had arrived for dinner one night in a rage. The bastards cancelled it? Brownell cursed. Cancelled what? They all asked. The SSC. The what? The superconducting super collider. Someone shrugged. I didn't know Harvard was building one. Not Harvard, he exclaimed. The US. It was going to be the world's most powerful particle accelerator. One of the most important scientific projects of the century. $2 billion into it and the Senate sacks the project. Damn Bible Belt lobbyists. When Brownell finally calmed down, he explained that a particle accelerator was a large, circular tube through which subatomic particles were accelerated. Magnets in the tube turned on and off in rapid succession to push particles around and around until they reached tremendous velocities. Fully accelerated particles circled the tube at over 180,000 miles per second. But that's almost the speed of light, one of the professors exclaimed. Damn right, Brownell said. He went on to say that by accelerating 2 particles in opposite directions around the tube and then colliding them, scientists could shatter the particles into their constituent parts and get a glimpse of nature's most fundamental components. Particle accelerators, Brownell declared, are critical to the future of science. Colliding particles is the key to understanding the building blocks of the universe. Harvard's poet-in-residence, a quiet man named Charles Pratt, did not look impressed. It sounds to me, he said, like a rather Neanderthal approach to science akin to smashing clocks together to discern their internal workings. Brownell dropped his fork and stormed out of the room. So CERN has a particle accelerator? Langdon thought, as the elevator dropped. A circular tube for smashing particles. He wondered why they had buried it underground. When the elevator thumped to a stop, Langdon was relieved to feel terra firma beneath his feet. But when the door slid open, his relief evaporated. Robert Langdon found himself standing once again in a totally alien world. The passageway stretched out indefinitely in both directions, left and right. It was a smooth cement tunnel, wide enough to allow passage of an 18-wheeler. Brightly lit where they stood, the corridor turned pitch black farther down. A damp wind rustled out of the darkness, an unsettling reminder that they were now deep in the earth. Langdon could almost sense the weight of the dirt and stone now hanging above his head. For an instant he was 9 years old, the darkness forcing him back to the 5 hours of crushing blackness that haunted him still. Clenching his fists, he fought it off. Vittoria remained hushed as she exited the elevator and strode off without hesitation into the darkness without them. Overhead the flower scents flickered on to light her path. The effect was unsettling, Langdon thought, as if the tunnel were alive, anticipating her every move. Langdon and Kohler followed, trailing a distance behind. The lights extinguished automatically behind them. This particle accelerator, Langdon said quietly. It's down this tunnel someplace. That's it there. Kohler motioned to his left where a polished, chrome tube ran along the tunnel's inner wall. Langdon eyed the tube, confused. That's the accelerator. The device looked nothing like he had imagined. It was perfectly straight, about 3 feet in diameter, and extended horizontally the visible length of the tunnel before disappearing into the darkness. Looks more like a high-tech sewer, Langdon thought. I thought particle accelerators were circular. This accelerator is a circle, Kohler said. It appears straight, but that is an optical illusion. The circumference of this tunnel is so large that the curve is imperceptible, like that of the Earth. Langdon was flabbergasted. This is a circle? but it must be enormous. The LHC is the largest machine in the world. Langdon did a double take. He remembered the CERN driver saying something about a huge machine buried in the earth. But it is over 8 kilometers in diameter and 27 kilometers long. Langdon's head whipped around. 27 kilometers. He stared at the director and then turned and looked into the darkened tunnel before him. This tunnel is 27 kilometers long? That's over 16 miles. Kohler nodded. Bored in a perfect circle. It extends all the way into France before curving back here to this spot. Fully accelerated particles will circle the tube more than 10,000 times in a single second before they collide. Langdon's legs felt rubbery as he stared down the gaping tunnel. You're telling me that CERN dug out millions of tons of earth just to smash tiny particles? Kohler shrugged. Sometimes to find truth, one must move mountains 1600s of miles from CERN, a voice crackled through a walkie-talkie. Okay, I'm in the hallway. The technician monitoring the video screens pressed the button on his transmitter. You're looking for camera number 86. It's supposed to be at the far end. There was a long silence on the radio. The waiting technician broke a light sweat. Finally his radio clicked. The camera isn't here, the voice said. I can see where it was mounted, though. Somebody must have removed it. The technician exhaled heavily. Thanks. Hold on a second, will you? Sighing, he redirected his attention to the bank of video screens in front of him. Huge portions of the complex were open to the public, and wireless cameras had gone missing before, usually stolen by visiting pranksters looking for souvenirs. But as soon as a camera left the facility and was out of range, the signal was lost, and the screen went blank. Perplexed, the technician gazed up at the monitor. A crystal clear image was still coming from camera number 86. If the camera was stolen, he wondered, why are we still getting a signal? He knew, of course, there was only one explanation. The camera was still inside the complex, and someone had simply moved it. But who? And why? He studied the monitor a long moment. Finally he picked up his walkie-talkie. Are there any closets in that stairwell? Any cupboards or dark alcoves? The voice replying sounded confused. No. Why? The technician frowned. Never mind. Thanks for your help. He turned off his walkie-talkie and pursed his lips. Considering the small size of the video camera and the fact that it was wireless, the technician knew that camera number 86 could be transmitting from just about anywhere within the heavily guarded compound, a densely packed collection of 32 separate buildings covering a half-mile radius. The only clue was that the cameras seemed to have been placed somewhere dark. Of course, that wasn't much help. The complex contained endless dark locations, maintenance closets, heating ducts, gardening sheds, bedroom wardrobes, even a labyrinth of underground tunnels camera number 86 could take weeks to locate. But that's the least of my problems, he thought. Despite the dilemma posed by the camera's relocation, there was another far more unsettling matter at hand. The technician gazed up at the image the lost camera was transmitting. It was a stationary object. A modern-looking device like nothing the technician had ever seen. He studied the blinking electronic display at its base. Although the guard had undergone rigorous training preparing him for tense situations, he still sensed his pulse rising. He told himself not to panic. There had to be an explanation. The object appeared too small to be of significant danger. Then again, its presence inside the complex was troubling. Very troubling, indeed. Today of all days, he thought. Security was always a top priority for his employer, but today, more than any other day in the past 12 years, security was of the utmost importance. The technician stared at the object for a long time and sensed the rumblings of a distant gathering storm. Then, sweating, he dialed his superior. .17 Not many children could say they remembered the day they met their father, but Vittoria Vetra could. She was 8 years old, living where she always had, Orfanotrofio di Siena, a Catholic orphanage near Florence, deserted by parents she never knew. It was raining that day. The nuns had called for her twice to come to dinner, but as always she pretended not to hear. She lay outside in the courtyard, staring up at the raindrops, feeling them hit her body, trying to guess where one would land next. The nuns called again, threatening that pneumonia might make an insufferably headstrong child a lot less curious about nature. I can't hear you, Vittoria thought. She was soaked to the bone when the young priest came out to get her. She didn't know him. He was new there. Vittoria waited for him to grab her and drag her back inside. But he didn't. Instead, to her wonder, he lay down beside her, soaking his robes in a puddle. They say you ask a lot of questions, the young man said. Vittoria scowled. Are questions bad? He laughed. Guess they were right. What are you doing out here? Same thing you're doing, wondering why raindrops fall. I'm not wondering why they fall. I already know. The priest gave her an astonished look. You do? Sister Francisca says raindrops are angels' tears coming down to wash away our sins. Wow, he said, sounding amazed. So that explains it? No, it doesn't, the girl fired back. Raindrops fall because everything falls. Everything falls. Not just rain. The priest scratched his head, looking perplexed. You know, young lady, you're right. Everything does fall. It must be gravity. It must be what? He gave her an astonished look. You haven't heard of gravity? No. The priest shrugged sadly. Too bad. Gravity answers a lot of questions. Vittoria sat up. What's gravity? She demanded. Tell me. The priest gave her a wink. What do you say I tell you over dinner? The young priest was Leonardo Vetra. Although he had been an award-winning physics student while in university, he'd heard another call and gone into the seminary. Leonardo and Vittoria became unlikely best friends in the lonely world of nuns and regulations. Vittoria made Leonardo laugh, and he took her under his wing, teaching her that beautiful things like rainbows and the rivers had many explanations. He told her about light, planets, stars, and all of nature through the eyes of both God and science. Vittoria's innate intellect and curiosity made her a captivating student. Leonardo protected her like a daughter. Vittoria was happy too. She had never known the joy of having a father. When every other adult answered her questions with a slap on the wrist, Leonardo spent hours showing her books. He even asked what her ideas were. Vittoria prayed Leonardo would stay with her forever. Then one day, her worst nightmare came true. Father Leonardo told her he was leaving the orphanage. I'm moving to Switzerland, Leonardo said. I have a grant to study physics at the University of Geneva. Physics? Vittoria cried. I thought you loved God. I do, very much. Which is why I want to study his divine rules. The laws of physics are the canvas God laid down on which to paint his masterpiece. Vittoria was devastated. But Father Leonardo had some other news. He told Vittoria he had spoken to his superiors, and they said it was okay if Father Leonardo adopted her. Would you like me to adopt you? Leonardo asked. What's adopt mean? Vittoria said. Father Leonardo told her. Vittoria hugged him for 5 minutes, crying tears of joy. Oh yes. Yes. Leonardo told her he had to leave for a while and get their new home settled in Switzerland, but he promised to send for her in 6 months. It was the longest wait of Vittoria's life, but Leonardo kept his word. 5 days before her 9th birthday, Vittoria moved to Geneva. She attended Geneva International School during the day and learned from her father at night. 3 years later Leonardo Vetra was hired by CERN. Vittoria and Leonardo relocated to a wonderland the likes of which the young Vittoria had never imagined. Vittoria Vetra's body felt numb as she strode down the LHC tunnel. She saw her muted reflection in the LHC and sensed her father's absence. Normally she existed in a state of deep calm, in harmony with the world around her. But now, very suddenly, nothing made sense. The last 3 hours had been a blur. It had been 10 a.m. in the Balearic Islands when Kohler's call came through. "Your father has been murdered. Come home immediately." Despite the sweltering heat on the deck of the dive boat, the words had chilled her to the bone, Kohler's emotionless tone hurting as much as the news. Now she had returned home. But home to what? CERN, her world since she was 12, seemed suddenly foreign. Her father, the man who had made it magical, was gone. Deep breaths, she told herself, but she couldn't calm her mind. The questions circled faster and faster. Who killed her father? And why? Who was this American specialist? Why was Kohler insisting on seeing the lab? Kohler had said there was evidence that her father's murder was related to the current project. What evidence? Nobody knew what we were working on. And even if someone found out, why would they kill him? As she moved down the LHC tunnel toward her father's lab, Vittoria realized she was about to unveil her father's greatest achievement without him there. She had pictured this moment much differently. She had imagined her father calling CERN's top scientists to his lab, showing them his discovery, watching their awestruck faces. Then he would beam with fatherly pride as he explained to them how it had been one of Vittoria's ideas that had helped him make the project a reality, that his daughter had been integral in his breakthrough. Vittoria felt a lump in her throat. My father and I were supposed to share this moment together. But here she was alone. No colleagues. No happy faces. Just an American stranger and Maximilian Kohler. Maximilian Kohler. Der König. Even as a child, Vittoria had disliked the man. Although she eventually came to respect his potent intellect, his icy demeanor always seemed inhuman, the exact antithesis of her father's warmth. Kohler pursued science for its immaculate logic, her father for its spiritual wonder. And yet oddly there had always seemed to be an unspoken respect between the two men. Genius, someone had once explained to her, accepts genius unconditionally. Genius, she thought. My father? Dad? Dead. The entry to Leonardo Vetra's lab was a long sterile hallway paved entirely in white tile. Langdon felt like he was entering some kind of underground insane asylum. Lining the corridor were dozens of framed, black and white images. Although Langdon had made a career of studying images, these were entirely alien to him. They looked like chaotic negatives of random streaks and spirals. Modern art? He mused. Jackson Pollock on amphetamines. Scatter plots, Vittoria said, apparently noting Langdon's interest. Computer representations of particle collisions. That's the Z-particle, she said, pointing to a faint track that was almost invisible in the confusion. My father discovered it 5 years ago. Pure energy, no mass at all. It may well be the smallest building block in nature. Matter is nothing but trapped energy. Matter is energy. Langdon cocked his head. Sounds pretty zen. He gazed at the tiny streak in the photograph and wondered what his buddies in the Harvard physics department would say when he told them he'd spent the weekend hanging out in a Large Hadron Collider admiring Z-particles. Vittoria, Kohler said, as they approached the lab's imposing steel door, I should mention that I came down here this morning looking for your father. Vittoria flushed slightly. You did? Yes. And imagine my surprise when I discovered he had replaced CERN's standard keypad security with something else. Kohler motioned to an intricate electronic device mounted beside the door. I apologize, she said. You know how he was about privacy. He didn't want anyone but the two of us to have access. Kohler said, fine. Open the door. Vittoria stood a long moment. Then, pulling a deep breath, she walked to the mechanism on the wall. Langdon was in no way prepared for what happened next. Victoria stepped up to the device and carefully aligned her right eye with a protruding lens that looked like a telescope. Then she pressed a button. Inside the machine, something clicked. A shaft of light oscillated back and forth, scanning her eyeball like a copy machine. "It's a retina scan," she said. "Infallible security. Authorized for 2 retina patterns only. Mine and my father's." Robert Langdon stood in horrified revelation. The image of Leonardo Vetra came back in grisly detail: the bloody face, the solitary hazel eye staring back, and the empty eye socket. He tried to reject the obvious truth, but then he saw it beneath the scanner on the white tile floor: faint droplets of crimson. Dried blood. Victoria, thankfully, did not notice. The steel door slid open and she walked through. Kohler fixed Langdon with an adamant stare. His message was clear: "As I told you, the missing eye serves a higher purpose." Point 18. The woman's hands were tied, her wrists now purple and swollen from chafing. The mahogany-skinned assassin lay beside her, spent, admiring his naked prize. He wondered if her current slumber was just a deception, a pathetic attempt to avoid further service to him. He did not care. He had reaped sufficient reward. Sated, he sat up in bed. In his country, women were possessions. Weak. Tools of pleasure. Chattel to be traded like livestock. And they understood their place. But here, in Europe, women feigned a strength and independence that both amused and excited him. Forcing them into physical submission was a gratification he always enjoyed. Now, despite the contentment in his loins, the assassin sensed another appetite growing within him. He had killed last night, killed and mutilated, and for him killing was like heroin, each encounter satisfying only temporarily before increasing his longing for more. The exhilaration had worn off. The craving had returned. He studied the sleeping woman beside him. Running his palm across her neck, he felt aroused with the knowledge that he could end her life in an instant. What would it matter? She was subhuman, a vehicle only of pleasure and service. His strong fingers encircled her throat, savoring her delicate pulse. Then, fighting desire, he removed his hand. There was work to do. Service to a higher cause than his own desire. As he got out of bed, he reveled in the honor of the job before him. He still could not fathom the influence of this man named Janus and the ancient brotherhood he commanded. Wondrously, the brotherhood had chosen him. Somehow they had learned of his loathing and of his skills. How, he would never know. Their roots reach wide. Now they had bestowed on him the ultimate honor. He would be their hands and their voice. Their assassin and their messenger. The one his people knew as Malik al-Haq, the Angel of Truth. 19. Vetra's lab was wildly futuristic. Stark white and bounded on all sides by computers and specialized electronic equipment, it looked like some sort of operating room. Langdon wondered what secrets this place could possibly hold to justify cutting out someone's eye to gain entrance. Kohler looked uneasy as they entered, his eyes seeming to dart about for signs of an intruder. But the lab was deserted. Victoria moved slowly too, as if the lab felt unknown without her father there. Langdon's gaze landed immediately in the center of the room, where a series of short pillars rose from the floor. Like a miniature Stonehenge, a dozen or so columns of polished steel stood in a circle in the middle of the room. The pillars were about 3 feet tall, reminding Langdon of museum displays for valuable gems. These pillars, however, were clearly not for precious stones. Each supported a thick, transparent canister about the size of a tennis ball can. They appeared empty. Kohler eyed the canisters, looking puzzled. He apparently decided to ignore them for the time being. He turned to Victoria. "Has anything been stolen?" "Stolen? How?" she argued. "The retina scan only allows entry to us. Just look around." Victoria sighed and surveyed the room for a few moments. She shrugged. "Everything looks as my father always leaves it." "Ordered chaos." Langdon sensed Kohler weighing his options, as if wondering how far to push Vittoria, how much to tell her. Apparently he decided to leave it for the moment. Moving his wheelchair toward the center of the room, he surveyed the mysterious cluster of seemingly empty canisters. Secrets, Kohler finally said, are a luxury we can no longer afford. Vittoria nodded in acquiescence, looking suddenly emotional, as if being here brought with it a torrent of memories. Give her a minute, Langdon thought. As though preparing for what she was about to reveal, Vittoria closed her eyes and breathed. Then she breathed again. And again. And again. Langdon watched her, suddenly concerned. Is she okay? He glanced at Kohler, who appeared unfazed, apparently having seen this ritual before. 10 seconds passed before Vittoria opened her eyes. Langdon could not believe the metamorphosis. Vittoria Vetra had been transformed. Her full lips were lax, her shoulders down, and her eyes soft and assenting. It was as though she had realigned every muscle in her body to accept the situation. The resentful fire and personal anguish had been quelled somehow beneath a deeper, watery cool. Where to begin, she said, her accent unruffled. At the beginning, Kohler said. Tell us about your father's experiment. Rectifying science with religion has been my father's life dream, Vittoria said. He hoped to prove that science and religion are two totally compatible fields, two different approaches to finding the same truth. She paused as if unable to believe what she was about to say. And recently he conceived of a way to do that. Kohler said nothing. He devised an experiment, one he hoped would settle one of the most bitter conflicts in the history of science and religion. Langdon wondered which conflict she could mean. There were so many. Creationism, Vittoria declared. The battle over how the universe came to be. Oh, Langdon thought. The debate. The Bible, of course, states that God created the universe, she explained. God said, let there be light, and everything we see appeared out of a vast emptiness. Unfortunately, one of the fundamental laws of physics states that matter cannot be created out of nothing. Langdon had read about this stalemate. The idea that God allegedly created something from nothing was totally contrary to accepted laws of modern physics, and therefore, scientists claimed, Genesis was scientifically absurd. Mr. Langdon, Vittoria said, turning, I assume you are familiar with the Big Bang Theory. Langdon shrugged. More or less. The Big Bang, he knew, was the scientifically accepted model for the creation of the universe. He didn't really understand it, but according to the theory, a single point of intensely focused energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, expanding outward to form the universe. Or something like that. Vittoria continued. When the Catholic Church first proposed the Big Bang Theory in 1927, I'm sorry. Langdon interrupted, before he could stop himself. You say the Big Bang was a Catholic idea? Vittoria looked surprised by his question. Of course. Proposed by a Catholic monk, Georges Lima registered trademark TRE in 1927. But, I thought he hesitated. Wasn't the Big Bang proposed by Harvard astronomer Edwin Hubble? Kohler glowered. Again, American scientific arrogance. Hubble published in 1929, 2 years after Lima registered trademark TRE. Langdon scowled. It's called the Hubble telescope, sir. I've never heard of any Lima registered trademark TRE telescope. Mr. Kohler is right, Vittoria said, the idea belonged to Lima registered trademark TRE. Hubble only confirmed it by gathering the hard evidence that proved the Big Bang was scientifically probable. Oh, Langdon said, wondering if the Hubble fanatics in the Harvard astronomy department ever mentioned Lima registered trademark TRE in their lectures. When Lima registered trademark TRE first proposed the Big Bang Theory, Vittoria continued, scientists claimed it was utterly ridiculous. Matter, science said, could not be created out of nothing. So, when Hubble shocked the world by scientifically proving the Big Bang was accurate, The church claimed victory, heralding this as proof that the Bible was scientifically accurate. The divine truth. Langdon nodded, focusing intently now. Of course, scientists did not appreciate having their discoveries used by the church to promote religion, so they immediately mathematicized the Big Bang Theory, removed all religious overtones, and claimed it as their own. Unfortunately for science, however, their equations, even today, have one serious deficiency that the church likes to point out. Kohler grunted. The singularity. He spoke the word as if it were the bane of his existence. Yes, the singularity, Vittoria said. The exact moment of creation. Time zero. She looked at Langdon. Even today, science cannot grasp the initial moment of creation. Our equations explain the early universe quite effectively, but as we move back in time, approaching time zero, suddenly our mathematics disintegrates, and everything becomes meaningless. Correct, Kohler said, his voice edgy, and the church holds up this deficiency as proof of God's miraculous involvement. Come to your point. Vittoria's expression became distant. My point is that my father had always believed in God's involvement in the Big Bang. Even though science was unable to comprehend the divine moment of creation, he believed someday it would. She motioned sadly to a laser-printed memo tacked over her father's work area. My dad used to wave that in my face every time I had doubts. Langdon read the message. Science and religion are not at odds. Science is simply too young to understand. My dad wanted to bring science to a higher level, Vittoria said, where science supported the concept of God. She ran a hand through her long hair, looking melancholy. He set out to do something no scientist had ever thought to do. Something that no one has ever had the technology to do. She paused, as though uncertain how to speak the next words. He designed an experiment to prove Genesis was possible. Prove Genesis? Langdon wondered. Let there be light. Matter from nothing? Kohler's dead gaze bore across the room. I beg your pardon. My father created a universe from nothing at all. Kohler snapped his head around. What? Better said, he recreated the Big Bang. Kohler looked ready to jump to his feet. Langdon was officially lost. Creating a universe? Recreating the Big Bang? It was done on a much smaller scale, of course, Vittoria said, talking faster now. The process was remarkably simple. He accelerated two ultra-thin particle beams in opposite directions around the accelerator tube. The two beams collided head-on at enormous speeds, driving into one another and compressing all their energy into a single pinpoint. He achieved extreme energy densities. She started rattling off a stream of units, and the director's eyes grew wider. Langdon tried to keep up. So Leonardo Vetra was simulating the compressed point of energy from which the universe supposedly sprang. The result, Vittoria said, was nothing short of wondrous. When it is published, it will shake the very foundation of modern physics. She spoke slowly now, as though savoring the immensity of her news. Without warning, inside the accelerator tube, at this point of highly focused energy, particles of matter began appearing out of nowhere. Kohler made no reaction. He simply stared. Matter, Vittoria repeated. Blossoming out of nothing. An incredible display of subatomic fireworks. A miniature universe springing to life. He proved not only that matter can be created from nothing, but that the Big Bang and Genesis can be explained simply by accepting the presence of an enormous source of energy. You mean God? Kohler demanded. God, Buddha, the Force, Yahweh, the Singularity, the Unicity point, call it whatever you like, the result is the same. Science and religion support the same truth: pure energy is the father of creation. When Kohler finally spoke, his voice was somber. Vittoria, you have me at a loss. It sounds like you're telling me your father created matter out of nothing. Yes. Vittoria motioned to the canisters. And there is the proof. In those canisters are specimens of the matter he created. Kohler coughed and moved toward the canisters like a wary animal circling something he instinctively sensed was wrong. "I've obviously missed something," he said. "How do you expect anyone to believe these canisters contain particles of matter your father actually created? They could be particles from anywhere at all." "Actually," Vittoria said, sounding confident, "they couldn't. These particles are unique. They are a type of matter that does not exist anywhere on Earth, hence they had to be created." Kohler's expression darkened. "Vittoria, what do you mean a certain type of matter?" "There is only one type of matter, and it—" Kohler stopped short. Vittoria's expression was triumphant. "You've lectured on it yourself, director. The universe contains two kinds of matter. Scientific fact." Vittoria turned to Langdon. "Mr. Langdon, what does the Bible say about the creation? What did God create?" Langdon felt awkward, not sure what this had to do with anything. God created light and dark, heaven and hell." "Exactly," Vittoria said. "He created everything in opposites. Symmetry. Perfect balance." She turned back to Kohler. "Director, science claims the same thing as religion, that the Big Bang created everything in the universe with an opposite. Including matter itself," Kohler whispered, as if to himself. Vittoria nodded. "And when my father ran his experiment, sure enough, two kinds of matter appeared." Langdon wondered what this meant. "Leonardo Vetra created matter's opposite?" Kohler looked angry. "The substance you're referring to only exists elsewhere in the universe. Certainly not on Earth. And possibly not even in our galaxy." "Exactly," Vittoria replied, "which is proof that the particles in these canisters had to be created." Kohler's face hardened. "Vittoria, surely you can't be saying those canisters contain actual specimens." "I am." She gazed proudly at the canisters. "Director, you are looking at the world's first specimens of antimatter 20 phase 2, the assassin thought, striding into the darkened tunnel. The torch in his hand was overkill. He knew that. But it was for effect. Effect was everything. Fear, he had learned, was his ally. Fear cripples faster than any implement of war. There was no mirror in the passage to admire his disguise, but he could sense from the shadow of his billowing robe that he was perfect. Blending in was part of the plan, part of the depravity of the plot. In his wildest dreams he had never imagined playing this part. 2 weeks ago, he would have considered the task awaiting him at the far end of this tunnel impossible. A suicide mission. Walking naked into a lion's lair. But Janice had changed the definition of impossible. The secrets Janice had shared with the assassin in the last 2 weeks had been numerous, this very tunnel being one of them. Ancient, and yet still perfectly passable. As he drew closer to his enemy, the assassin wondered if what awaited him inside would be as easy as Janice had promised. Janice had assured him someone on the inside would make the necessary arrangements. Someone on the inside. Incredible. The more he considered it, the more he realized it was child's play. "Wahad tintain thalatha arbat," he said to himself in Arabic as he neared the end. 1234.21 I sense you've heard of antimatter, Mr. Langdon. Vittoria was studying him, her dark skin in stark contrast to the white lab. Langdon looked up. He felt suddenly dumb. "Yes. Well, sort of." A faint smile crossed her lips. "You watch Star Trek?" Langdon flushed. "Well, my students enjoy." He frowned. "Isn't antimatter what fuels the USS Enterprise?" She nodded. "Good science fiction has its roots in good science. So antimatter is real. A fact of nature. Everything has an opposite. Protons have electrons. Up quarks have down quarks. There is a cosmic symmetry at the subatomic level. Antimatter is yin to matter's yang. It balances the physical equation." Langdon thought of Galileo's belief of duality. Scientists have known since 1918, Vittoria said, that two kinds of matter were created in the Big Bang. One matter is the kind we see here on Earth, making up rocks, trees, people. The other is its inverse, identical to matter in all respects except that the charges of its particles are reversed. Kohler spoke as though emerging from a fog. His voice sounded suddenly precarious. But there are enormous technological barriers to actually storing antimatter. What about neutralization? My father built a reverse polarity vacuum to pull the antimatter positrons out of the accelerator before they could decay. Kohler scowled. But a vacuum would pull out the matter also. There would be no way to separate the particles. He applied a magnetic field. Matter arced right, and antimatter arced left. They are polar opposites. At that instant, Kohler's wall of doubt seemed to crack. He looked up at Vittoria in clear astonishment and then without warning was overcome by a fit of coughing. Incredible, he said, wiping his mouth, and yet. It seemed his logic was still resisting. Yet even if the vacuum worked, these canisters are made of matter. Antimatter cannot be stored inside canisters made out of matter. The antimatter would instantly react with. The specimen is not touching the canister, Vittoria said, apparently expecting the question. The antimatter is suspended. The canisters are called antimatter traps because they literally trap the antimatter in the center of the canister, suspending it at a safe distance from the sides and bottom. Suspended? But how? Between two intersecting magnetic fields. Here, have a look. Vittoria walked across the room and retrieved a large electronic apparatus. The contraption reminded Langdon of some sort of cartoon ray gun, a wide cannon-like barrel with a sighting scope on top and a tangle of electronics dangling below. Vittoria aligned the scope with one of the canisters, peered into the eyepiece, and calibrated some knobs. Then she stepped away, offering Kohler a look. Kohler looked nonplussed. You collected visible amounts. 5,000 nanograms, Vittoria said. A liquid plasma containing millions of positrons. Millions. But a few particles is all anyone has ever detected anywhere. Xenon, Vittoria said flatly. He accelerated the particle beam through a jet of xenon, stripping away the electrons. He insisted on keeping the exact procedure a secret, but it involved simultaneously injecting raw electrons into the accelerator. Langdon felt lost, wondering if their conversation was still in English. Kohler paused, the lines in his brow deepening. Suddenly he drew a short breath. He slumped like he'd been hit with a bullet. Technically that would leave. Vittoria nodded. Yes. Lots of it? Kohler returned his gaze to the canister before him. With a look of uncertainty, he hoisted himself in his chair and placed his eye to the viewer, peering inside. He stared a long time without saying anything. When he finally sat down, his forehead was covered with sweat. The lines on his face had disappeared. His voice was a whisper. My God, you really did it? Vittoria nodded. My father did it? I don't know what to say. Vittoria turned to Langdon. Would you like a look? She motioned to the viewing device. Uncertain what to expect, Langdon moved forward. From 2 feet away, the canister appeared empty. Whatever was inside was infinitesimal. Langdon placed his eye to the viewer. It took a moment for the image before him to come into focus. Then he saw it. The object was not on the bottom of the container as he expected, but rather it was floating in the center, suspended in midair, a shimmering globule of mercury-like liquid. Hovering as if by magic, the liquid tumbled in space. Metallic wavelets rippled across the droplet's surface. The suspended fluid reminded Langdon of a video he had once seen of a water droplet in 0G. Although he knew the globule was microscopic, he could see every changing gorge and undulation as the ball of plasma rolled slowly in suspension. It's floating, he said. It had better be, Vittoria replied. Antimatter is highly unstable. Energetically speaking, Antimatter is the mirror image of matter, so the two instantly cancel each other out if they come in contact. Keeping antimatter isolated from matter is a challenge, of course, because everything on Earth is made of matter. The samples have to be stored without ever touching anything at all, even air. Langdon was amazed. Talk about working in a vacuum. These antimatter traps. Kohler interrupted, looking amazed as he ran a pallid finger around one's base. They are your father's design. Actually, she said, they are mine. Kohler looked up. Vittoria's voice was unassuming. My father produced the first particles of antimatter but was stymied by how to store them. I suggested these airtight nanocomposite shells with opposing electromagnets at each end. It seems your father's genius has rubbed off. Not really. I borrowed the idea from nature. Portuguese man-o'-wars trap fish between their tentacles using nematocystic charges. Same principle here. Each canister has two electromagnets, one at each end. Their opposing magnetic fields intersect in the center of the canister and hold the antimatter there, suspended in mid-vacuum. Langdon looked again at the canister. Antimatter floating in a vacuum, not touching anything at all. Kohler was right. It was genius. Where's the power source for the magnets? Kohler asked. Vittoria pointed. In the pillar beneath the trap. The canisters are screwed into a docking port that continuously recharges them so the magnets never fail. And if the field fails? The obvious. The antimatter falls out of suspension, hits the bottom of the trap, and we see an annihilation. Langdon's ears pricked up. Annihilation. He didn't like the sound of it. Vittoria looked unconcerned. Yes. If antimatter and matter make contact, both are destroyed instantly. Physicists call the process annihilation. Langdon nodded. Oh. It is nature's simplest reaction. A particle of matter and a particle of antimatter combine to release two new particles called photons. A photon is effectively a tiny puff of light. Langdon had read about photons, light particles, the purest form of energy. He decided to refrain from asking about Captain Kirk's use of photon torpedoes against the Klingons. So if the antimatter falls, we see a tiny puff of light. Vittoria shrugged. Depends what you call tiny. Here, let me demonstrate. She reached for the canister and started to unscrew it from its charging podium. Without warning, Kohler let out a cry of terror and lunged forward, knocking her hands away. Vittoria. Are you insane? 22 Kohler, incredibly, was standing for a moment, teetering on two withered legs. His face was white with fear. Vittoria. You can't remove that trap. Langdon watched, bewildered by the director's sudden panic. 500 nanograms. Kohler said. If you break the magnetic field. Director, Vittoria assured, it's perfectly safe. Every trap has a fail-safe, a backup battery in case it is removed from its recharger. The specimen remains suspended even if I remove the canister. Kohler looked uncertain. Then, hesitantly, he settled back into his chair. The batteries activate automatically, Vittoria said, when the trap is moved from the recharger. They work for 24 hours. Like a reserve tank of gas. She turned to Langdon, as if sensing his discomfort. Antimatter has some astonishing characteristics, Mr. Langdon, which make it quite dangerous. A 10 mg sample, the volume of a grain of sand, is hypothesized to hold as much energy as about 200 metric tons of conventional rocket fuel. Langdon's head was spinning again. It is the energy source of tomorrow. 1,000 times more powerful than nuclear energy. 100% efficient. No byproducts. No radiation. No pollution. A few grams could power a major city for a week. Grams. Langdon stepped uneasily back from the podium. Don't worry, Vittoria said. These samples are minuscule fractions of a gram millionths. Relatively harmless. She reached for the canister again and twisted it from its docking platform. Kohler twitched but did not interfere. As the trap came free, there was a sharp beep, and a small LED display activated near the base of the trap. The red digits blinked, counting down from 24 hours. 24 hours. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Langdon studied the descending counter and decided it looked unsettlingly like a time bomb. The battery, Vittoria explained, will run for the full 24 hours before dying. It can be recharged by placing the trap back on the podium. It's designed as a safety measure, but it's also convenient for transport. Transport? Kohler looked thunderstruck. You take this stuff out of the lab? Of course not, Vittoria said. But the mobility allows us to study it. Vittoria led Langdon and Kohler to the far end of the room. She pulled a curtain aside to reveal a window, beyond which was a large room. The walls, floors, and ceiling were entirely plated in steel. The room reminded Langdon of the holding tank of an oil freighter he had once taken to Papua New Guinea to study Hanta body graffiti. It's an annihilation tank, Vittoria declared. Kohler looked up. You actually observe annihilations. My father was fascinated with the physics of the Big Bang, large amounts of energy from minuscule kernels of matter. Vittoria pulled open a steel drawer beneath the window. She placed the trap inside the drawer and closed it. Then she pulled a lever beside the drawer. A moment later, the trap appeared on the other side of the glass, rolling smoothly in a wide arc across the metal floor until it came to a stop near the center of the room. Vittoria gave a tight smile. You're about to witness your first antimatter-matter annihilation. A few millionths of a gram. A relatively minuscule specimen. Langdon looked out at the antimatter trap sitting alone on the floor of the enormous tank. Kohler also turned toward the window, looking uncertain. Normally, Vittoria explained, we'd have to wait the full 24 hours until the batteries died, but this chamber contains magnets beneath the floor that can override the trap, pulling the antimatter out of suspension. And when the matter and antimatter touch. Annihilation, Kohler whispered. One more thing, Vittoria said. Antimatter releases pure energy. A 100% conversion of mass to photons. So don't look directly at the sample. Shield your eyes. Langdon was wary, but he now sensed Vittoria was being overly dramatic. Don't look directly at the canister. The device was more than 30 yards away, behind an ultra-thick wall of tinted plexiglass. Moreover, the speck in the canister was invisible, microscopic. Shield my eyes? Langdon thought. How much energy could that speck possibly? Vittoria pressed the button. Instantly, Langdon was blinded. A brilliant point of light shone in the canister and then exploded outward in a shockwave of light that radiated in all directions, erupting against the window before him with thunderous force. He stumbled back as the detonation rocked the vault. The light burned bright for a moment, searing, and then, after an instant, it rushed back inward, absorbing in on itself, and collapsing into a tiny speck that disappeared to nothing. Langdon blinked in pain, slowly recovering his eyesight. He squinted into the smoldering chamber. The canister on the floor had entirely disappeared. Vaporized. Not a trace. He stared in wonder. Gee. God. Vittoria nodded sadly. That's precisely what my father said. 23 Kohler was staring into the annihilation chamber with a look of utter amazement at the spectacle he had just seen. Robert Langdon was beside him, looking even more dazed. I want to see my father, Vittoria demanded. I showed you the lab. Now I want to see my father. Kohler turned slowly, apparently not hearing her. Why did you wait so long, Vittoria? You and your father should have told me about this discovery immediately. Vittoria stared at him. How many reasons do you want? Director, we can argue about this later. Right now, I want to see my father. Do you know what this technology implies? Sure, Vittoria shot back. Revenue for CERN. A lot of it? Now I want. Is that why you kept it secret? Kohler demanded, clearly baiting her. Because you feared the board and I would vote to license it out. It should be licensed, Vittoria fired back, feeling herself dragged into the argument. Antimatter is important technology. But it's also dangerous. My father and I wanted time to refine the procedures and make it safe. In other words, you didn't trust the board of directors to place prudent science before financial greed. Vittoria was surprised with the indifference in Kohler's tone. There were other issues as well, she said. My father wanted time to present antimatter in the appropriate light. Meaning? What do you think I mean? Matter from energy? Something from nothing? It's practically proof that Genesis is a scientific possibility. So he didn't want the religious implications of his discovery lost in an onslaught of commercialism. In a manner of speaking. And you? Vittoria's concerns, ironically, were somewhat the opposite. Commercialism was critical for the success of any new energy source. Although antimatter technology had staggering potential as an efficient and non-polluting energy source if unveiled prematurely, antimatter ran the risk of being vilified by the politics and PR fiascos that had killed nuclear and solar power. Nuclear had proliferated before it was safe, and there were accidents. Solar had proliferated before it was efficient, and people lost money. Both technologies got bad reputations and withered on the vine. My interests, Vittoria said, were a bit less lofty than uniting science and religion. The environment, Kohler ventured assuredly. Limitless energy. No strip mining. No pollution. No radiation. Antimatter technology could save the planet. Or destroy it, Kohler quipped. Depending on who uses it for what. Vittoria felt a chill emanating from Kohler's crippled form. Who else knew about this? He asked. No one, Vittoria said. I told you that. Then why do you think your father was killed? Vittoria's muscles tightened. I have no idea. He had enemies here at CERN, you know that, but it couldn't have had anything to do with antimatter. We swore to each other to keep it between us for another few months, until we were ready. And you're certain your father kept his vow of silence? Now Vittoria was getting mad. My father has kept tougher vows than that. And you told no one? Of course not. Kohler exhaled. He paused, as though choosing his next words carefully. Suppose someone did find out. And suppose someone gained access to this lab. What do you imagine they would be after? Did your father have notes down here? Documentation of his processes. Director, I've been patient. I need some answers now. You keep talking about a break-in, but you saw the retina scan. My father has been vigilant about secrecy and security. Humor me, Kohler snapped, startling her. What would be missing? I have no idea. Vittoria angrily scanned the lab. All the antimatter specimens were accounted for. Her father's work area looked in order. Nobody came in here, she declared. Everything up here looks fine. Kohler looked surprised. Up here. Vittoria had said it instinctively. Yes, here in the upper lab. You're using the lower lab too. For storage. Kohler rolled toward her, coughing again. You're using the hazmat chamber for storage. Storage of what? Hazardous material, what else? Vittoria was losing her patience. Antimatter. Kohler lifted himself on the arms of his chair. There are other specimens. Why the hell didn't you tell me? I just did, Vittoria fired back. And you've barely given me a chance. We need to check those specimens, Kohler said. Now. Specimen, Vittoria corrected. Singular. And it's fine. Nobody could ever. Only one. Kohler hesitated. Why isn't it up here? My father wanted it below the bedrock as a precaution. It's larger than the others. The look of alarm that shot between Kohler and Langdon was not lost on Vittoria. Kohler rolled toward her again. You created a specimen larger than 500 nanograms. A necessity, Vittoria defended. We had to prove the input/yield threshold could be safely crossed. The question with new fuel sources, she knew, was always one of input versus yield, how much money one had to expend to harvest the fuel. Building an oil rig to yield a single barrel of oil was a losing endeavor. However, if that same rig, with minimal added expense, could deliver millions of barrels, then you were in business. Antimatter was the same way. Firing up 16 miles of electromagnets to create a tiny specimen of antimatter expended more energy than the resulting antimatter contained. In order to prove antimatter efficient and viable, one had to create specimens of a larger magnitude. Although Vittoria's father had been hesitant to create a large specimen, Vittoria had pushed him hard. She argued that in order for antimatter to be taken seriously, she and her father had to prove two things. First, that cost-effective amounts could be produced. And second, that the specimens could be safely stored. In the end she had won, and her father had acquiesced against his better judgment. Not, however, without some firm guidelines regarding secrecy and access. The antimatter, her father had insisted, would be stored in hazmat, a small granite hollow, an additional 75 feet below ground. The specimen would be their secret. And only the two of them would have access. Vittoria. Kohler insisted, his voice tense. How large a specimen did you and your father create? Vittoria felt a wry pleasure inside. She knew the amount would stun even the great Maximilian Kohler. She pictured the antimatter below. An incredible sight. Suspended inside the trap, perfectly visible to the naked eye, danced a tiny sphere of antimatter. This was no microscopic speck. This was a droplet the size of a BB. Vittoria took a deep breath. A full quarter of a gram. The blood drained from Kohler's face. What? He broke into a fit of coughing. A quarter of a gram? That converts to almost 5 kilotons. Kilotons. Vittoria hated the word. It was one she and her father never used. A kiloton was equal to 1,000 metric tons of TNT. Kilotons were for weaponry. Payload. Destructive power. She and her father spoke in electron volts and joules constructive energy output. That much antimatter could literally liquidate everything in a half-mile radius. Kohler exclaimed. Yes, if annihilated all at once, Vittoria shot back, which nobody would ever do. Except someone who didn't know better. Or if your power source failed. Kohler was already heading for the elevator. Which is why my father kept it in hazmat under a fail-safe power and a redundant security system. Kohler turned, looking hopeful. You have additional security on hazmat? Yes. A second retina scan. Kohler spoke only 2 words. Downstairs. Now. The freight elevator dropped like a rock. Another 75 feet into the earth. Vittoria was certain she sensed fear in both men as the elevator fell deeper. Kohler's usually emotionless face was taut. I know, Vittoria thought, the sample is enormous, but the precautions we've taken are. They reached the bottom. The elevator opened, and Vittoria led the way down the dimly lit corridor. Up ahead the corridor dead-ended at a huge steel door. Hazmat. The retina scan device beside the door was identical to the one upstairs. She approached. Carefully, she aligned her eye with the lens. She pulled back. Something was wrong. The usually spotless lens was spattered, smeared with something that looked like blood. Confused, she turned to the 2 men, but her gaze met waxen faces. Both Kohler and Langdon were white, their eyes fixed on the floor at her feet. Vittoria followed their line of sight down. No. Langdon yelled, reaching for her. but it was too late. Vittoria's vision locked on the object on the floor. It was both utterly foreign and intimately familiar to her. It took only an instant. Then, with a reeling horror, she knew. Staring up at her from the floor, discarded like a piece of trash, was an eyeball. She would have recognized that shade of hazel anywhere. 24 The security technician held his breath as his commander leaned over his shoulder, studying the bank of security monitors before them. A minute passed. The commander's silence was to be expected, the technician told himself. The commander was a man of rigid protocol. He had not risen to command one of the world's most elite security forces by talking first and thinking second. But what is he thinking? The object they were pondering on the monitor was a canister of some sort, a canister with transparent sides. That much was easy. It was the rest that was difficult. Inside the container, as if by some special effect, a small droplet of metallic liquid seemed to be floating in midair. The droplet appeared and disappeared in the robotic red blinking of a digital LED descending resolutely, making the technician's skin crawl. "Can you lighten the contrast?" the commander asked, startling the technician. The technician heeded the instruction, and the image lightened somewhat. The commander leaned forward, squinting closer at something that had just come visible on the base of the container. The technician followed his commander's gaze. Ever so faintly, printed next to the LED was an acronym. 4 capital letters gleaming in the intermittent spurts of light. "Stay here," the commander said. "Say nothing. I'll handle this." 25 Hazmat. 50 meters below ground. Vittoria Vetra stumbled forward, almost falling into the retina scan. She sensed the American rushing to help her, holding her, supporting her weight. On the floor at her feet, her father's eyeball stared up. She felt the air crushed from her lungs. They cut out his eye. Her world twisted. Kohler pressed close behind, speaking. Langdon guided her. As if in a dream, she found herself gazing into the retina scan. The mechanism beeped. The door slid open. Even with the terror of her father's eye boring into her soul, Vittoria sensed an additional horror awaited inside. When she leveled her blurry gaze into the room, she confirmed the next chapter of the nightmare. Before her, the solitary recharging podium was empty. The canister was gone. They had cut out her father's eye to steal it. The implications came too fast for her to fully comprehend. Everything had backfired. The specimen that was supposed to prove antimatter was a safe and viable energy source had been stolen. But nobody knew the specimen even existed. The truth, however, was undeniable. Someone had found out. Vittoria could not imagine who. Even Kohler, whom they said knew everything at CERN, clearly had no idea about the project. Her father was dead. Murdered for his genius. As the grief strafed her heart, a new emotion surged into Vittoria's conscience. This one was far worse. Crushing. Stabbing at her. The emotion was guilt. Uncontrollable, relentless guilt. Vittoria knew it had been she who convinced her father to create the specimen. Against his better judgment. And he had been killed for it. 1/4 of a gram. Like any technology fire, gunpowder, the combustion engine in the wrong hands, antimatter could be deadly. Very deadly. Antimatter was a lethal weapon. Potent, and unstoppable. Once removed from its recharging platform at CERN, the canister would count down inexorably. A runaway train. And when time ran out, a blinding light. The roar of thunder. Spontaneous incineration. Just the flash and an empty crater. A big empty crater. The image of her father's quiet genius being used as a tool of destruction was like poison in her blood. Antimatter was the ultimate terrorist weapon. It had no metallic parts to trip metal detectors, no chemical signature for dogs to trace, no fuse to deactivate if the authorities located the canister. The countdown had begun. Langdon didn't know what else to do. He took his handkerchief and laid it on the floor over Leonardo Vetra's eyeball. Vittoria was standing now in the doorway of the empty hazmat chamber, her expression wrought with grief and panic. Langdon moved toward her again, instinctively, but Kohler intervened. "Mr. Langdon." Kohler's face was expressionless. He motioned Langdon out of earshot. Langdon reluctantly followed, leaving Vittoria to fend for herself. "You're the specialist," Kohler said, his whisper intense. "I want to know what these Illuminati bastards intend to do with this antimatter." Langdon tried to focus. Despite the madness around him, his first reaction was logical. Academic rejection. Kohler was still making assumptions. Impossible assumptions. "The Illuminati are defunct, Mr. Kohler. I stand by that. This crime could be anything, maybe even another CERN employee who found out about Mr. Vetra's breakthrough and thought the project was too dangerous to continue." Kohler looked stunned. "You think this is a crime of conscience, Mr. Langdon? Absurd. Whoever killed Leonardo wanted one thing, the antimatter specimen. And no doubt they have plans for it." "You mean terrorism?" "Plainly. But the Illuminati were not terrorists. Tell that to Leonardo Vetra." Langdon felt a pang of truth in the statement. Leonardo Vetra had indeed been branded with the Illuminati symbol. Where had it come from? The sacred brand seemed too difficult a hoax for someone trying to cover his tracks by casting suspicion elsewhere. There had to be another explanation. Again, Langdon forced himself to consider the implausible. If the Illuminati were still active, and if they stole the antimatter, what would be their intention? What would be their target? The answer furnished by his brain was instantaneous. Langdon dismissed it just as fast. True, the Illuminati had an obvious enemy, but a wide-scale terrorist attack against that enemy was inconceivable. It was entirely out of character. Yes, the Illuminati had killed people, but individuals, carefully conscripted targets. Mass destruction was somehow heavy-handed. Langdon paused. Then again, he thought, there would be a rather majestic eloquence to it, antimatter, the ultimate scientific achievement, being used to vaporize. He refused to accept the preposterous thought. "There is," he said suddenly, "a logical explanation other than terrorism." Kohler stared, obviously waiting. Langdon tried to sort out the thought. The Illuminati had always wielded tremendous power through financial means. They controlled banks. They owned gold bullion. They were even rumored to possess the single most valuable gem on Earth, the Illuminati diamond, a flawless diamond of enormous proportions. "Money," Langdon said. "The antimatter could have been stolen for financial gain." Kohler looked incredulous. "Financial gain? Where does one sell a droplet of antimatter?" "Not the specimen," Langdon countered. "The technology. Antimatter technology must be worth a mint. Maybe someone stole the specimen to do analysis and R&D. Industrial espionage. But that canister has 24 hours before the batteries die. The researchers would blow themselves up before they learned anything at all. They could recharge it before it explodes. They could build a compatible recharging podium like the ones here at CERN. In 24 hours. Kohler challenged. Even if they stole the schematics, a recharger like that would take months to engineer, not hours. He's right. Vittoria's voice was frail. Both men turned. Vittoria was moving toward them, her gait as tremulous as her words. He's right. Nobody could reverse engineer a recharger in time. The interface alone would take weeks. Flux filters, servo coils, power conditioning alloys, all calibrated to the specific energy grade of the locale. Langdon frowned. The point was taken. An antimatter trap was not something one could simply plug into a wall socket. Once removed from CERN, the canister was on a one-way, 24-hour trip to oblivion. Which left only one, very disturbing, conclusion. "We need to call Interpol," Vittoria said. Even to herself, her voice sounded distant. We need to call the proper authorities. Immediately. Kohler shook his head. Absolutely not. The word stunned her. No. What do you mean? You and your father have put me in a very difficult position here. Director, we need help. We need to find that trap and get it back here before someone gets hurt. We have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to think, Kohler said, his tone hardening. This situation could have very, very serious repercussions for CERN. You're worried about CERN's reputation? Do you know what that canister could do to an urban area? It has a blast radius of a half-mile. 9 city blocks. Perhaps you and your father should have considered that before you created the specimen. Vittoria felt like she'd been stabbed. But we took every precaution. Apparently, it was not enough. But nobody knew about the antimatter. She realized, of course, it was an absurd argument. Of course somebody knew. Someone had found out. Vittoria had told no one. That left only two explanations. Either her father had taken someone into his confidence without telling her, which made no sense because it was her father who had sworn them both to secrecy, or she and her father had been monitored. The cell phone maybe? She knew they had spoken a few times while Vittoria was traveling. Had they said too much? It was possible. There was also their email. But they had been discreet, hadn't they? CERN's security system? Had they been monitored somehow without their knowledge? She knew none of that mattered anymore. What was done, was done. My father is dead. The thought spurred her to action. She pulled her cell phone from her shorts pocket. Kohler accelerated toward her, coughing violently, eyes flashing anger. Who are you calling? CERN's switchboard. They can connect us to Interpol. Think. Kohler choked, screeching to a halt in front of her. Are you really so naive? That canister could be anywhere in the world by now. No intelligence agency on Earth could possibly mobilize to find it in time. So we do nothing. Vittoria felt compunction challenging a man in such frail health, but the director was so far out of line she didn't even know him anymore. We do what is smart, Kohler said. We don't risk CERN's reputation by involving authorities who cannot help anyway. Not yet. Not without thinking. Vittoria knew there was logic somewhere in Kohler's argument, but she also knew that logic, by definition, was bereft of moral responsibility. Her father had lived for moral responsibility, careful science, accountability, faith in man's inherent goodness. Vittoria believed in those things too, but she saw them in terms of karma. Turning away from Kohler, she snapped open her phone. You can't do that, he said. Just try and stop me. Kohler did not move. An instant later, Vittoria realized why. This far underground, her cell phone had no dial tone. Fuming, she headed for the elevator. Point 26. The assassin stood at the end of the stone tunnel. His torch still burned bright, the smoke mixing with the smell of moss and stale air. Silence surrounded him. The iron door blocking his way looked as old as the tunnel itself, rusted but still holding strong. He waited in the darkness, trusting. It was almost time. Janice had promised someone on the inside would open the door. The assassin marveled at the betrayal. He would have waited all night at that door to carry out his task, but he sensed it would not be necessary. He was working for determined men. Minutes later, exactly at the appointed hour, there was a loud clank of heavy keys on the other side of the door. Metal scraped on metal as multiple locks disengaged. One by one, 3 huge deadbolts ground open. The locks creaked as if they had not been used in centuries. Finally all 3 were open. Then there was silence. The assassin waited patiently, 5 minutes, exactly as he had been told. Then, with electricity in his blood, he pushed. The great door swung open. Point 27. Vittoria, I will not allow it. Kohler's breath was labored and getting worse as the hazmat elevator ascended. Vittoria blocked him out. She craved sanctuary, something familiar in this place that no longer felt like home. She knew it was not to be. Right now, she had to swallow the pain and act. Get to a phone. Robert Langdon was beside her, silent as usual. Vittoria had given up wondering who the man was. A specialist? Could Kohler be any less specific? Mr. Langdon can help us find your father's killer. Langdon was being no help at all. His warmth and kindness seemed genuine, but he was clearly hiding something. They both were. Kohler was at her again. As director of CERN, I have a responsibility to the future of science. If you amplify this into an international incident and CERN suffers. Future of science. Vittoria turned on him. Do you really plan to escape accountability by never admitting this antimatter came from CERN? Do you plan to ignore the people's lives we put in danger? Not we, Kohler countered. You. You and your father. Vittoria looked away. And as far as endangering lives, Kohler said, life is exactly what this is about. You know, antimatter technology has enormous implications for life on this planet. If CERN goes bankrupt, destroyed by scandal, everybody loses. Man's future is in the hands of places like CERN, scientists like you and your father, working to solve tomorrow's problems. Vittoria had heard Kohler's Science as God lecture before, and she never bought it. Science itself caused half the problems it was trying to solve. Progress was Mother Earth's ultimate malignancy. Scientific advancement carries risk, Kohler argued. It always has. Space programs, genetic research, medicine, they all make mistakes. Science needs to survive its own blunders, at any cost. For everyone's sake. Vittoria was amazed at Kohler's ability to weigh moral issues with scientific detachment. His intellect seemed to be the product of an icy divorce from his inner spirit. You think CERN is so critical to the Earth's future that we should be immune from moral responsibility? Do not argue morals with me. You crossed a line when you made that specimen, and you have put this entire facility at risk. I'm trying to protect not only the jobs of the 3,000 scientists who work here, but also your father's reputation. Think about him. A man like your father does not deserve to be remembered as the creator of a weapon of mass destruction. Vittoria felt his spear hit home. I am the one who convinced my father to create that specimen. This is my fault. When the door opened, Kohler was still talking. Vittoria stepped out of the elevator, pulled out her phone, and tried again. Still no dial tone. Damn. She headed for the door. Vittoria, stop. The director sounded asthmatic now, as he accelerated after her. Slow down. We need to talk. Basta di parler. Think of your father, Kohler urged. What would he do? She kept going. Vittoria, I haven't been totally honest with you. Vittoria felt her legs slow. I don't know what I was thinking, Kohler said. I was just trying to protect you. Just tell me what you want. We need to work together here. Vittoria came to a full stop halfway across the lab, but she did not turn. I want to find the antimatter. And I want to know who killed my father. She waited. Kohler sighed. Vittoria, we already know who killed your father. I'm sorry. Now Vittoria turned. You what? I didn't know how to tell you. It's a difficult. You know who killed my father. We have a very good idea, yes. The killer left somewhat of a calling card. That's the reason I called Mr. Langdon. The group claiming responsibility is his specialty. The group? A terrorist group. Vittoria, they stole a 1/4 gram of antimatter. Vittoria looked at Robert Langdon standing there across the room. Everything began falling into place. That explains some of the secrecy. She was amazed it hadn't occurred to her earlier. Kohler had called the authorities after all. The authorities. Now it seemed obvious. Robert Langdon was American, clean-cut, conservative, obviously very sharp. Who else could it be? Victoria should have guessed from the start. She felt a newfound hope as she turned to him. Mr. Langdon, I want to know who killed my father. And I want to know if your agency can find the antimatter. Langdon looked flustered. My agency? You're with U.S. intelligence, I assume. Actually no. Kohler intervened. Mr. Langdon is a professor of art history at Harvard University. Victoria felt like she had been doused with ice water. An art teacher. He is a specialist in cult symbology. Kohler sighed. Victoria, we believe your father was killed by a satanic cult. Victoria heard the words in her mind, but she was unable to process them. A satanic cult. The group claiming responsibility calls themselves the Illuminati. Victoria looked at Kohler and then at Langdon, wondering if this was some kind of perverse joke. The Illuminati, she demanded. As in the Bavarian Illuminati. Kohler looked stunned. You've heard of them? Victoria felt the tears of frustration welling right below the surface. Bavarian Illuminati, New World Order. Steve Jackson computer games. Half the techies here play it on the internet. Her voice cracked. But I don't understand. Kohler shot Langdon a confused look. Langdon nodded. Popular game. Ancient Brotherhood takes over the world. Semi-historical. I didn't know it was in Europe too. Victoria was bewildered. What are you talking about? The Illuminati? It's a computer game. Victoria, Kohler said, the Illuminati is the group claiming responsibility for your father's death. Victoria mustered every bit of courage she could find to fight the tears. She forced herself to hold on and assess the situation logically. But the harder she focused, the less she understood. Her father had been murdered. CERN had suffered a major breach of security. There was a bomb counting down somewhere that she was responsible for. And the director had nominated an art teacher to help them find a mythical fraternity of Satanists. Victoria felt suddenly all alone. She turned to go, but Kohler cut her off. He reached for something in his pocket. He produced a crumpled piece of fax paper and handed it to her. Victoria swayed in horror as her eyes hit the image. They branded him, Kohler said. They branded his goddamn chest. 28 Secretary Sylvie Bodyloke was now in a panic. She paced outside the director's empty office. Where the hell is he? What do I do? It had been a bizarre day. Of course, any day working for Maximilian Kohler had the potential to be strange, but Kohler had been in rare form today. Find me Leonardo Vetra, he had demanded when Sylvie arrived this morning. Dutifully, Sylvie paged, phoned, and emailed Leonardo Vetra. Nothing. So Kohler had left in a huff, apparently to go find Vetra himself. When he rolled back in a few hours later, Kohler looked decidedly not well. Not that he ever actually looked well, but he looked worse than usual. He locked himself in his office, and she could hear him on his modem, his phone, faxing, talking. Then Kohler rolled out again. He hadn't been back since. Sylvie had decided to ignore the antics as yet another Kohlerian melodrama, but she began to get concerned when Kohler failed to return at the proper time for his daily injections. The director's physical condition required regular treatment, and when he decided to push his luck, the results were never pretty: respiratory shock, coughing fits, and a mad dash by the infirmary personnel. Sometimes Sylvie thought Maximilian Kohler had a death wish. She considered paging him to remind him, but she'd learned charity was something Kohler's pride despised. Last week, he had become so enraged with a visiting scientist who had shown him undue pity that Kohler clambered to his feet and threw a clipboard at the man's head. King Kohler could be surprisingly agile when he was pissed. Copyright. At the moment, however, Sylvie's concern for the director's health was taking a back burner, replaced by a much more pressing dilemma. The CERN switchboard had phoned 5 minutes ago in a frenzy to say they had an urgent call for the director. "He's not available," Sylvie had said. Then the CERN operator told her who was calling. Sylvie half laughed aloud. "You're kidding, right?" She listened, and her face clouded with disbelief. "And your caller ID confirms." Sylvie was frowning. "I see. Okay. Can you ask what the she sighed?" "No. That's fine. Tell him to hold. I'll locate the director right away." "Yes, I understand. I'll hurry." But Sylvie had not been able to find the director. She had called his cell line 3 times and each time gotten the same message: "The mobile customer you are trying to reach is out of range." Out of range? How far could he go? So Sylvie had dialed Kohler's beeper. Twice. No response. Most unlike him. She'd even emailed his mobile computer. Nothing. It was like the man had disappeared off the face of the earth. So what do I do? She now wondered. Short of searching CERN's entire complex herself, Sylvie knew there was only one other way to get the director's attention. He would not be pleased, but the man on the phone was not someone the director should keep waiting. Nor did it sound like the caller was in any mood to be told the director was unavailable. Startled with her own boldness, Sylvie made her decision. She walked into Kohler's office and went to the metal box on his wall behind his desk. She opened the cover, stared at the controls, and found the correct button. Then she took a deep breath and grabbed the microphone. 29 Vittoria did not remember how they had gotten to the main elevator, but they were there. Ascending. Kohler was behind her, his breathing labored now. Langdon's concerned gaze passed through her like a ghost. He had taken the fax from her hand and slipped it in his jacket pocket away from her sight, but the image was still burned into her memory. As the elevator climbed, Vittoria's world swirled into darkness. "Papa." In her mind she reached for him. For just a moment, in the oasis of her memory, Vittoria was with him. She was 9 years old, rolling down hills of edelweiss flowers, the Swiss sky spinning overhead. "Papa. Papa." Leonardo Vetra was laughing beside her, beaming. "What is it, Angel?" "Papa," she giggled, nuzzling close to him. "Ask me what's the matter." "But you look happy, sweetie." "Why would I ask you what's the matter? Just ask me." He shrugged. "What's the matter?" She immediately started laughing. "What's the matter? Everything is the matter. Rocks. Trees. Atoms. Even anteaters. Everything is the matter." He laughed. "Did you make that up? Pretty smart, huh? My little Einstein." She frowned. "He has stupid hair. I saw his picture. He's got a smart head, though. I told you what he proved, right?" Her eyes widened with dread. "Dad. No. You promised. E equals MC2. He tickled her playfully. E equals MC2. No math. I told you. I hate it. I'm glad you hate it. Because girls aren't even allowed to do math." Vittoria stopped short. "They aren't. Of course not. Everyone knows that. Girls play with dollies. Boys do math. No math for girls. I'm not even permitted to talk to little girls about math." "What? But that's not fair. Rules are rules. Absolutely no math for little girls." Vittoria looked horrified. "But dolls are boring." "I'm sorry," her father said. "I could tell you about math, but if I got caught." He looked nervously around the deserted hills. Vittoria followed his gaze. "Okay," she whispered, "just tell me quietly." The motion of the elevator startled her. Vittoria opened her eyes. He was gone. Reality rushed in, wrapping a frosty grip around her. She looked to Langdon. The earnest concern in his gaze felt like the warmth of a guardian angel, especially in the aura of Cola's chill. A single sentient thought began pounding at Vittoria with unrelenting force. Where is the antimatter? The horrifying answer was only a moment away. 30 Maximilian Kohler. Kindly call your office immediately. Blazing sunbeams flooded Langdon's eyes as the elevator doors opened into the main atrium. Before the echo of the announcement on the intercom overhead faded, every electronic device on Kohler's wheelchair started beeping and buzzing simultaneously. His pager. His phone. His email. Kohler glanced down at the blinking lights in apparent bewilderment. The director had resurfaced, and he was back in range. Director Kohler. Please call your office. The sound of his name on the PA seemed to startle Kohler. He glanced up, looking angered and then almost immediately concerned. Langdon's eyes met his, and Vittoria's too. The three of them were motionless a moment, as if all the tension between them had been erased and replaced by a single, unifying foreboding. Kohler took his cell phone from the armrest. He dialed an extension and fought off another coughing fit. Vittoria and Langdon waited. This is Director Kohler, he said, wheezing. Yes. I was subterranean, out of range. He listened, his gray eyes widening. Who? Yes, patch it through. There was a pause. Hello. This is Maximilian Kohler. I am the director of CERN. With whom am I speaking? Vittoria and Langdon watched in silence as Kohler listened. It would be unwise, Kohler finally said, to speak of this by phone. I will be there immediately. He was coughing again. Meet me at Leonardo da Vinci Airport. 40 minutes. Kohler's breath seemed to be failing him now. He descended into a fit of coughing and barely managed to choke out the words, locate the canister immediately. I am coming. Then he clicked off his phone. Vittoria ran to Kohler's side, but Kohler could no longer speak. Langdon watched as Vittoria pulled out her cell phone and paged CERN's infirmary. Langdon felt like a ship on the periphery of a storm, tossed but detached. Meet me at Leonardo da Vinci Airport. Kohler's words echoed. The uncertain shadows that had fogged Langdon's mind all morning, in a single instant, solidified into a vivid image. As he stood there in the swirl of confusion, he felt a door inside him open as if some mystic threshold had just been breached. The MB-gram. The murdered priest/scientist. The antimatter. And now the target. Leonardo da Vinci Airport could only mean one thing. In a moment of stark realization, Langdon knew he had just crossed over. He had become a believer. 5 kilotons. Let there be light. 2 paramedics materialized, racing across the atrium in white smocks. They knelt by Kohler, putting an oxygen mask on his face. Scientists in the hall stopped and stood back. Kohler took 2 long pulls, pushed the mask aside, and still gasping for air, looked up at Vittoria and Langdon. Rome. Rome. Vittoria demanded. The antimatter is in Rome. Who called? Kohler's face was twisted, his gray eyes watering. The Swiss. He choked on the words, and the paramedics put the mask back over his face. As they prepared to take him away, Kohler reached up and grabbed Langdon's arm. Langdon nodded. He knew. Go. Kohler wheezed beneath his mask. Go call me. Then the paramedics were rolling him away. Vittoria stood riveted to the floor, watching him go. Then she turned to Langdon. Rome. But what was that about the Swiss? Langdon put a hand on her shoulder, barely whispering the words. The Swiss Guard, he said. The sworn sentinels of Vatican City 31. The X-33 space plane roared into the sky and arched south toward Rome. On board, Langdon sat in silence. The last 15 minutes had been a blur. Now that he had finished briefing Vittoria on the Illuminati and their covenant against the Vatican, The scope of this situation was starting to sink in. What the hell am I doing? Langdon wondered. I should have gone home when I had the chance. Deep down, though, he knew he'd never had the chance. Langdon's better judgment had screamed at him to return to Boston. Nonetheless, academic astonishment had somehow vetoed prudence. Everything he had ever believed about the demise of the Illuminati was suddenly looking like a brilliant sham. Part of him craved proof. Confirmation. There was also a question of conscience. With Kohler ailing and Vittoria on her own, Langdon knew that if his knowledge of the Illuminati could assist in any way, he had a moral obligation to be here. There was more, though. Although Langdon was ashamed to admit it, his initial horror on hearing about the antimatter's location was not only the danger to human life in Vatican City, but for something else as well. Art. The world's largest art collection was now sitting on a time bomb. The Vatican Museum housed over 60,000 priceless pieces in 1,407 rooms. Michelangelo, Da Vinci, Bernini, Botticelli. Langdon wondered if all of the art could possibly be evacuated if necessary. He knew it was impossible. Many of the pieces were sculptures weighing tons. Not to mention, the greatest treasures were architectural: the Sistine Chapel, St. Peter's Basilica, Michelangelo's famed spiral staircase leading to the Museo Vaticano, priceless testaments to man's creative genius. Langdon wondered how much time was left on the canister. "Thanks for coming," Vittoria said, her voice quiet. Langdon emerged from his daydream and looked up. Vittoria was sitting across the aisle. Even in the stark fluorescent light of the cabin, there was an aura of composure about her, an almost magnetic radiance of wholeness. Her breathing seemed deeper now, as if a spark of self-preservation had ignited within her a craving for justice and retribution, fueled by a daughter's love. Vittoria had not had time to change from her shorts and sleeveless top, and her tawny legs were now goosebumped in the cold of the plane. Instinctively Langdon removed his jacket and offered it to her. American chivalry. She accepted, her eyes thanking him silently. The plane jostled across some turbulence, and Langdon felt a surge of danger. The windowless cabin felt cramped again, and he tried to imagine himself in an open field. The notion, he realized, was ironic. He had been in an open field when it had happened. Crushing darkness. He pushed the memory from his mind. Ancient history. Vittoria was watching him. "Do you believe in God, Mr. Langdon?" The question startled him. The earnestness in Vittoria's voice was even more disarming than the inquiry. "Do I believe in God?" He had hoped for a lighter topic of conversation to pass the trip. A spiritual conundrum, Langdon thought. That's what my friends call me. Although he studied religion for years, Langdon was not a religious man. He respected the power of faith, the benevolence of churches, the strength religion gave so many people, and yet, for him, the intellectual suspension of disbelief that was imperative if one were truly going to believe had always proved too big an obstacle for his academic mind. "I want to believe," he heard himself say. Vittoria's reply carried no judgment or challenge. "So why don't you?" He chuckled. "Well, it's not that easy. Having faith requires leaps of faith, cerebral acceptance of miracles, immaculate conceptions, and divine interventions. And then there are the codes of conduct. The Bible, the Quran, Buddhist scripture, they all carry similar requirements and similar penalties. They claim that if I don't live by a specific code I will go to hell. I can't imagine a God who would rule that way. I hope you don't let your students dodge questions that shamelessly." The comment caught him off guard. "What? Mr. Langdon, I did not ask if you believe what man says about God. I asked if you believed in God. There is a difference. Holy Scripture is stories, legends, and history of man's quest to understand his own need for meaning. I am not asking you to pass judgment on literature. I am asking if you believe in God. When you lie out under the stars, do you sense the divine? Do you feel in your gut that you are staring up at the work of God's hand? Langdon took a long moment to consider it. I'm prying, Vittoria apologized. No, I just. Certainly you must debate issues of faith with your classes. Endlessly. And you play devil's advocate, I imagine. Always fueling the debate. Langdon smiled. You must be a teacher too. No, but I learned from a master. My father could argue two sides of a mob by a strip. Langdon laughed, picturing the artful crafting of a mob by a strip, a twisted ring of paper, which technically possessed only one side. Langdon had first seen the single-sided shape in the artwork of M.C. Escher. May I ask you a question, Ms. Vetra? Call me Vittoria. Ms. Vetra makes me feel old. He sighed inwardly, suddenly sensing his own age. Vittoria, I'm Robert. You had a question? Yes. As a scientist and the daughter of a Catholic priest, what do you think of religion? Vittoria paused, brushing a lock of hair from her eyes. Religion is like language or dress. We gravitate toward the practices with which we were raised. In the end, though, we are all proclaiming the same thing. That life has meaning. That we are grateful for the power that created us. Langdon was intrigued. So you're saying that whether you are a Christian or a Muslim simply depends on where you were born? Isn't it obvious? Look at the diffusion of religion around the globe. So faith is random? Hardly. Faith is universal. Our specific methods for understanding it are arbitrary. Some of us pray to Jesus, some of us go to Mecca, some of us study subatomic particles. In the end we are all just searching for truth, that which is greater than ourselves. Langdon wished his students could express themselves so clearly. Hell, he wished he could express himself so clearly. And God? He asked. Do you believe in God? Vittoria was silent for a long time. Science tells me God must exist. My mind tells me I will never understand God. And my heart tells me I am not meant to. How's that for concise, he thought. So you believe God is fact, but we will never understand him. She said with a smile. Your Native Americans had it right. Langdon chuckled. Mother Earth. Gia. The planet is an organism. All of us are cells with different purposes. And yet we are intertwined. Serving each other. Serving the whole. Looking at her, Langdon felt something stir within him that he had not felt in a long time. There was a bewitching clarity in her eyes, a purity in her voice. He felt drawn. Mr. Langdon, let me ask you another question. Robert, he said. Mr. Langdon makes me feel old. I am old. If you don't mind my asking, Robert, how did you get involved with the Illuminati? Langdon thought back. Actually, it was money. Vittoria looked disappointed. Money? Consulting, you mean? Langdon laughed, realizing how it must have sounded. No. Money as in currency. He reached in his pants pocket and pulled out some money. He found a $1 bill. I became fascinated with the cult when I first learned that US currency is covered with Illuminati symbology. Vittoria's eyes narrowed, apparently not knowing whether or not to take him seriously. Langdon handed her the bill. Look at the back. See the Great Seal on the left. Vittoria turned the $1 bill over. You mean the pyramid? The pyramid? Do you know what pyramids have to do with US history? Vittoria shrugged. Exactly, Langdon said. Absolutely nothing. Vittoria frowned. So why is it the central symbol of your Great Seal? An eerie bit of history, Langdon said. The pyramid is an occult symbol representing a convergence upward, toward the ultimate source of illumination. See what's above it? Vittoria studied the bill. An eye inside a triangle. It's called the trinacria. Have you ever seen that eye in a triangle anywhere else? Vittoria was silent a moment. Actually, yes, but I'm not sure. It's emblazoned on Masonic lodges around the world. The symbol is Masonic. Actually, no. It's Illuminati. They called it their A shining delta. A call for enlightened change. The I signifies the Illuminati's ability to infiltrate and watch all things. The shining triangle represents enlightenment. And the triangle is also the Greek letter delta, which is the mathematical symbol for change. Transition. Langdon smiled. I forgot I was talking to a scientist. So you're saying the U.S. Great Seal is a call for enlightened, all-seeing change. Some would call it a new world order. Vittoria seemed startled. She glanced down at the bill again. The writing under the pyramid says Novice Ordo. Novus Ordo Secularum, Langdon said. It means new secular order. Secular as in non-religious. Non-religious. The phrase not only clearly states the Illuminati objective, but it also blatantly contradicts the phrase beside it. In God we trust. Vittoria seemed troubled. But how could all this symbology end up on the most powerful currency in the world? Most academics believe it was through Vice President Henry Wallace. He was an upper echelon Mason and certainly had ties to the Illuminati. Whether it was as a member or innocently under their influence, nobody knows. But it was Wallace who sold the design of the Great Seal to the president. How? Why would the president have agreed to? The president was Franklin D. Roosevelt. Wallace simply told him Novus Ordo Secularum meant New Deal. Vittoria seemed skeptical. And Roosevelt didn't have anyone else look at the symbol before telling the Treasury to print it. No need. He and Wallace were like brothers. Brothers. Check your history books, Langdon said with a smile. Franklin D. Roosevelt was a well-known Mason. 32 Langdon held his breath as the X-33 spiraled into Rome's Leonardo da Vinci International Airport. Vittoria sat across from him, eyes closed as if trying to will the situation into control. The craft touched down and taxied to a private hangar. Sorry for the slow flight, the pilot apologized, emerging from the cockpit. Had to trim her back. Noise regulations over populated areas. Langdon checked his watch. They had been airborne 37 minutes. The pilot popped the outer door. Anybody want to tell me what's going on? Neither Vittoria nor Langdon responded. Fine, he said, stretching. I'll be in the cockpit with the air conditioning and my music. Just me and Garth. The late afternoon sun blazed outside the hangar. Langdon carried his tweed jacket over his shoulder. Vittoria turned her face skyward and inhaled deeply, as if the sun's rays somehow transferred to her some mystical replenishing energy. Mediterraneans, Langdon mused, already sweating. Little old for cartoons, aren't you? Vittoria asked, without opening her eyes. I'm sorry. Your wristwatch. I saw it on the plane. Langdon flushed slightly. He was accustomed to having to defend his timepiece. The collector's edition Mickey Mouse watch had been a childhood gift from his parents. Despite the contorted foolishness of Mickey's outstretched arms designating the hour, it was the only watch Langdon had ever worn. Waterproof and glow in the dark, it was perfect for swimming laps or walking unlit college paths at night. When Langdon's students questioned his fashion sense, he told them he wore Mickey as a daily reminder to stay young at heart. It's 6 o'clock, he said. Vittoria nodded, eyes still closed. I think our ride's here. Langdon heard the distant whine, looked up, and felt a sinking feeling. Approaching from the north was a helicopter, slicing low across the runway. Langdon had been on a helicopter once in the Andean Palpa Valley looking at the Nazca sand drawings and had not enjoyed it one bit. A flying shoebox. After a morning of spaceplane rides, Langdon had hoped the Vatican would send a car. Apparently not. The chopper slowed overhead, hovered a moment, and dropped toward the runway in front of them. The craft was white and carried a coat of arms emblazoned on the side, two skeleton keys crossing a shield and papal crown. He knew the symbol well. It was the traditional seal of the Vatican, the sacred symbol of the Holy See or Holy Seat of Government, the seat being literally the ancient throne of St. Peter. The holy chopper, Langdon groaned, watching the craft land. He'd forgotten the Vatican owned one of these things, used for transporting the Pope to the airport, to meetings, or to his summer palace in Gondolfo. Langdon definitely would have preferred a car. The pilot jumped from the cockpit and strode toward them across the tarmac. Now it was Vittoria who looked uneasy. "That's our pilot." Langdon shared her concern. "To fly, or not to fly? That is the question." The pilot looked like he was festooned for a Shakespearean melodrama. His puffy tunic was vertically striped in brilliant blue and gold. He wore matching pantaloons and spats. On his feet were black flats that looked like slippers. On top of it all, he wore a black felt beret. "Traditional Swiss Guard uniforms," Langdon explained. "Designed by Michelangelo himself." As the man drew closer, Langdon winced. "I admit, not one of Michelangelo's better efforts." Despite the man's garish attire, Langdon could tell the pilot meant business. He moved toward them with all the rigidity and dignity of a U.S. Marine. Langdon had read many times about the rigorous requirements for becoming one of the elite Swiss Guard. Recruited from one of Switzerland's 4 Catholic cantons, applicants had to be Swiss males between 19 and 30 years old, at least 5 feet 6 inches, trained by the Swiss Army, and unmarried. This imperial corps was envied by world governments as the most allegiant and deadly security force in the world. "You are from CERN?" the guard asked, arriving before them. His voice was steely. "Yes, sir," Langdon replied. "You made remarkable time," he said, giving the X-33 a mystified stare. He turned to Vittoria. "Ma'am, do you have any other clothing?" "I beg your pardon." He motioned to her legs. "Short pants are not permitted inside Vatican City." Langdon glanced down at Vittoria's legs and frowned. He had forgotten. Vatican City had a strict ban on visible legs above the knee, both male and female. The regulation was a way of showing respect for the sanctity of God's city. "This is all I have," she said. "We came in a hurry." The guard nodded, clearly displeased. He turned next to Langdon. "Are you carrying any weapons?" "Weapons?" Langdon thought. "I'm not even carrying a change of underwear." He shook his head. The officer crouched at Langdon's feet and began patting him down, starting at his socks. Trusting guy, Langdon thought. The guard's strong hands moved up Langdon's legs, coming uncomfortably close to his groin. Finally they moved up to his chest and shoulders. Apparently content Langdon was clean, the guard turned to Vittoria. He ran his eyes up her legs and torso. Vittoria glared. "Don't even think about it." The guard fixed Vittoria with a gaze clearly intended to intimidate. Vittoria did not flinch. "What's that?" the guard said, pointing to a faint square bulge in the front pocket of her shorts. Vittoria removed an ultra-thin cell phone. The guard took it, clicked it on, waited for a dial tone, and then, apparently satisfied that it was indeed nothing more than a phone, returned it to her. Vittoria slid it back into her pocket. "Turn around, please," the guard said. Vittoria obliged, holding her arms out and rotating a full 360 degrees. The guard carefully studied her. Langdon had already decided that Vittoria's form-fitting shorts and blouse were not bulging anywhere they shouldn't have been. Apparently the guard came to the same conclusion. "Thank you. This way please." The Swiss Guard chopper churned in neutral as Langdon and Vittoria approached. Vittoria boarded first, like a seasoned pro, barely even stooping as she passed beneath the whirling rotors. Langdon held back a moment. "No chance of a car," he yelled, half joking to the Swiss Guard, who was climbing in the pilot's seat. The man did not answer. Langdon knew that with Rome's maniacal drivers, flying was probably safer anyway. He took a deep breath and boarded, stooping cautiously as he passed beneath the spinning rotors. As the guard fired up the engines, Vittoria called out, "Have you located the canister?" The guard glanced over his shoulder, looking confused. "The what?" "The canister. You called CERN about a canister." The man shrugged. "No idea what you're talking about. We've been very busy today. My commander told me to pick you up. That's all I know." Vittoria gave Langdon an unsettled look. "Buckle up, please," the pilot said as the engine revved. Langdon reached for his seat belt and strapped himself in. The tiny fuselage seemed to shrink around him. Then with a roar, the craft shot up and banked sharply north toward Rome. Rome, the Caput Mundi, where Caesar once ruled, where St. Peter was crucified. The cradle of modern civilization. And at its core a ticking bomb. 33 Rome from the air is a labyrinthine indecipherable maze of ancient roadways winding around buildings, fountains, and crumbling ruins. The Vatican chopper stayed low in the sky as it sliced northwest through the permanent smog layer coughed up by the congestion below. Langdon gazed down at the mopeds, sightseeing buses, and armies of miniature Fiat sedans buzzing around rotaries in all directions. Coglioni scazzi, he thought, recalling the Hopi term for life out of balance. Vittoria sat in silent determination in the seat beside him. The chopper banked hard. His stomach dropping, Langdon gazed farther into the distance. His eyes found the crumbling ruins of the Roman Colosseum. The Colosseum, Langdon had always thought, was one of history's greatest ironies. Now a dignified symbol for the rise of human culture and civilization, the stadium had been built to host centuries of barbaric events: hungry lions shredding prisoners, armies of slaves battling to the death, gang rapes of exotic women captured from far-off lands, as well as public beheadings and castrations. It was ironic, Langdon thought, or perhaps fitting, that the Colosseum had served as the architectural blueprint for Harvard's Soldier Field, the football stadium where the ancient traditions of savagery were reenacted every fall, crazed fans screaming for bloodshed as Harvard battled Yale. As the chopper headed north, Langdon spied the Roman Forum, the heart of pre-Christian Rome. The decaying columns looked like toppled gravestones in a cemetery that had somehow avoided being swallowed by the metropolis surrounding it. To the west the wide basin of the Tiber River wound enormous arcs across the city. Even from the air Langdon could tell the water was deep. The churning currents were brown, filled with silt and foam from heavy rains. "Straight ahead," the pilot said, climbing higher. Langdon and Vittoria looked out and saw it. Like a mountain parting the morning fog, the colossal dome rose out of the haze before them, St. Peter's Basilica. "Now that," Langdon said to Vittoria, "is something Michelangelo got right." Langdon had never seen St. Peter's from the air. The marble façade blazed like fire in the afternoon sun. Adorned with 140 statues of saints, martyrs, and angels, the Herculean edifice stretched 2 football fields wide and a staggering 6 long. The cavernous interior of the basilica had room for over 60,000 worshippers, over 100 times the population of Vatican City, the smallest country in the world. Incredibly, though, not even a citadel of this magnitude could dwarf the piazza before it. A sprawling expanse of granite, St. Peter's Square was a staggering open space in the congestion of Rome, like a classical central park. In front of the basilica, bordering the vast oval common, 284 columns swept outward in 4 concentric arcs of diminishing size, an architectural trompe l'oeil used to heighten the piazza's sense of grandeur. As he stared at the magnificent shrine before him, Langdon wondered what St. Peter would think if he were here now. The saint had died a gruesome death, crucified upside down on this very spot. Now he rested in the most sacred of tombs, buried 5 stories down, directly beneath the central cupola of the basilica. "Vatican City," the pilot said, sounding anything but welcoming. Langdon looked out at the towering stone bastions that loomed ahead, impenetrable fortifications surrounding the complex, a strangely earthly defense for a spiritual world of secrets, power, and mystery. "Look," Vittoria said suddenly, grabbing Langdon's arm. She motioned frantically downward toward St. Peter's Square directly beneath them. Langdon put his face to the window and looked. "Over there," she said, pointing. Langdon looked. The rear of the piazza looked like a parking lot crowded with a dozen or so trailer trucks. Huge satellite dishes pointed skyward from the roof of every truck. The dishes were emblazoned with familiar names: Televisor Europea, Video Italia, BBC, United Press International. Langdon felt suddenly confused, wondering if the news of the antimatter had already leaked out. Vittoria seemed suddenly tense. "Why is the press here? What's going on?" The pilot turned and gave her an odd look over his shoulder. "What's going on? You don't know?" "No," she fired back, her accent husky and strong. "Il conclavo," he said. "It is to be sealed in about an hour. The whole world is watching. Il conclavo." The word rang a long moment in Langdon's ears before dropping like a brick to the pit of his stomach. Il conclavo. The Vatican conclave. How could he have forgotten? It had been in the news recently. 15 days ago, the Pope, after a tremendously popular 12-year reign, had passed away. Every paper in the world had carried the story about the Pope's fatal stroke while sleeping, a sudden and unexpected death many whispered was suspicious. But now, in keeping with the sacred tradition, 15 days after the death of a pope, the Vatican was holding Il Conclavo, the sacred ceremony in which the 165 cardinals of the world, the most powerful men in Christendom, gathered in Vatican City to elect the new pope. Every cardinal on the planet is here today, Langdon thought as the chopper passed over St. Peter's Basilica. The expansive inner world of Vatican City spread out beneath him. The entire power structure of the Roman Catholic Church is sitting on a time bomb. 34 Cardinal Mortati gazed up at the lavish ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and tried to find a moment of quiet reflection. The frescoed walls echoed with the voices of cardinals from nations around the globe. The men jostled in the candlelit tabernacle, whispering excitedly and consulting with one another in numerous languages, the universal tongues being English, Italian, and Spanish. The light in the chapel was usually sublime, long rays of tinted sun slicing through the darkness like rays from heaven, but not today. As was the custom, all of the chapel's windows had been covered in black velvet in the name of secrecy. This ensured that no one on the inside could send signals or communicate in any way with the outside world. The result was a profound darkness lit only by candles, a shimmering radiance that seemed to purify everyone it touched, making them all ghostly like saints. What privilege, Mortati thought, that I am to oversee this sanctified event. Cardinals over 80 years of age were too old to be eligible for election and did not attend conclave, but at 79 years old, Mortati was the most senior cardinal here and had been appointed to oversee the proceedings. Following tradition, the cardinals gathered here 2 hours before conclave to catch up with friends and engage in last-minute discussion. At 7 p.m., the late Pope's Chamberlain would arrive, give opening prayer, and then leave. Then the Swiss Guard would seal the doors and lock all the cardinals inside. It was then that the oldest and most secretive political ritual in the world would begin. The cardinals would not be released until they decided who among them would be the next pope. Conclave. Even the name was secretive. Conclave literally meant locked with a key. The cardinals were permitted no contact whatsoever with the outside world. No phone calls. No messages. No whispers through doorways. Conclave was a vacuum, not to be influenced by anything in the outside world. This would ensure that the cardinals kept solemn dumb preoculis only God before their eyes. Outside the walls of the chapel, of course, the media watched and waited, speculating as to which of the cardinals would become the ruler of 1 billion Catholics worldwide. Conclaves created an intense, politically charged atmosphere, and over the centuries they had turned deadly. Poisonings, fistfights, and even murder had erupted within the sacred walls. Ancient history, Mortati thought. Tonight's conclave will be unified, blissful, and above all brief. Or at least that had been his speculation. Now, however, an unexpected development had emerged. Mystifyingly, 4 cardinals were absent from the chapel. Mortati knew that all the exits to Vatican City were guarded, and the missing cardinals could not have gone far, but still, with less than an hour before opening prayer, he was feeling disconcerted. After all, the 4 missing men were no ordinary cardinals. They were the cardinals. The chosen 4. As overseer of the conclave, Mortati had already sent word through the proper channels to the Swiss guard alerting them to the cardinals' absence. He had yet to hear back. Other cardinals had now noticed the puzzling absence. The anxious whispers had begun. Of all cardinals, these 4 should be on time. Cardinal Mortati was starting to fear it might be a long evening after all. He had no idea. 35 The Vatican's helipad, for reasons of safety and noise control, is located in the northwest tip of Vatican City, as far from St. Peter's Basilica as possible. Terra firma, the pilot announced as they touched down. He exited and opened the sliding door for Langdon and Vittoria. Langdon descended from the craft and turned to help Vittoria, but she had already dropped effortlessly to the ground. Every muscle in her body seemed tuned to one objective: finding the antimatter before it left a horrific legacy. After stretching a reflective sun tarp across the cockpit window, the pilot ushered them to an oversized electric golf cart waiting near the helipad. The cart whisked them silently alongside the country's western border, a 50-foot-tall cement bulwark thick enough to ward off attacks even by tanks. Lining the interior of the wall, posted at 50-meter intervals, Swiss guards stood at attention, surveying the interior of the grounds. The cart turned sharply right onto Via della Osservatorio. Signs pointed in all directions. Palazzo Governatorio. Collegio Ethiopiana. Basilica San Pietro. Cappella Sistina. They accelerated up the manicured road past a squat building marked Radio Vaticana. This, Langdon realized to his amazement, was the hub of the world's most listened to radio programming, Radio Vaticana, spreading the word of God to millions of listeners around the globe. Attenzione, the pilot said, turning sharply into a rotary. As the cart wound round, Langdon could barely believe the sight now coming into view. Giardini Vaticani, he thought. The heart of Vatican City. Directly ahead rose the rear of St. Peter's Basilica, a view, Langdon realized, most people never saw. To the right loomed the palace of the tribunal, the lush papal residence rivaled only by Versailles in its Baroque embellishment. The severe-looking Governatorato building was now behind them, housing Vatican City's administration. And up ahead on the left, the massive rectangular edifice of the Vatican Museum. Langdon knew there would be no time for a museum visit this trip. "Where is everyone?" Vittoria asked, surveying the deserted lawns and walkways. The guard checked his black, military-style chronograph, an odd anachronism beneath his puffy sleeve. "The cardinals are convened in the Sistine Chapel. Conclave begins in a little under an hour." Langdon nodded, vaguely recalling that before conclave the cardinals spent 2 hours inside the Sistine Chapel in quiet reflection and visitations with their fellow cardinals from around the globe. The time was meant to renew old friendships among the cardinals and facilitate a less heated election process. And the rest of the residents and staff? Banned from the city for secrecy and security until the conclave concludes. And when does it conclude? The guard shrugged. God only knows. The words sounded oddly literal. After parking the cart on the wide lawn directly behind St. Peter's Basilica, the guard escorted Langdon and Vittoria up a stone escarpment to a marble plaza off the back of the basilica. Crossing the plaza, they approached the rear wall of the basilica and followed it through a triangular courtyard, across Via Belvedere, and into a series of buildings closely huddled together. Langdon's art history had taught him enough Italian to pick out signs for the Vatican printing office, the Tapestry Restoration Lab, Post Office Management, and the Church of St. Anne. They crossed another small square and arrived at their destination. The office of the Swiss Guard is housed adjacent to Il Corpo di Vigilanza, directly northeast of St. Peter's Basilica. The office is a squat, stone building. On either side of the entrance, like two stone statues, stood a pair of guards. Langdon had to admit, these guards did not look quite so comical. Although they also wore the blue and gold uniform, each wielded the traditional Vatican longsword, an 8-foot spear with a razor-sharp scythe rumored to have decapitated countless Muslims while defending the Christian Crusaders in the 15th century. As Langdon and Vittoria approached, the two guards stepped forward, crossing their long swords, blocking the entrance. One looked up at the pilot in confusion. "I pantaloni," he said, motioning to Vittoria's shorts. The pilot waved them off. "Il comandante vuole vederli subito." The guards frowned. Reluctantly they stepped aside. Inside, the air was cool. It looked nothing like the administrative security offices Langdon would have imagined. Ornate and impeccably furnished, the hallways contained paintings Langdon was certain any museum worldwide would gladly have featured in its main gallery. The pilot pointed down a steep set of stairs. "Down, please." Langdon and Vittoria followed the white marble treads as they descended between a gauntlet of nude male sculptures. Each statue wore a fig leaf that was lighter in color than the rest of the body. The Great Castration, Langdon thought. It was one of the most horrific tragedies in Renaissance art. In 1857, Pope Pius IX decided that the accurate representation of the male form might incite lust inside the Vatican. So he got a chisel and mallet and hacked off the genitalia of every single male statue inside Vatican City. He defaced works by Michelangelo, Bramante, and Bernini. Plaster fig leaves were used to patch the damage. Hundreds of sculptures had been emasculated. Langdon had often wondered if there was a huge crate of stone penises someplace. "Here," the guard announced. They reached the bottom of the stairs and dead-ended at a heavy, steel door. The guard typed an entry code, and the door slid open. Langdon and Vittoria entered. Beyond the threshold was absolute mayhem. 36 The office of the Swiss Guard. Langdon stood in the doorway, surveying the collision of centuries before them. Mixed media. The room was a lushly adorned Renaissance library complete with inlaid bookshelves, oriental carpets, and colorful tapestries, and yet the room bristled with high-tech gear, banks of computers, faxes, electronic maps of the Vatican complex, and televisions tuned to CNN. Men in colorful pantaloons typed feverishly on computers and listened intently in futuristic headphones. "Wait here," the guard said. Langdon and Vittoria waited as the guard crossed the room to an exceptionally tall, wiry man in a dark blue military uniform. He was talking on a cellular phone and stood so straight he was almost bent backward. The guard said something to him, and the man shot a glance over at Langdon and Vittoria. He nodded, then turned his back on them and continued his phone call. The guard returned. "Commander Olivetti will be with you in a moment." "Thank you." The guard left and headed back up the stairs. Langdon studied Commander Olivetti across the room, realizing he was actually the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of an entire country. Vittoria and Langdon waited, observing the action before them. Brightly dressed guards bustled about yelling orders in Italian. "Continua cercando," one yelled into a telephone. "Provosti il museo," another asked. Langdon did not need fluent Italian to discern that the security center was currently in intense search mode. This was the good news. The bad news was that they obviously had not yet found the antimatter. "You okay?" Langdon asked Vittoria. She shrugged, offering a tired smile. When the commander finally clicked off his phone and approached across the room, he seemed to grow with each step. Langdon was tall himself and not accustomed to looking up at many people, but Commander Olivetti demanded it. Langdon sensed immediately that the commander was a man who had weathered tempests, his face hale and steeled. His dark hair was cropped in a military buzz cut, and his eyes burned with the kind of hardened determination only attainable through years of intense training. He moved with ramrod exactness, the earpiece hidden discreetly behind one ear making him look more like U.S. Secret Service than Swiss Guard. The commander addressed them in accented English. His voice was startlingly quiet for such a large man, barely a whisper. It bit with a tight, military efficiency. "Good afternoon," he said. "I am Commander Olivetti, Comandante Principale of the Swiss Guard. I'm the one who called your director." Vittoria gazed upward. "Thank you for seeing us, sir." The commander did not respond. He motioned for them to follow and led them through the tangle of electronics to a door in the side wall of the chamber. "Enter," he said, holding the door for them. Langdon and Vittoria walked through and found themselves in a darkened control room where a wall of video monitors was cycling lazily through a series of black and white images of the complex. A young guard sat watching the images intently. "Fuori," Olivetti said. The guard packed up and left. Olivetti walked over to one of the screens and pointed to it. Then he turned toward his guests. "This image is from a remote camera hidden somewhere inside Vatican City. I'd like an explanation." Langdon and Vittoria looked at the screen and inhaled in unison. The image was absolute. No doubt. It was CERN's antimatter canister. Inside, a shimmering droplet of metallic liquid hung ominously in the air, lit by the rhythmic blinking of the LED digital clock. Eerily, the area around the canister was almost entirely dark, as if the antimatter were in a closet or darkened room. At the top of the monitor flashed superimposed text, "Live feed camera number 86. Vittoria looked at the time remaining on the flashing indicator on the canister. "Under 6 hours, she whispered to Langdon, her face tense. Langdon checked his watch. "So we have until..." He stopped, a knot tightening in his stomach. "Midnight," Vittoria said, with a withering look. Midnight, Langdon thought. A flair for the dramatic. Apparently whoever stole the canister last night had timed it perfectly. A stark foreboding set in as he realized he was currently sitting at ground zero. Olivetti's whisper now sounded more like a hiss. "Does this object belong to your facility?" Vittoria nodded. "Yes, sir. It was stolen from us. It contains an extremely combustible substance called antimatter." Olivetti looked unmoved. "I am quite familiar with incendiaries, Ms. Vetra. I have not heard of antimatter. It's new technology. We need to locate it immediately or evacuate Vatican City." Olivetti closed his eyes slowly and reopened them, as if refocusing on Vittoria might change what he just heard. "Evacuate? Are you aware what is going on here this evening?" "Yes, sir. And the lives of your cardinals are in danger. We have about 6 hours. Have you made any headway locating the canister?" Olivetti shook his head. "We haven't started looking." Vittoria choked. "What? But we expressly heard your guards talking about searching the..." "Searching, yes," Olivetti said, "but not for your canister. My men are looking for something else that does not concern you." Vittoria's voice cracked. "You haven't even begun looking for this canister." Olivetti's pupils seemed to recede into his head. He had the passionless look of an insect. "Ms. Vetra, is it? Let me explain something to you. The director of your facility refused to share any details about this object with me over the phone except to say that I needed to find it immediately. We are exceptionally busy, and I do not have the luxury of dedicating manpower to a situation until I get some facts. There is only one relevant fact at this moment, sir," Vittoria said, "that being that in 6 hours that device is going to vaporize this entire complex." Olivetti stood motionless. "Ms. Vetra, there is something you need to know." His tone hinted at patronizing. Despite the archaic appearance of Vatican City, every single entrance, both public and private, is equipped with the most advanced sensing equipment known to man. If someone tried to enter with any sort of incendiary device, it would be detected instantly. We have radioactive isotope scanners, olfactory filters designed by the American DEA to detect the faintest chemical signatures of combustibles and toxins. We also use the most advanced metal detectors and X-ray scanners available. Very impressive, Vittoria said, matching Olivetti's cool. Unfortunately, antimatter is non-radioactive, its chemical signature is that of pure hydrogen, and the canister is plastic. None of those devices would have detected it. But the device has an energy source, Olivetti said, motioning to the blinking LED. Even the smallest trace of nickel-cadmium would register as. The batteries are also plastic. Olivetti's patience was clearly starting to wane. Plastic batteries. Polymer gel electrolyte with Teflon. Olivetti leaned toward her, as if to accentuate his height advantage. Signorina, the Vatican is the target of dozens of bomb threats a month. I personally train every Swiss Guard in modern explosive technology. I am well aware that there is no substance on Earth powerful enough to do what you are describing unless you are talking about a nuclear warhead with a fuel core the size of a baseball. Vittoria framed him with a fervent stare. Nature has many mysteries yet to unveil. Olivetti leaned closer. Might I ask exactly who you are? What is your position at CERN? I am a senior member of the research staff and appointed liaison to the Vatican for this crisis. Excuse me for being rude, but if this is indeed a crisis, why am I dealing with you and not your director? And what disrespect do you intend by coming into Vatican City in short pants? Langdon groaned. He couldn't believe that under the circumstances the man was being a stickler for dress code. Then again, he realized, if stone penises could induce lustful thoughts in Vatican residents, Vittoria Vetra in shorts could certainly be a threat to national security. Commander Olivetti, Langdon intervened, trying to defuse what looked like a second bomb about to explode. My name is Robert Langdon. I'm a professor of religious studies in the US and unaffiliated with CERN. I have seen an antimatter demonstration and will vouch for Ms. Vetra's claim that it is exceptionally dangerous. We have reason to believe it was placed inside your complex by an anti-religious cult hoping to disrupt your conclave. Olivetti turned, peering down at Langdon. I have a woman in shorts telling me that a droplet of liquid is going to blow up Vatican City, and I have an American professor telling me we are being targeted by some anti-religious cult. What exactly is it you expect me to do? Find the canister, Vittoria said. Right away. Impossible. That device could be anywhere. Vatican City is enormous. Your cameras don't have GPS locators on them. They are not generally stolen. This missing camera will take days to locate. We don't have days, Vittoria said adamantly. We have 6 hours. 6 hours until what, Ms. Vetra? Olivetti's voice grew louder suddenly. He pointed to the image on the screen. Until these numbers count down? Until Vatican City disappears? Believe me, I do not take kindly to people tampering with my security system. Nor do I like mechanical contraptions appearing mysteriously inside my walls. I am concerned. It is my job to be concerned. But what you have told me here is unacceptable. Langdon spoke before he could stop himself. Have you heard of the Illuminati? The commander's icy exterior cracked. His eyes went white, like a shark about to attack. I am warning you. I do not have time for this. So you have heard of the Illuminati? Olivetti's eyes stabbed like bayonets. I am a sworn defendant of the Catholic Church. Of course I have heard of the Illuminati. They have been dead for decades. Langdon reached in his pocket and pulled out the fax image of Leonardo Vetra's branded body. He handed it to Olivetti. I am an Illuminati scholar, Langdon said as Olivetti studied the picture. I am having a difficult time accepting that the Illuminati are still active, and yet the appearance of this brand combined with the fact that the Illuminati have a well-known covenant against Vatican City has changed my mind. A computer-generated hoax. Olivetti handed the fax back to Langdon. Langdon stared, incredulous. Hooks? Look at the symmetry. You of all people should realize the authenticity of. Authenticity is precisely what you lack. Perhaps Ms. Vetra has not informed you, but CERN scientists have been criticizing Vatican policies for decades. They regularly petition us for retraction of creationist theory, formal apologies for Galileo and Copernicus, repeal of our criticism against dangerous or immoral research. What scenario seems more likely to you, that a 400-year-old satanic cult has resurfaced with an advanced weapon of mass destruction, or that some prankster at CERN is trying to disrupt a sacred Vatican event with a well-executed fraud? That photo, Vittoria said, her voice like boiling lava, is of my father. Murdered. You think this is my idea of a joke? I don't know, Ms. Vetra. But I do know until I get some answers that make sense, there is no way I will raise any sort of alarm. Vigilance and discretion are my duty, such that spiritual matters can take place here with clarity of mind. Today of all days. Langdon said, at least postpone the event. Postpone. Olivetti's jaw dropped. Such arrogance. A conclave is not some American baseball game you call on account of rain. This is a sacred event with a strict code and process. Never mind that 1 billion Catholics in the world are waiting for a leader. Never mind that the world media is outside. The protocols for this event are wholly not subject to modification. Since 1179, conclaves have survived earthquakes, famines, and even the plague. Believe me, it is not about to be cancelled on account of a murdered scientist and a droplet of God knows what. Take me to the person in charge, Vittoria demanded. Olivetti glared. You've got him. No, she said. Someone in the clergy. The veins on Olivetti's brow began to show. The clergy has gone. With the exception of the Swiss Guard, the only ones present in Vatican City at this time are the College of Cardinals. And they are inside the Sistine Chapel. How about the Chamberlain? Langdon stated flatly. Who? The late Pope's Chamberlain. Langdon repeated the word self-assuredly, praying his memory served him. He recalled reading once about the curious arrangement of Vatican authority following the death of a pope. If Langdon was correct, during the interim between popes, complete autonomous power shifted temporarily to the late pope's personal assistant, his chamberlain, a secretarial underling who oversaw conclave until the cardinals chose the new Holy Father. I believe the chamberlain is the man in charge at the moment. Il Camerlegno. Olivetti scowled. The Camerlegno is only a priest here. He is not even canonized. He is the late Pope's hand servant. But he is here. And you answer to him. Olivetti crossed his arms. Mr. Langdon, it is true that Vatican rule dictates the Camerlegno assume chief executive office during conclave, but it is only because his lack of eligibility for the papacy ensures an unbiased election. It is as if your president died, and one of his aides temporarily sat in the Oval Office. The Camerlegno is young, and his understanding of security, or anything else for that matter, is extremely limited. For all intents and purposes, I am in charge here. Take us to him, Vittoria said. Impossible. Conclave begins in 40 minutes. The Camerlegno is in the office of the Pope preparing. I have no intention of disturbing him with matters of security. Vittoria opened her mouth to respond but was interrupted by a knocking at the door. Olivetti opened it. A guard in full regalia stood outside, pointing to his watch. Al ora, Commandante. Olivetti checked his own watch and nodded. He turned back to Langdon and Vittoria like a judge pondering their fate. Follow me. He led them out of the monitoring room across the security center to a small clear cubicle against the rear wall. My office. Olivetti ushered them inside. The room was unspecial: a cluttered desk, file cabinets, folding chairs, a water cooler. I will be back in 10 minutes. I suggest you use the time to decide how you would like to proceed. Vittoria wheeled. You can't just leave. That canister is. I do not have time for this, Olivetti ceded. Perhaps I should detain you until after the conclave when I do have time. Signore, the guard urged, pointing to his watch again. Spazzaer di Capella. Olivetti nodded and started to leave. Spazzaer di Capella? Vittoria demanded. You're leaving to sweep the chapel. Olivetti turned, his eyes boring through her. We sweep for electronic bugs, Miss Vetra, a matter of discretion. He motioned to her legs. Not something I would expect you to understand. With that he slammed the door, rattling the heavy glass. In one fluid motion he produced a key, inserted it, and twisted. A heavy deadbolt slid into place. Idia superscript 2 top. Vittoria yelled. You can't keep us in here. Through the glass, Langdon could see Olivetti say something to the guard. The sentinel nodded. As Olivetti strode out of the room, the guard spun and faced them on the other side of the glass, arms crossed, a large sidearm visible on his hip. Perfect, Langdon thought. Just bloody perfect. 37 Vittoria glared at the Swiss guard standing outside Olivetti's locked door. The sentinel glared back, his colorful costume belying his decidedly ominous air. Che fiasco, Vittoria thought. Held hostage by an armed man in pajamas. Langdon had fallen silent, and Vittoria hoped he was using that Harvard brain of his to think them out of this. She sensed, however, from the look on his face, that he was more in shock than in thought. She regretted getting him so involved. Vittoria's first instinct was to pull out her cell phone and call Kohler, but she knew it was foolish. First, the guard would probably walk in and take her phone. Second, if Kohler's episode ran its usual course, he was probably still incapacitated. Not that it mattered. Olivetti seemed unlikely to take anybody's word on anything at the moment. Remember, she told herself. Remember the solution to this test. Remembrance was a Buddhist philosopher's trick. Rather than asking her mind to search for a solution to a potentially impossible challenge, Vittoria asked her mind simply to remember it. The presupposition that one once knew the answer created the mindset that the answer must exist, thus eliminating the crippling conception of hopelessness. Vittoria often used the process to solve scientific quandaries, those that most people thought had no solution. At the moment, however, her remembrance trick was drawing a major blank. So she measured her options, her needs. She needed to warn someone. Someone at the Vatican needed to take her seriously. But who? The Camerlengo? How? She was in a glass box with one exit. Tools, she told herself. There are always tools. Reevaluate your environment. Instinctively she lowered her shoulders, relaxed her eyes, and took 3 deep breaths into her lungs. She sensed her heart rate slow and her muscles soften. The chaotic panic in her mind dissolved. Okay, she thought, let your mind be free. What makes this situation positive? What are my assets? The analytical mind of Vittoria Vetra, once calmed, was a powerful force. Within seconds she realized their incarceration was actually their key to escape. I'm making a phone call, she said suddenly. Langdon looked up. I was about to suggest you call Kohler, but... Not Kohler. Someone else. Who? The Camerlengo. Langdon looked totally lost. You're calling the Chamberlain? How? Olivetti said the Camerlengo was in the Pope's office. Okay. You know the Pope's private number? No. But I'm not calling on my phone. She nodded to a high-tech phone system on Olivetti's desk. It was riddled with speed dial buttons. The head of security must have a direct line to the Pope's office. He also has a weightlifter with a gun planted 6 feet away. And we're locked in. I was actually aware of that. I mean, the guard is locked out. This is Olivetti's private office. I doubt anyone else has a key. Langdon looked out at the guard. This is pretty thin glass, and that's a pretty big gun. What's he going to do, shoot me for using the phone? Who the hell knows? This is a pretty strange place, and the way things are going. Either that, Vittoria said, or we can spend the next 5 hours and 48 minutes in Vatican prison. At least we'll have a front row seat when the antimatter goes off. Langdon paled. But the guard will get Olivetti the second you pick up that phone. Besides, there are 20 buttons on there. And I don't see any identification. You going to try them all and hope to get lucky? Nope, she said, striding to the phone. Just one. Vittoria picked up the phone and pressed the top button. Number 1. I bet you one of those Illuminati US dollars you have in your pocket that this is the Pope's office. What else would take primary importance for a Swiss Guard commander? Langdon did not have time to respond. The guard outside the door started rapping on the glass with the butt of his gun. He motioned for her to set down the phone. Vittoria winked at him. The guard seemed to inflate with rage. Langdon moved away from the door and turned back to Vittoria. You damn well better be right, cause this guy does not look amused. Damn, she said, listening to the receiver. A recording. Recording. Langdon demanded. The Pope has an answering machine. It wasn't the Pope's office, Vittoria said, hanging up. It was the damn weekly menu for the Vatican commissary. Langdon offered a weak smile to the guard outside who was now glaring angrily through the glass while he hailed Olivetti on his walkie-talkie. 38 The Vatican switchboard is located in the Ufficio di Comunicazione behind the Vatican post office. It is a relatively small room containing an 8-line Corelco 141 switchboard. The office handles over 2,000 calls a day, most routed automatically to the recording information system. Tonight, the sole communications operator on duty sat quietly sipping a cup of caffeinated tea. He felt proud to be one of only a handful of employees still allowed inside Vatican City tonight. Of course the honor was tainted somewhat by the presence of the Swiss guards hovering outside his door. An escort to the bathroom, the operator thought. Ah, the indignities we endure in the name of Holy Conclave. Fortunately, the calls this evening had been light. Or maybe it was not so fortunate, he thought. World interest in Vatican events seemed to have dwindled in the last few years. The number of press calls had thinned, and even the crazies weren't calling as often. The press office had hoped tonight's event would have more of a festive buzz about it. Sadly, though, despite St. Peter's Square being filled with press trucks, the vans looked to be mostly standard Italian and Euro press. Only a handful of global cover-all networks were there, no doubt having sent their giornalisti secondari. The operator gripped his mug and wondered how long tonight would last. Midnight or so, he guessed. Nowadays, most insiders already knew who was favored to become Pope well before conclave convened, so the process was more of a 3 or 4 hour ritual than an actual election. Of course, last-minute dissension in the ranks could prolong the ceremony through dawn or beyond. The conclave of 1831 had lasted 54 days. Not tonight, he told himself. Rumor was this conclave would be a smoke watch. The operator's thoughts evaporated with the buzz of an inside line on his switchboard. He looked at the blinking red light and scratched his head. That's odd, he thought. The 0 line. Who on the inside would be calling operator information tonight? Who is even inside? Citadel Vaticano, Prego, he said, picking up the phone. The voice on the line spoke in rapid Italian. The operator vaguely recognized the accent as that common to Swiss guards, fluent Italian tainted by the Franco-Swiss influence. This caller, however, was most definitely not Swiss guard. On hearing the woman's voice, the operator stood suddenly, almost spilling his tea. He shot a look back down at the line. He had not been mistaken. An internal extension. The call was from the inside. There must be some mistake. He thought. A woman inside Vatican City? Tonight? The woman was speaking fast and furiously. The operator had spent enough years on the phones to know when he was dealing with a pazzo. This woman did not sound crazy. She was urgent but rational. Calm and efficient. He listened to her request, bewildered. Il Camerlegno, the operator said, still trying to figure out where the hell the call was coming from. I cannot possibly connect. Yes, I am aware he is in the Pope's office, but who are you again? And you want to warn him of? He listened, more and more unnerved. Everyone is in danger? How? And where are you calling from? Perhaps I should contact the Swiss. The operator stopped short. You say you're where? Where? He listened in shock, then made a decision. Hold, please, he said, putting the woman on hold before she could respond. Then he called Commander Olivetti's direct line. There is no way that woman is really. The line picked up instantly. Per l'amor di Dio, a familiar woman's voice shouted at him. Place the damn call. The door of the Swiss Guard security center hissed open. The guards parted as Commander Olivetti entered the room like a rocket. Turning the corner to his office, Olivetti confirmed what his guard on the walkie-talkie had just told him. Vittoria Vetra was standing at his desk talking on the commander's private telephone. Che coglioni che ha questa? He thought. The balls on this one. Livid, he strode to the door and rammed the key into the lock. He pulled open the door and demanded, What are you doing? Vittoria ignored him. Yes, she was saying into the phone. And I must warn. Olivetti ripped the receiver from her hand, and raised it to his ear. Who the hell is this? For the tiniest of an instant, Olivetti's inelastic posture slumped. Yes, Camerlegno, he said. Correct, signore, but questions of security demand of course not. I am holding her here for certainly, but... He listened. Yes, sir, he said finally. I will bring them up immediately. 39 The Apostolic Palace is a conglomeration of buildings located near the Sistine Chapel in the northeast corner of Vatican City. With a commanding view of St. Peter's Square, the palace houses both the papal apartments and the office of the Pope. Vittoria and Langdon followed in silence as Commander Olivetti led them down a long rococo corridor, the muscles in his neck pulsing with rage. After climbing 3 sets of stairs, they entered a wide, dimly lit hallway. Langdon could not believe the artwork on the walls: mint-condition busts, tapestries, friezes, works worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. 2/3 of the way down the hall they passed an alabaster fountain. Olivetti turned left into an alcove and strode to one of the largest doors Langdon had ever seen. Ufficio di Papa, the commander declared, giving Vittoria an acrimonious scowl. Vittoria didn't flinch. She reached over Olivetti and knocked loudly on the door. Office of the Pope, Langdon thought, having difficulty fathoming that he was standing outside one of the most sacred rooms in all of world religion. Avanti, someone called from within. When the door opened, Langdon had to shield his eyes. The sunlight was blinding. Slowly, the image before him came into focus. The office of the Pope seemed more of a ballroom than an office. Red marble floors sprawled out in all directions to walls adorned with vivid frescoes. A colossal chandelier hung overhead, beyond which a bank of arched windows offered a stunning panorama of the sun-drenched St. Peter's Square. My God, Langdon thought. This is a room with a view. At the far end of the hall, at a carved desk, a man sat writing furiously. Avanti, he called out again, setting down his pen and waving them over. Olivetti led the way, his gait military. Signore, he said apologetically. No ho potuto. The man cut him off. He stood and studied his 2 visitors. The Camerlegno was nothing like the images of frail, beatific old men Langdon usually imagined roaming the Vatican. He wore no rosary beads or pendants. No heavy robes. He was dressed instead in a simple black cassock that seemed to amplify the solidity of his substantial frame. He looked to be in his late 30s, indeed a child by Vatican standards. He had a surprisingly handsome face, a swirl of coarse brown hair, and almost radiant green eyes that shone as if they were somehow fueled by the mysteries of the universe. As the man drew nearer, though, Langdon saw in his eyes a profound exhaustion like a soul who had been through the toughest 15 days of his life. "I am Carlo Ventresca," he said, his English perfect. "The late Pope's Camerlegno." His voice was unpretentious and kind, with only the slightest hint of Italian inflection. "Vittoria Vetra," she said, stepping forward and offering her hand. "Thank you for seeing us." Olivetti twitched as the Camerlegno shook Vittoria's hand. "This is Robert Langdon," Vittoria said. "A religious historian from Harvard University." "Padre," Langdon said, in his best Italian accent. He bowed his head as he extended his hand. "No, no," the Camerlegno insisted, lifting Langdon back up. "His Holiness's office does not make me holy. I am merely a priest, a chamberlain serving in a time of need." Langdon stood upright. "Please," the Camerlegno said, "everyone sit." He arranged some chairs around his desk. Langdon and Vittoria sat. Olivetti apparently preferred to stand. The Camerlegno seated himself at the desk, folded his hands, sighed, and eyed his visitors. "Signore," Olivetti said. "The woman's attire is my fault." "Her attire is not what concerns me," the Camerlegno replied, sounding too exhausted to be bothered. "When the Vatican operator calls me a half hour before I begin conclave to tell me a woman is calling from your private office to warn me of some sort of major security threat of which I have not been informed, that concerns me." Olivetti stood rigid, his back arched like a soldier under intense inspection. Langdon felt hypnotized by the Camerlegno's presence. Young and wearied as he was, the priest had the air of some mythical hero radiating charisma and authority. "Signore," Olivetti said, his tone apologetic but still unyielding. "You should not concern yourself with matters of security. You have other responsibilities." "I am well aware of my other responsibilities. I am also aware that as Direttori Intermediario, I have a responsibility for the safety and well-being of everyone at this conclave. What is going on here? I have the situation under control." "Apparently not." "Father," Langdon interrupted, taking out the crumpled fax and handing it to the Camerlegno, "please." Commander Olivetti stepped forward, trying to intervene. "Father, please do not trouble your thoughts with." The Camerlegno took the fax, ignoring Olivetti for a long moment. He looked at the image of the murdered Leonardo Vetra and drew a startled breath. "What is this?" "That is my father," Vittoria said, her voice wavering. "He was a priest and a man of science. He was murdered last night." The Camerlegno's face softened instantly. He looked up at her. "My dear child. I'm so sorry." He crossed himself and looked again at the fax, his eyes seeming to pool with waves of abhorrence. Who would end this burn on his? The Camerlegno paused, squinting closer at the image. "It says Illuminati," Langdon said. "No doubt you are familiar with the name." An odd look came across the Camerlegno's face. "I have heard the name, yes, but..." "The Illuminati murdered Leonardo Vetra so they could steal a new technology he was." "Signore," Olivetti interjected. "This is absurd." "The Illuminati? This is clearly some sort of elaborate hoax." The Camerlegno seemed to ponder Olivetti's words. Then he turned and contemplated Langdon so fully that Langdon felt the air leave his lungs. "Mr. Langdon, I have spent my life in the Catholic Church. I am familiar with the Illuminati lore and the legend of the brandings. And yet I must warn you, I am a man of the present tense. Christianity has enough real enemies without resurrecting ghosts." "The symbol is authentic," Langdon said, a little too defensively he thought. He reached over and rotated the fax for the Camerlegno. The Camerlegno fell silent when he saw the symmetry. "Even modern computers," Langdon added, have been unable to forge a symmetrical ambigram of this word. The Camerlegno folded his hands and said nothing for a long time. The Illuminati are dead, he finally said. Long ago. That is historical fact. Langdon nodded. Yesterday, I would have agreed with you. Yesterday. Before today's chain of events. I believe the Illuminati have resurfaced to make good on an ancient pact. Forgive me. My history is rusty. What ancient pact is this? Langdon took a deep breath. The destruction of Vatican City. Destroy Vatican City. The Camerlegno looked less frightened and confused. But that would be impossible. Vittoria shook her head. I'm afraid we have some more bad news. 40 Is this true? The Camerlegno demanded, looking amazed as he turned from Vittoria to Olivetti. Signore, Olivetti assured, I'll admit there is some sort of device here. It is visible on one of our security monitors, but as for Ms. Vetra's claims as to the power of this substance, I cannot possibly. Wait a minute, the Camerlegno said. You can see this thing? Yes, Signore. On wireless camera number 86. Then why haven't you recovered it? The Camerlegno's voice echoed anger now. Very difficult, Signore. Olivetti stood straight as he explained the situation. The Camerlegno listened, and Vittoria sensed his growing concern. Are you certain it is inside Vatican City? The Camerlegno asked. Maybe someone took the camera out and is transmitting from somewhere else. Impossible, Olivetti said. Our external walls are shielded electronically to protect our internal communications. This signal can only be coming from the inside or we would not be receiving it. And I assume, he said, that you are now looking for this missing camera with all available resources. Olivetti shook his head. No, Signore. Locating that camera could take hundreds of man-hours. We have a number of other security concerns at the moment, and with all due respect to Ms. Vetra, this droplet she talks about is very small. It could not possibly be as explosive as she claims. Vittoria's patience evaporated. That droplet is enough to level Vatican City. Did you even listen to a word I told you? Ma'am, Olivetti said, his voice like steel, my experience with explosives is extensive. Your experience is obsolete, she fired back, equally tough. Despite my attire, which I realize you find troublesome, I am a senior-level physicist at the world's most advanced subatomic research facility. I personally designed the antimatter trap that is keeping that sample from annihilating right now. And I am warning you that unless you find that canister in the next 6 hours, your guards will have nothing to protect for the next century but a big hole in the ground. Olivetti wheeled to the Camerlegno, his insect eyes flashing rage. Signore, I cannot in good conscience allow this to go any further. Your time is being wasted by pranksters. The Illuminati? A droplet that will destroy us all. Basta, the Camerlegno declared. He spoke the word quietly and yet it seemed to echo across the chamber. Then there was silence. He continued in a whisper. Dangerous or not, Illuminati or no Illuminati, whatever this thing is, it most certainly should not be inside Vatican City, no less on the eve of the conclave. I want it found and removed. Organize a search immediately. Olivetti persisted. Signore, even if we used all the guards to search the complex, it could take days to find this camera. Also, after speaking to Ms. Vetra, I had one of my guards consult our most advanced ballistics guide for any mention of this substance called antimatter. I found no mention of it anywhere. Nothing. Pompous ass, Vittoria thought. A ballistics guide? Did you try an encyclopedia? Under A. Olivetti was still talking. Signore, if you are suggesting we make a naked eye search of the entirety of Vatican City, then I must object. Commander. The Camerlegno's voice simmered with rage. May I remind you that when you address me, you are addressing this office. I realize you do not take my position seriously nonetheless, by law, I am in charge. If I am not mistaken, the cardinals are now safely within the Sistine Chapel, and your security concerns are at a minimum until the conclave breaks. I do not understand why you are hesitant to look for this device. If I did not know better, it would appear that you are causing this conclave intentional danger. Olivetti looked scornful. How dare you? I have served your Pope for 12 years. And the Pope before that for 14 years. Since 1438 the Swiss Guard have. The walkie-talkie on Olivetti's belt squawked loudly, cutting him off. Commandante. Olivetti snatched it up and pressed the transmitter. Sto occupato. Cosa vuoi? Scusi, the Swiss Guard on the radio said. Communications here. I thought you would want to be informed that we have received a bomb threat. Olivetti could not have looked less interested. So handle it. Run the usual trace, and write it up. We did, sir, but the caller. The guard paused. I would not trouble you, Commander, except that he mentioned the substance you just asked me to research. Antimatter. Everyone in the room exchanged stunned looks. He mentioned what? Olivetti stammered. Antimatter, sir. While we were trying to run a trace, I did some additional research on his claim. The information on antimatter is, well, frankly, it's quite troubling. I thought you said the ballistics guide showed no mention of it? I found it online. Alleluia, Vittoria thought. The substance appears to be quite explosive, the guard said. It's hard to imagine this information is accurate, but it says here that pound for pound antimatter carries about 100 times more payload than a nuclear warhead. Olivetti slumped. It was like watching a mountain crumble. Vittoria's feeling of triumph was erased by the look of horror on the Camerlegno's face. Did you trace the call? Olivetti stammered. No luck. Cellular with heavy encryption. The SAT lines are interfused, so triangulation is out. The if signature suggests he's somewhere in Rome, but there's really no way to trace him. Did he make demands? Olivetti said, his voice quiet. No, sir. Just warned us that there is antimatter hidden inside the complex. He seemed surprised I didn't know. Asked me if I'd seen it yet. You'd ask me about antimatter, so I decided to advise you. You did the right thing, Olivetti said. I'll be down in a minute. Alert me immediately if he calls back. There was a moment of silence on the walkie-talkie. The caller is still on the line, sir. Olivetti looked like he'd just been electrocuted. The line is open. Yes, sir. We've been trying to trace him for 10 minutes, getting nothing but splayed ferreting. He must know we can't touch him because he refuses to hang up until he speaks to the Camerlegno. Patch him through, the Camerlegno commanded. Now. Olivetti wheeled. Father, no. A trained Swiss Guard negotiator is much better suited to handle this. Now. Olivetti gave the order. A moment later, the phone on Camerlegno Ventresca's desk began to ring. The Camerlegno rammed his finger down on the speakerphone button. Who in the name of God do you think you are? 41. The voice emanating from the Camerlegno's speakerphone was metallic and cold, laced with arrogance. Everyone in the room listened. Langdon tried to place the accent. Middle Eastern, perhaps. I am a messenger of an ancient brotherhood, the voice announced in an alien cadence. A brotherhood you have wronged for centuries. I am a messenger of the Illuminati. Langdon felt his muscles tighten, the last shreds of doubt withering away. For an instant he felt the familiar collision of thrill, privilege, and dead fear that he had experienced when he first saw the ambigram this morning. What do you want? The Camerlegno demanded. I represent men of science. Men who like yourselves are searching for the answers. Answers to man's destiny, his purpose, his creator. Whoever you are, the Camerlegno said, I. Silenzio. You will do better to listen. For 2 millennia your church has dominated the quest for truth. You have crushed your opposition with lies and prophesies of doom. You have manipulated the truth to serve your needs, murdering those whose discoveries did not serve your politics. Are you surprised you are the target of enlightened men from around the globe? Enlightened men do not resort to blackmail to further their causes. Blackmail? The caller laughed. This is not blackmail. We have no demands. The abolition of the Vatican is non-negotiable. We have waited 400 years for this day. At midnight, your city will be destroyed. There is nothing you can do. Olivetti stormed toward the speaker phone. Access to the city is impossible. You could not possibly have planted explosives in here. You speak with the ignorant devotion of a Swiss guard. Perhaps even an officer? Surely you are aware that for centuries the Illuminati have infiltrated elitist organizations across the globe. Do you really believe the Vatican is immune? Jesus, Langdon thought, they've got someone on the inside. It was no secret that infiltration was the Illuminati trademark of power. They had infiltrated the Masons, major banking networks, government bodies. In fact, Churchill had once told reporters that if English spies had infiltrated the Nazis to the degree the Illuminati had infiltrated English Parliament, the war would have been over in 1 month. A transparent bluff, Olivetti snapped. Your influence cannot possibly extend so far. Why? Because your Swiss guards are vigilant? Because they watch every corner of your private world? How about the Swiss guards themselves? Are they not men? Do you truly believe they stake their lives on a fable about a man who walks on water? Ask yourself how else the canister could have entered your city. Or how 4 of your most precious assets could have disappeared this afternoon. Our assets? Olivetti scowled. What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. You haven't missed them by now. What the hell are you talk? Olivetti stopped short, his eyes rocketing wide as though he'd just been punched in the gut. Light dawns, the caller said. Shall I read their names? What's going on? The Camerlegno said, looking bewildered. The caller laughed. Your officer has not yet informed you. How sinful. No surprise. Such pride. I imagine the disgrace of telling you the truth that 4 cardinals he had sworn to protect seemed to have disappeared. Olivetti erupted. Where did you get this information? Camerlegno, the caller gloated, ask your commander if all your cardinals are present in the Sistine Chapel. The Camerlegno turned to Olivetti, his green eyes demanding an explanation. Signore, Olivetti whispered in the Camerlegno's ear, it is true that 4 of our cardinals have not yet reported to the Sistine Chapel, but there is no need for alarm. Every one of them checked into the residence hall this morning, so we know they are safely inside Vatican City. You yourself had tea with them only hours ago. They are simply late for the fellowship preceding conclave. We are searching, but I'm sure they just lost track of time and are still out enjoying the grounds. Enjoying the grounds. The calm departed from the Camerlegno's voice. They were due in the chapel over an hour ago. Langdon shot Vittoria a look of amazement. Missing cardinals. So that's what they were looking for downstairs? Our inventory, the caller said, you will find quite convincing. There is Cardinal Lamassa copyright from Paris, Cardinal Guidera from Barcelona, Cardinal Ebner from Frankfurt. Olivetti seemed to shrink smaller and smaller after each name was read. The caller paused, as though taking special pleasure in the final name. And from Italy. Cardinal Baghia. The Camerlegno loosened like a tall ship that had just run sheets first into a dead calm. His frock billowed, and he collapsed in his chair. I preferiti, he whispered. The 4 favorites including Baghia the most likely successor as Supreme Pontiff. How is it possible? Langdon had read enough about modern papal elections to understand the look of desperation on the Camerlegno's face. Although technically any cardinal under 80 years old could become pope, only a very few had the respect necessary to command a two-thirds majority in the ferociously partisan balloting procedure. They were known as the preferiti. And they were all gone. Sweat dripped from the Camerlengo's brow. What do you intend with these men? What do you think I intend? I am a descendant of the assassin. Langdon felt a shiver. He knew the name well. The church had made some deadly enemies through the years: the assassin, the Knights Templar, armies that had been either hunted by the Vatican or betrayed by them. Let the cardinals go, the Camerlengo said. Isn't threatening to destroy the city of God enough? Forget your 4 cardinals. They are lost to you. Be assured their deaths will be remembered, though by millions. Every martyr's dream. I will make them media luminaries. One by one. By midnight the Illuminati will have everyone's attention. Why change the world if the world is not watching? Public killings have an intoxicating horror about them, don't they? You proved that long ago: the Inquisition, the torture of the Knights Templar, the Crusades. He paused. And of course, La Purga. The Camerlengo was silent. Do you not recall La Purga? The caller asked. Of course not, you are a child. Priests are poor historians, anyway. Perhaps because their history shames them. La Purga, Langdon heard himself say. 1668. The church branded 4 Illuminati scientists with the symbol of the cross. To purge their sins. Who is speaking? The voice demanded, sounding more intrigued than concerned. Who else is there? Langdon felt shaky. My name is not important, he said, trying to keep his voice from wavering. Speaking to a living Illuminatus was disorienting for him, like speaking to George Washington. I am an academic who has studied the history of your brotherhood. Superb, the voice replied. I am pleased there are still those alive who remember the crimes against us. Most of us think you are dead. A misconception the Brotherhood has worked hard to promote. What else do you know of La Purga? Langdon hesitated. What else do I know? That this whole situation is insanity, that's what I know. After the brandings, the scientists were murdered, and their bodies were dropped in public locations around Rome as a warning to other scientists not to join the Illuminati. Yes. So we shall do the same. Quid pro quo. Consider it symbolic retribution for our slain brothers. Your 4 cardinals will die, 1 every hour starting at 8. By midnight the whole world will be enthralled. Langdon moved toward the phone. You actually intend to brand and kill these 4 men? History repeats itself, does it not? Of course, we will be more elegant and bold than the church was. They killed privately, dropping bodies when no one was looking. It seems so cowardly. What are you saying? Langdon asked. That you are going to brand and kill these men in public. Very good. Although it depends what you consider public. I realize not many people go to church anymore. Langdon did a double take. You're going to kill them in churches. A gesture of kindness. Enabling God to command their souls to heaven more expeditiously. It seems only right. Of course the press will enjoy it too, I imagine. You're bluffing, Olivetti said, the cool back in his voice. You cannot kill a man in a church and expect to get away with it. Bluffing? We move among your Swiss Guard like ghosts, remove 4 of your cardinals from within your walls, plant a deadly explosive at the heart of your most sacred shrine, and you think this is a bluff. As the killings occur and the victims are found, the media will swarm. By midnight the world will know the Illuminati cause. And if we stake guards in every church? Olivetti said. The caller laughed. I fear the prolific nature of your religion will make that a trying task. Have you not counted lately? There are over 400 Catholic churches in Rome. Cathedrals, chapels, tabernacles, abbeys, monasteries, convents, parochial schools. Olivetti's face remained hard. In 90 minutes it begins, the caller said with a note of finality. 1 an hour. A mathematical progression of death. Now I must go. Wait. Langdon demanded. Tell me about the brands you intend to use on these men. The killer sounded amused. I suspect you know what the brands will be already. Or perhaps you are a skeptic. You will see them soon enough. Proof the ancient legends are true. Langdon felt lightheaded. He knew exactly what the man was claiming. Langdon pictured the brand on Leonardo Vetra's chest. Illuminati folklore spoke of 5 brands in all. 4 brands are left, Langdon thought, and 4 missing cardinals. I am sworn, the Camerlengo said, to bring a new pope tonight. Sworn by God. Camerlengo, the caller said, the world does not need a new pope. After midnight he will have nothing to rule over but a pile of rubble. The Catholic Church is finished. Your run on earth is done. Silence hung. The Camerlengo looked sincerely sad. You are misguided. A church is more than mortar and stone. You cannot simply erase 2,000 years of faith, any faith. You cannot crush faith simply by removing its earthly manifestations. The Catholic Church will continue with or without Vatican City. A noble lie. But a lie all the same. We both know the truth. Tell me, why is Vatican City a walled citadel? Men of God live in a dangerous world, the Camerlengo said. How young are you? The Vatican is a fortress because the Catholic Church holds half of its equity inside its walls: rare paintings, sculpture, devalued jewels, priceless books. Then there is the gold bullion and the real estate deeds inside the Vatican bank vaults. Inside estimates put the raw value of Vatican City at $48.5 billion. Quite a nest egg you're sitting on. Tomorrow it will be ash. Liquidated assets, as it were. You will be bankrupt. Not even men of cloth can work for nothing. The accuracy of the statement seemed to be reflected in Olivetti's and the Camerlengo's shell-shocked looks. Langdon wasn't sure what was more amazing, that the Catholic Church had that kind of money, or that the Illuminati somehow knew about it. The Camerlengo sighed heavily. Faith, not money, is the backbone of this church. More lies, the caller said. Last year you spent $183 million trying to support your struggling dioceses worldwide. Church attendance is at an all-time low, down 46% in the last decade. Donations are half what they were only 7 years ago. Fewer and fewer men are entering the seminary. Although you will not admit it, your church is dying. Consider this a chance to go out with a bang. Olivetti stepped forward. He seemed less combative now, as if he now sensed the reality facing him. He looked like a man searching for an out. Any out? And what if some of that bullion went to fund your cause? Do not insult us both. We have money. As do we. More than you can fathom. Langdon flashed on the alleged Illuminati fortunes, the ancient wealth of the Bavarian stonemasons, the Rothschilds, the Bilderbergers, the legendary Illuminati diamond. I prefer it, the Camerlengo said, changing the subject. His voice was pleading. Spare them. They are old. They are virgin sacrifices. The caller laughed. Tell me, do you think they are really virgins? Will the little lambs squeal when they die? Sacrifici virgini nel altar di scienza. The Camerlengo was silent for a long time. They are men of faith, he finally said. They do not fear death. The caller sneered. Leonardo Vetra was a man of faith, and yet I saw fear in his eyes last night. A fear I removed. Vittoria, who had been silent, was suddenly airborne, her body taut with hatred. Asino. He was my father. A cackle echoed from the speaker. Your father? What is this? Vetra has a daughter? You should know your father whimpered like a child at the end. Pitiful, really. A pathetic man. Vittoria reeled as if knocked backward by the words. Langdon reached for her, but she regained her balance and fixed her dark eyes on the phone. I swear on my life, before this night is over, I will find you. Her voice sharpened like a laser. And when I do? The caller laughed coarsely. A woman of spirit. I am aroused. Perhaps before this night is over, I will find you. And when I do? The words hung like a blade. Then he was gone. 42 Cardinal Mortati was sweating now in his black robe. Not only was the Sistine Chapel starting to feel like a sauna, but conclave was scheduled to begin in 20 minutes, and there was still no word on the 4 missing cardinals. In their absence, the initial whispers of confusion among the other cardinals had turned to outspoken anxiety. Mortati could not imagine where the truant men could be. With the Camerlegno perhaps? He knew the Camerlegno had held the traditional private tea for the 4 Preferiti earlier that afternoon, but that had been hours ago. Were they ill? Something they ate? Mortati doubted it. Even on the verge of death the Preferiti would be here. It was once in a lifetime, usually never, that a cardinal had the chance to be elected Supreme Pontiff, and by Vatican law the cardinal had to be inside the Sistine Chapel when the vote took place. Otherwise, he was ineligible. Although there were 4 Preferiti, few cardinals had any doubt who the next pope would be. The past 15 days had seen a blizzard of faxes and phone calls discussing potential candidates. As was the custom, 4 names had been chosen as Preferiti, each of them fulfilling the unspoken requisites for becoming pope. Multilingual in Italian, Spanish, and English. No skeletons in his closet. Between 65 and 80 years old. As usual, one of the Preferiti had risen above the others as the man the college proposed to elect. Tonight that man was Cardinal Aldo Baggia from Milan. Baggia's untainted record of service, combined with unparalleled language skills and the ability to communicate the essence of spirituality, had made him the clear favorite. So where the devil is he? Mortati wondered. Mortati was particularly unnerved by the missing cardinals because the task of supervising this conclave had fallen to him. A week ago, the College of Cardinals had unanimously chosen Mortati for the office known as the Great Elector, the conclave's internal master of ceremonies. Even though the Camerlegno was the church's ranking official, the Camerlegno was only a priest and had little familiarity with the complex election process, so one cardinal was selected to oversee the ceremony from within the Sistine Chapel. Cardinals often joked that being appointed the Great Elector was the cruelest honor in Christendom. The appointment made one ineligible as a candidate during the election, and it also required one spend many days prior to conclave poring over the pages of the Universi Dominici Gregis reviewing the subtleties of conclave's arcane rituals to ensure the election was properly administered. Mortati held no grudge, though. He knew he was the logical choice. Not only was he the senior cardinal, but he had also been a confidant of the late pope, a fact that elevated his esteem. Although Mortati was technically still within the legal age window for election, he was getting a bit old to be a serious candidate. At 79 years old he had crossed the unspoken threshold beyond which the college no longer trusted one's health to withstand the rigorous schedule of the papacy. A pope usually worked 14-hour days, 7 days a week, and died of exhaustion in an average of 6.3 years. The inside joke was that accepting the papacy was a cardinal's fastest route to heaven. Mortati, many believed, could have been pope in his younger days had he not been so broad-minded. When it came to pursuing the papacy, there was a holy trinity: conservative. 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 Mortati had always found it pleasantly ironic that the late pope, God rest his soul, had revealed himself as surprisingly liberal once he had taken office. Perhaps sensing the modern world progressing away from the church, the pope had made overtures, softening the church's position on the sciences, even donating money to selective scientific causes. Sadly, it had been political suicide. Conservative Catholics declared the pope senile, while scientific purists accused him of trying to spread the church's influence where it did not belong. So where are they? Mortati turned. One of the cardinals was tapping him nervously on the shoulder. You know where they are, don't you? Mortati tried not to show too much concern. Perhaps still with the Camerlegno. At this hour? That would be highly unorthodox. The cardinal frowned mistrustingly. Perhaps the Camerlegno lost track of time. Mortati sincerely doubted it, but he said nothing. He was well aware that most cardinals did not much care for the Camerlegno, feeling he was too young to serve the Pope so closely. Mortati suspected much of the cardinal's dislike was jealousy, and Mortati actually admired the young man, secretly applauding the late Pope's selection for Chamberlain. Mortati saw only conviction when he looked in the Camerlegno's eyes, and unlike many of the cardinals, the Camerlegno put church and faith before petty politics. He was truly a man of God. Throughout his tenure, the Camerlegno's steadfast devotion had become legendary. Many attributed it to the miraculous event in his childhood, an event that would have left a permanent impression on any man's heart. The miracle and wonder of it, Mortati thought, often wishing his own childhood had presented an event that fostered that kind of doubtless faith. Unfortunately for the Church, Mortati knew, the Camerlegno would never become pope in his elder years. Attaining the papacy required a certain amount of political ambition, something the young Camerlegno apparently lacked. He had refused his pope's offers for higher clerical stations many times, saying he preferred to serve the Church as a simple man. What next? The cardinal tapped Mortati, waiting. Mortati looked up. I'm sorry. They're late. What shall we do? What can we do? Mortati replied. We wait. And have faith. Looking entirely unsatisfied with Mortati's response, the cardinal shrunk back into the shadows. Mortati stood a moment, dabbing his temples and trying to clear his mind. Indeed, what shall we do? He gazed past the altar up to Michelangelo's renowned fresco, The Last Judgment. The painting did nothing to soothe his anxiety. It was a horrifying, 50-foot-tall depiction of Jesus Christ separating mankind into the righteous and sinners, casting the sinners into hell. There was flayed flesh, burning bodies, and even one of Michelangelo's rivals sitting in hell wearing ass's ears. Guy de Maupassant had once written that the painting looked like something painted for a carnival wrestling booth by an ignorant coal heaver. Cardinal Mortati had to agree. 43 Langdon stood motionless at the Pope's bulletproof window and gazed down at the bustle of media trailers in St. Peter's Square. The eerie phone conversation had left him feeling turgid, distended somehow. Not himself. The Illuminati, like a serpent from the forgotten depths of history, had risen and wrapped themselves around an ancient foe. No demands. No negotiation. Just retribution. Demonically simple. Squeezing. A revenge 400 years in the making. It seemed that after centuries of persecution, science had bitten back. The Camerlegno stood at his desk, staring blankly at the phone. Olivetti was the first to break the silence. Carlo, he said, using the Camerlegno's first name and sounding more like a weary friend than an officer. For 26 years, I have sworn my life to the protection of this office. It seems tonight I am dishonored. The Camerlegno shook his head. You and I serve God in different capacities, but service always brings honor. These events. I can't imagine how this situation. Olivetti looked overwhelmed. You realize we have only one possible course of action. I have a responsibility for the safety of the College of Cardinals. I fear that responsibility was mine, Signore. Then your men will oversee the immediate evacuation. Signore. Other options can be exercised later: a search for this device, a manhunt for the missing cardinals and their captors. But first the cardinals must be taken to safety. The sanctity of human life weighs above all. Those men are the foundation of this church. You suggest we cancel conclave right now? Do I have a choice? What about your charge to bring a new pope? The young chamberlain sighed and turned to the window, his eyes drifting out onto the sprawl of Rome below. His Holiness once told me that a pope is a man torn between two worlds, the real world and the divine. He warned that any church that ignored reality would not survive to enjoy the divine. His voice sounded suddenly wise for its years. The real world is upon us tonight. We would be vain to ignore it. Pride and precedent cannot overshadow reason. Olivetti nodded, looking impressed. I have underestimated you, signore. The Camerlengo did not seem to hear. His gaze was distant on the window. I will speak openly, signore. The real world is my world. I immerse myself in its ugliness every day such that others are unencumbered to seek something more pure. Let me advise you on the present situation. It is what I am trained for. Your instincts, though worthy, could be disastrous. The Camerlengo turned. Olivetti sighed. The evacuation of the College of Cardinals from the Sistine Chapel is the worst possible thing you could do right now. The Camerlengo did not look indignant, only at a loss. What do you suggest? Say nothing to the cardinals. Seal conclave. It will buy us time to try other options. The Camerlengo looked troubled. Are you suggesting I lock the entire College of Cardinals on top of a time bomb? Yes, signore. For now. Later, if need be, we can arrange evacuation. The Camerlengo shook his head. Postponing the ceremony before it starts is grounds alone for an inquiry, but after the doors are sealed nothing intervenes. Conclave procedure obligates. Real world, signore. You're in it tonight. Listen closely. Olivetti spoke now with the efficient rattle of a field officer. Marching 165 cardinals unprepared and unprotected into Rome would be reckless. It would cause confusion and panic in some very old men, and frankly, one fatal stroke this month is enough. One fatal stroke. The commander's words recalled the headlines Langdon had read over dinner with some students in the Harvard Commons: Pope suffers stroke. Dies in sleep. In addition, Olivetti said, the Sistine Chapel is a fortress. Although we don't advertise the fact, the structure is heavily reinforced and can repel any attack short of missiles. As preparation, we searched every inch of the chapel this afternoon, scanning for bugs and other surveillance equipment. The chapel is clean, a safe haven, and I am confident the antimatter is not inside. There is no safer place those men can be right now. We can always discuss emergency evacuation later if it comes to that. Langdon was impressed. Olivetti's cold, smart logic reminded him of Kohler. Commander, Vittoria said, her voice tense, there are other concerns. Nobody has ever created this much antimatter. The blast radius, I can only estimate. Some of surrounding Rome may be in danger. If the canister is in one of your central buildings or underground, the effect outside these walls may be minimal, but if the canister is near the perimeter in this building, for example. She glanced warily out the window at the crowd in St. Peter's Square. I am well aware of my responsibilities to the outside world, Olivetti replied, and it makes the situation no more grave. The protection of the sanctuary has been my sole charge for over 2 decades. I have no intention of allowing this weapon to detonate. Camerlengo Ventresca looked up. You think you can find it? Let me discuss our options with some of my surveillance specialists. There is a possibility, if we kill power to Vatican City, that we can eliminate the background RF and create a clean enough environment to get a reading on that canister's magnetic field. Vittoria looked surprised, and then impressed. You want to black out Vatican City? Possibly. I don't yet know if it's possible, but it is one option I want to explore. The cardinals would certainly wonder what happened, Vittoria remarked. Olivetti shook his head. Conclaves are held by candlelight. The cardinals would never know. After conclave is sealed, I could pull all except a few of my perimeter guards and begin a search. 100 men could cover a lot of ground in 5 hours. 4 hours, Vittoria corrected. I need to fly the canister back to CERN. Detonation is unavoidable without recharging the batteries. There's no way to recharge here. Vittoria shook her head. The interface is complex. I'd have brought it if I could. 4 hours then, Olivetti said, frowning. Still time enough. Panic serves no one. Signore, you have 10 minutes. Go to the chapel, seal conclave. Give my men some time to do their job. As we get closer to the critical hour, we will make the critical decisions. Langdon wondered how close to the critical hour Olivetti would let things get. The Camerlegno looked troubled. But the college will ask about the Preferiti, especially about Bagia, where they are. Then you will have to think of something, signore. Tell them you served the 4 cardinals something at tea that disagreed with them. The Camerlegno looked riled. Stand on the altar of the Sistine Chapel and lie to the College of Cardinals. For their own safety. Una bugia veniale. A white lie. Your job will be to keep the peace. Olivetti headed for the door. Now if you will excuse me, I need to get started. Commandante, the Camerlegno urged, we cannot simply turn our backs on missing cardinals. Olivetti stopped in the doorway. Bagia and the others are currently outside our sphere of influence. We must let them go for the good of the whole. The military calls it triage. Don't you mean abandonment? His voice hardened. If there were any way, signore, any way in heaven to locate those 4 cardinals, I would lay down my life to do it. And yet. He pointed across the room at the window where the early evening sun glinted off an endless sea of Roman rooftops. Searching a city of 5 million is not within my power. I will not waste precious time to appease my conscience in a futile exercise. I'm sorry. Vittoria spoke suddenly. But if we caught the killer, couldn't you make him talk? Olivetti frowned at her. Soldiers cannot afford to be saints, Ms. Vetra. Believe me, I empathize with your personal incentive to catch this man. It's not only personal, she said. The killer knows where the antimatter is and the missing cardinals. If we could somehow find him. Play into their hands. Olivetti said. Believe me, removing all protection from Vatican City in order to stake out hundreds of churches is what the Illuminati hope we will do, wasting precious time and manpower when we should be searching, or worse yet, leaving the Vatican Bank totally unprotected. Not to mention the remaining cardinals. The point hit home. How about the Roman police? The Camerlegno asked. We could alert citywide enforcement of the crisis. Enlist their help in finding the cardinal's captor. Another mistake, Olivetti said. You know how the Roman Carabinieri feel about us. We'd get a half-hearted effort of a few men in exchange for their selling our crisis to the global media. Exactly what our enemies want. We'll have to deal with the media soon enough as it is. I will make your cardinals media luminaries, Langdon thought, recalling the killer's words. The first cardinal's body appears at 8 o'clock. Then one every hour. The press will love it. The Camerlegno was talking again, a trace of anger in his voice. Commander, we cannot in good conscience do nothing about the missing cardinals. Olivetti looked the Camerlegno dead in the eye. The prayer of Saint Francis, signore. Do you recall it? The young priest spoke the single line with pain in his voice. God, grant me strength to accept those things I cannot change. Trust me, Olivetti said. This is one of those things. Then he was gone. 44 The central office of the British Broadcast Corporation, BBC, is in London just west of Piccadilly Circus. The switchboard phone rang, and a junior content editor picked up. BBC, she said, stubbing out her Dunhill cigarette. The voice on the line was raspy, with a Mideast accent. I have a breaking story your network might be interested in. The editor took out a pen and a standard lead sheet. Regarding the papal election. She frowned wearily. The BBC had run a preliminary story yesterday to mediocre response. The public, it seemed, had little interest in Vatican City. What's the angle? Do you have a TV reporter in Rome covering the election? I believe so. I need to speak to him directly. I'm sorry, but I cannot give you that number without some idea. There is a threat to the conclave. That is all I can tell you. The editor took notes. Your name? My name is immaterial. The editor was not surprised. And you have proof of this claim? I do. I would be happy to take the information, but it is not our policy to give out our reporters' numbers unless. I understand. I will call another network. Thank you for your time. Goodbye. Just a moment, she said. Can you hold? The editor put the caller on hold and stretched her neck. The art of screening out potential crank calls was by no means a perfect science, but this caller had just passed the BBC's 2 tacit tests for authenticity of a phone source. He had refused to give his name, and he was eager to get off the phone. Hacks and glory hounds usually whined and pleaded. Fortunately for her, reporters lived in eternal fear of missing the big story, so they seldom chastised her for passing along the occasional delusional psychotic. Wasting 5 minutes of a reporter's time was forgivable. Missing a headline was not. Yawning, she looked at her computer and typed in the keywords Vatican City. When she saw the name of the field reporter covering the papal election, she chuckled to herself. He was a new guy the BBC had just brought up from some trashy London tabloid to handle some of the BBC's more mundane coverage. Editorial had obviously started him at the bottom rung. He was probably bored out of his mind, waiting all night to record his live 10-second video spot. He would most likely be grateful for a break in the monotony. The BBC content editor copied down the reporter's satellite extension in Vatican City. Then, lighting another cigarette, she gave the anonymous caller the reporter's number. 45 It won't work, Vittoria said, pacing the Pope's office. She looked up at the camera like no. Even if a Swiss Guard team can filter electronic interference, they will have to be practically on top of the canister before they detect any signal. And that's if the canister is even accessible unenclosed by other barriers. What if it's buried in a metal box somewhere on your grounds? Or up in a metal ventilating duct? There's no way they'll trace it? And what if the Swiss Guards have been infiltrated? Who's to say the search will be clean? The Camerlegno looked drained. What are you proposing, Ms. Vetra? Vittoria felt flustered. Isn't it obvious? I am proposing, sir, that you take other precautions immediately. We can hope against all hope that the commander's search is successful. At the same time, look out the window. Do you see those people? Those buildings across the piazza? Those media vans? The tourists? They are quite possibly within range of the blast. You need to act now. The Camerlegno nodded vacantly. Vittoria felt frustrated. Olivetti had convinced everyone there was plenty of time. But Vittoria knew if news of the Vatican predicament leaked out, the entire area could fill with onlookers in a matter of minutes. She had seen it once outside the Swiss Parliament building. During a hostage situation involving a bomb, thousands had congregated outside the building to witness the outcome. Despite police warnings that they were in danger, the crowd packed in closer and closer. Nothing captured human interest like human tragedy. Signore, Vittoria urged, the man who killed my father is out there somewhere. Every cell in this body wants to run from here and hunt him down. But I am standing in your office because I have a responsibility to you. To you and others. Lives are in danger, Signore. Do you hear me? The Camerlegno did not answer. Vittoria could hear her own heart racing. Why couldn't the Swiss Guard trace that damn caller? The Illuminati assassin is the key. He knows where the antimatter is hell, he knows where the cardinals are. Catch the killer, and everything is solved. Vittoria sensed she was starting to come unhinged, an alien distress she recalled only faintly from childhood, the orphanage years, frustration with no tools to handle it. You have tools, she told herself, you always have tools. But it was no use. Her thoughts intruded, strangling her. She was a researcher and problem solver. But this was a problem with no solution. What data do you require? What do you want? She told herself to breathe deeply, but for the first time in her life, she could not. She was suffocating. Langdon's head ached, and he felt like he was skirting the edges of rationality. He watched Vittoria and the Camerlengo, but his vision was blurred by hideous images, explosions, press swarming, cameras rolling, 4 branded humans. Shaitan. Lucifer. Bringer of light. Satan. He shook the fiendish images from his mind. Calculated terrorism, he reminded himself, grasping at reality. Planned chaos. He thought back to a Radcliffe seminar he had once audited while researching Praetorian symbolism. He had never seen terrorists the same way since. Terrorism, the professor had lectured, has a singular goal. What is it? Killing innocent people, a student ventured. Incorrect. Death is only a byproduct of terrorism. A show of strength. No, a weaker persuasion does not exist. To cause terror. Concisely put. Quite simply, the goal of terrorism is to create terror and fear. Fear undermines faith in the establishment. It weakens the enemy from within, causing unrest in the masses. Write this down. Terrorism is not an expression of rage. Terrorism is a political weapon. Remove a government's faade of infallibility, and you remove its people's faith. Loss of faith. Is that what this was all about? Langdon wondered how Christians of the world would react to cardinals being laid out like mutilated dogs. If the faith of a canonized priest did not protect him from the evils of Satan, what hope was there for the rest of us? Langdon's head was pounding louder now, tiny voices playing tug of war. Faith does not protect you. Medicine and airbags, those are things that protect you. God does not protect you. Intelligence protects you. Enlightenment. Put your faith in something with tangible results. How long has it been since someone walked on water? Modern miracles belong to science, computers, vaccines, space stations, even the divine miracle of creation. Matter from nothing in a lab. Who needs God? No. Science is God. The killer's voice resonated in Langdon's mind. Midnight mathematical progression of death, sacrifici virgini nel altar de scienza. Then suddenly, like a crowd dispersed by a single gunshot, the voices were gone. Robert Langdon bolted to his feet. His chair fell backward and crashed on the marble floor. Vittoria and the Camerlengo jumped. I missed it, Langdon whispered, spellbound. It was right in front of me. Missed what? Vittoria demanded. Langdon turned to the priest. Father, for 3 years I have petitioned this office for access to the Vatican archives. I have been denied 7 times. Mr. Langdon, I am sorry, but this hardly seems the moment to raise such complaints. I need access immediately. The 4 missing cardinals. I may be able to figure out where they're going to be killed. Vittoria stared, looking certain she had misunderstood. The Camerlengo looked troubled, as if he were the brunt of a cruel joke. You expect me to believe this information is in our archives? I can't promise I can locate it in time, but if you let me in. Mr. Langdon, I am due in the Sistine Chapel in 4 minutes. The archives are across Vatican City. You're serious, aren't you? Vittoria interrupted, staring deep into Langdon's eyes, seeming to sense his earnestness. Hardly a joking time, Langdon said. Father, Vittoria said, turning to the Camerlengo, if there's a chance any at all of finding where these killings are going to happen, we could stake out the locations and... But the archives, the Camerlengo insisted. How could they possibly contain any clue? Explaining it, Langdon said, will take longer than you've got. But if I'm right, we can use the information to catch the assassin. The Camerlengo looked as though he wanted to believe but somehow could not. Christianity's most sacred codices are in that archive. Treasures I myself am not privileged enough to see. I am aware of that. Access is permitted only by written decree of the curator and the Board of Vatican Librarians. Or, Langdon declared, by papal mandate. It says so in every rejection letter your curator ever sent me. The Camerlegno nodded. Not to be rude, Langdon urged, but if I'm not mistaken a papal mandate comes from this office. As far as I can tell, tonight you hold the trust of his station. Considering the circumstances. The Camerlegno pulled a pocket watch from his cassock and looked at it. Mr. Langdon, I am prepared to give my life tonight, quite literally, to save this church. Langdon sensed nothing but truth in the man's eyes. This document, the Camerlegno said, do you truly believe it is here? And that it can help us locate these 4 churches? I would not have made countless solicitations for access if I were not convinced. Italy is a bit far to come on a lark when you make a teacher's salary. The document you have is an ancient. Please, the Camerlegno interrupted. Forgive me. My mind cannot process any more details at the moment. Do you know where the secret archives are located? Langdon felt a rush of excitement. Just behind the Santa Anna Gate. Impressive. Most scholars believe it is through the secret door behind St. Peter's throne. No. That would be the Archivio della Reverenda di Fabbrica di Spietro. A common misconception. A librarian docent accompanies every entrant at all times. Tonight, the docents are gone. What you are requesting is carte blanche access. Not even our cardinals enter alone. I will treat your treasures with the utmost respect and care. Your librarians will find not a trace that I was there. Overhead the bells of St. Peter's began to toll. The Camerlegno checked his pocket watch. I must go. He paused a taut moment and looked up at Langdon. I will have a Swiss guard meet you at the archives. I am giving you my trust, Mr. Langdon. Go now. Langdon was speechless. The young priest now seemed to possess an eerie poise. Reaching over, he squeezed Langdon's shoulder with surprising strength. I want you to find what you are looking for. And find it quickly. 46 The secret Vatican archives are located at the far end of the Borgia courtyard directly up a hill from the gate of Santa Anna. They contain over 20,000 volumes and are rumored to hold such treasures as Leonardo da Vinci's missing diaries and even unpublished books of the Holy Bible. Langdon strode powerfully up the deserted Via della Fondamenta toward the archives, his mind barely able to accept that he was about to be granted access. Vittoria was at his side, keeping pace effortlessly. Her almond-scented hair tossed lightly in the breeze, and Langdon breathed it in. He felt his thoughts straying and reeled himself back. Vittoria said, You going to tell me what we're looking for? A little book written by a guy named Galileo. She sounded surprised. You don't mess around. What's in it? It is supposed to contain something called il segno. The sign. Sign, clue, signal depends on your translation. Sign to what? Langdon picked up the pace. A secret location. Galileo's Illuminati needed to protect themselves from the Vatican, so they founded an ultra-secret Illuminati meeting place here in Rome. They called it the Church of Illumination. Pretty bold calling a satanic lair a church. Langdon shook his head. Galileo's Illuminati were not the least bit satanic. They were scientists who revered enlightenment. Their meeting place was simply where they could safely congregate and discuss topics forbidden by the Vatican. Although we know the secret lair existed, to this day nobody has ever located it. Sounds like the Illuminati know how to keep a secret. Absolutely. In fact, they never revealed the location of their hideaway to anyone outside the Brotherhood. This secrecy protected them, but it also posed a problem when it came to recruiting new members. They couldn't grow if they couldn't advertise, Vittoria said, her legs and mind keeping perfect pace. Exactly. Word of Galileo's Brotherhood started to spread in the 1630s, and scientists from around the world made secret pilgrimages to Rome hoping to join the Illuminati, eager for a chance to look through Galileo's telescope and hear the master's ideas. Unfortunately, though, because of the Illuminati's secrecy, scientists arriving in Rome never knew where to go for the meetings or to whom they could safely speak. The Illuminati wanted new blood, but they could not afford to risk their secrecy by making their whereabouts known. Vittoria frowned. Sounds like a situazione senza soluzione. Exactly. A catch-22, as we would say. So what did they do? They were scientists. They examined the problem and found a solution. A brilliant one, actually. The Illuminati created a kind of ingenious map directing scientists to their sanctuary. Vittoria looked suddenly skeptical and slowed. A map? Sounds careless. If a copy fell into the wrong hands. It couldn't, Langdon said. No copies existed anywhere. It was not the kind of map that fit on paper. It was enormous. A blazed trail of sorts across the city. Vittoria slowed even further. Arrows painted on sidewalks. In a sense, yes, but much more subtle. The map consisted of a series of carefully concealed symbolic markers placed in public locations around the city. One marker led to the next and the next, a trail eventually leading to the Illuminati lair. Vittoria eyed him askance. Sounds like a treasure hunt. Langdon chuckled. In a manner of speaking, it is. The Illuminati called their string of markers the path of illumination, and anyone who wanted to join the Brotherhood had to follow it all the way to the end. A kind of test. But if the Vatican wanted to find the Illuminati, Vittoria argued, couldn't they simply follow the markers? No. The path was hidden. A puzzle, constructed in such a way that only certain people would have the ability to track the markers and figure out where the Illuminati church was hidden. The Illuminati intended it as a kind of initiation, functioning not only as a security measure but also as a screening process to ensure that only the brightest scientists arrived at their door. I don't buy it. In the 1600s the clergy were some of the most educated men in the world. If these markers were in public locations, certainly there existed members of the Vatican who could have figured it out. Sure, Langdon said, if they had known about the markers. But they didn't. And they never noticed them because the Illuminati designed them in such a way that clerics would never suspect what they were. They used a method known in symbology as dissimulation. Camouflage. Langdon was impressed. You know the term. Dissimulation, she said. Nature's best defense. Try spotting a trumpet fish floating vertically in seagrass. Okay, Langdon said. The Illuminati used the same concept. They created markers that faded into the backdrop of ancient Rome. They couldn't use ambigrams or scientific symbology because it would be far too conspicuous, so they called on an Illuminati artist, the same anonymous prodigy who had created their ambigrammatic symbol Illuminati, and they commissioned him to carve 4 sculptures. Illuminati sculptures. Yes, sculptures with 2 strict guidelines. First, the sculptures had to look like the rest of the artwork in Rome, artwork that the Vatican would never suspect belonged to the Illuminati. Religious art. Langdon nodded, feeling a tinge of excitement, talking faster now. And the second guideline was that the 4 sculptures had to have very specific themes. Each piece needed to be a subtle tribute to one of the 4 elements of science. 4 elements. Vittoria said. There are over 100. Not in the 1600s, Langdon reminded her. Early alchemists believed the entire universe was made up of only 4 substances: earth, air, fire, and water. The early cross, Langdon knew, was the most common symbol of the 4 elements, 4 arms representing earth, air, fire, and water. Beyond that, though, there existed literally dozens of symbolic occurrences of earth, air, fire, and water throughout history: the Pythagorean cycles of life, the Chinese Hong Fan, the Jungian male and female rudiments, the quadrants of the zodiac, even the Muslims revered the four ancient elements, although in Islam they were known as squares, clouds, lightning, and waves. For Langdon, though, it was a more modern usage that always gave him chills: the Mason's four mystic grades of absolute initiation: earth, air, fire, and water. Vittoria seemed mystified. So this Illuminati artist created four pieces of art that looked religious, but were actually tributes to earth, air, fire, and water. Exactly, Langdon said, quickly turning up by a sentinel toward the archives. The pieces blended into the sea of religious artwork all over Rome. By donating the artwork anonymously to specific churches and then using their political influence, the Brotherhood facilitated placement of these four pieces in carefully chosen churches in Rome. Each piece, of course, was a marker subtly pointing to the next church where the next marker awaited. It functioned as a trail of clues disguised as religious art. If an Illuminati candidate could find the first church and the marker for earth, he could follow it to air and then to fire and then to water and finally to the Church of Illumination. Vittoria was looking less and less clear. And this has something to do with catching the Illuminati assassin. Langdon smiled as he played his ace. Oh, yes. The Illuminati called these four churches by a very special name: the Altars of Science. Vittoria frowned. I'm sorry, that means noth. She stopped short. El altar de scienza, she exclaimed. The Illuminati assassin. He warned that the cardinals would be virgin sacrifices on the altars of science. Langdon gave her a smile. 4 cardinals. 4 churches. The 4 altars of science. She looked stunned. You're saying the 4 churches where the cardinals will be sacrificed are the same 4 churches that mark the ancient path of illumination? I believe so, yes. But why would the killer have given us that clue? Why not? Langdon replied. Very few historians know about these sculptures. Even fewer believe they exist. And their locations have remained secret for 400 years. No doubt the Illuminati trusted the secret for another 5 hours. Besides, the Illuminati don't need their path of illumination anymore. Their secret lair is probably long gone anyway. They live in the modern world. They meet in bank boardrooms, eating clubs, private golf courses. Tonight they want to make their secrets public. This is their moment. Their grand unveiling. Langdon feared the Illuminati unveiling would have a special symmetry to it that he had not yet mentioned. The 4 brands. The killer had sworn each cardinal would be branded with a different symbol. Proof the ancient legends are true, the killer had said. The legend of the 4 embigrammatic brands was as old as the Illuminati itself: earth, air, fire, water, 4 words crafted in perfect symmetry. Just like the word Illuminati. Each cardinal was to be branded with one of the ancient elements of science. The rumor that the 4 brands were in English rather than Italian remained a point of debate among historians. English seemed a random deviation from their natural tongue, and the Illuminati did nothing randomly. Langdon turned up the brick pathway before the archive building. Ghastly images thrashed in his mind. The overall Illuminati plot was starting to reveal its patient grandeur. The Brotherhood had vowed to stay silent as long as it took, amassing enough influence and power that they could resurface without fear, make their stand, fight their cause in broad daylight. The Illuminati were no longer about hiding. They were about flaunting their power, confirming the conspiratorial myths as fact. Tonight was a global publicity stunt. Vittoria said, "Here comes our escort." Langdon looked up to see a Swiss guard hurrying across an adjacent lawn toward the front door. When the guard saw them, he stopped in his tracks. He stared at them, as though he thought he was hallucinating. Without a word he turned away and pulled out his walkie-talkie. Apparently incredulous at what he was being asked to do, the guard spoke urgently to the person on the other end. The angry bark coming back was indecipherable to Langdon, but its message was clear. The guard slumped, put away the walkie-talkie, and turned to them with a look of discontent. Not a word was spoken as the guard guided them into the building. They passed through 4 steel doors, 2 passkey entries, down a long stairwell, and into a foyer with 2 combination keypads. Passing through a high-tech series of electronic gates, they arrived at the end of a long hallway outside a set of white oak double doors. The guard stopped, looked them over again and, mumbling under his breath, walked to a metal box on the wall. He unlocked it, reached inside, and pressed a code. The doors before them buzzed, and the deadbolt fell open. The guard turned, speaking to them for the first time. "The archives are beyond that door. I have been instructed to escort you this far and return for briefing on another matter." "You're leaving?" Vittoria demanded. "Swiss guards are not cleared for access to the secret archives. You are here only because my commander received a direct order from the Camerlegno." "But how do we get out?" "Monodirectional security. You will have no difficulties." That being the entirety of the conversation, the guard spun on his heel and marched off down the hall. Vittoria made some comment, but Langdon did not hear. His mind was fixed on the double doors before him, wondering what mysteries lay beyond point 47. Although he knew time was short, Camerlegno Carlo Ventresca walked slowly. He needed the time alone to gather his thoughts before facing opening prayer. So much was happening. As he moved in dim solitude down the northern wing, the challenge of the past 15 days weighed heavy in his bones. He had followed his holy duties to the letter. As was Vatican tradition, following the Pope's death, the Camerlegno had personally confirmed expiration by placing his fingers on the Pope's carotid artery, listening for breath, and then calling the Pope's name 3 times. By law there was no autopsy. Then he had sealed the Pope's bedroom, destroyed the papal fisherman's ring, shattered the die used to make lead seals, and arranged for the funeral. That done, he began preparations for the conclave. Conclave, he thought. The final hurdle. It was one of the oldest traditions in Christendom. Nowadays, because the outcome of conclave was usually known before it began, the process was criticized as obsolete, more of a burlesque than an election. The Camerlegno knew, however, this was only a lack of understanding. Conclave was not an election. It was an ancient, mystic transference of power. The tradition was timeless: the secrecy, the folded slips of paper, the burning of the ballots, the mixing of ancient chemicals, the smoke signals. As the Camerlegno approached through the loggias of Gregory XIII, he wondered if Cardinal Mortati was in a panic yet. Certainly Mortati had noticed the Preferiti were missing. Without them, the voting would go on all night. Mortati's appointment as the great elector, the Camerlegno assured himself, was a good one. The man was a freethinker and could speak his mind. The conclave would need a leader tonight more than ever. As the Camerlegno arrived at the top of the royal staircase, he felt as though he were standing on the precipice of his life. Even from up here he could hear the rumble of activity in the Sistine Chapel below, the uneasy chatter of 165 cardinals. 161 cardinals, he corrected. For an instant the Camerlegno was falling, plummeting toward hell, people screaming, flames engulfing him, stones and blood raining from the sky. And then silence. When the child awoke, he was in heaven. Everything around him was white. The light was blinding and pure. Although some would say a 10-year-old could not possibly understand heaven, the young Carlo Ventresca understood heaven very well. He was in heaven right now. Where else would he be? Even in his short decade on earth, Carlo had felt the majesty of God: the thundering pipe organs, the towering domes, the voices raised in song, the stained glass, shimmering bronze and gold. Carlo's mother, Maria, brought him to Mass every day. The church was Carlo's home. "Why do we come to Mass every single day?" Carlo asked, not that he minded at all. "Because I promised God I would," she replied. And a promise to God is the most important promise of all. Never break a promise to God. Carlo promised her he would never break a promise to God. He loved his mother more than anything in the world. She was his holy angel. Sometimes he called her Maria Benedetta, the Blessed Mary, although she did not like that at all. He knelt with her as she prayed, smelling the sweet scent of her flesh and listening to the murmur of her voice as she counted the rosary. Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Where is my father? Carlo asked, already knowing his father had died before he was born. God is your father, now, she would always reply. You are a child of the church. Carlo loved that. Whenever you feel frightened, she said, remember that God is your father now. He will watch over you and protect you forever. God has big plans for you, Carlo. The boy knew she was right. He could already feel God in his blood. Blood. Blood raining from the sky. Silence. Then heaven. His heaven, Carlo learned as the blinding lights were turned off, was actually the intensive care unit in Santa Clara Hospital outside of Palermo. Carlo had been the sole survivor of a terrorist bombing that had collapsed a chapel where he and his mother had been attending Mass while on vacation. 37 people had died, including Carlo's mother. The papers called Carlo's survival the miracle of St. Francis. Carlo had, for some unknown reason, only moments before the blast, left his mother's side and ventured into a protected alcove to ponder a tapestry depicting the story of St. Francis. God called me there, he decided. He wanted to save me. Carlo was delirious with pain. He could still see his mother, kneeling at the pew, blowing him a kiss, and then with a concussive roar, her sweet-smelling flesh was torn apart. He could still taste man's evil. Blood showered down. His mother's blood. The Blessed Maria. God will watch over you and protect you forever, his mother had told him. But where was God now? Then, like a worldly manifestation of his mother's truth, a clergyman had come to the hospital. He was not any clergyman. He was a bishop. He prayed over Carlo. The miracle of St. Francis. When Carlo recovered, the bishop arranged for him to live in a small monastery attached to the cathedral over which the bishop presided. Carlo lived and tutored with the monks. He even became an altar boy for his new protector. The bishop suggested Carlo enter public school, but Carlo refused. He could not have been more happy with his new home. He now truly lived in the house of God. Every night Carlo prayed for his mother. God saved me for a reason, he thought. What is the reason? When Carlo turned 16, he was obliged by Italian law to serve 2 years of reserve military training. The bishop told Carlo that if he entered seminary he would be exempt from this duty. Carlo told the priest that he planned to enter seminary but that first he needed to understand evil. The bishop did not understand. Carlo told him that if he was going to spend his life in the church fighting evil, first he had to understand it. He could not think of any better place to understand evil than in the army. The army used guns and bombs. A bomb killed my blessed mother. The bishop tried to dissuade him, but Carlo's mind was made up. Be careful, my son, the bishop had said. And remember the church awaits you when you return. Carlo's 2 years of military service had been dreadful. Carlo's youth had been one of silence and reflection. But in the army there was no quiet for reflection. Endless noise. Huge machines everywhere. Not a moment of peace. Although the soldiers went to Mass once a week at the barracks, Carlo did not sense God's presence in any of his fellow soldiers. Their minds were too filled with chaos to see God. Carlo hated his new life and wanted to go home. But he was determined to stick it out. He had yet to understand evil. He refused to fire a gun, so the military taught him how to fly a medical helicopter. Carlo hated the noise and the smell, but at least it let him fly up in the sky and be closer to his mother in heaven. When he was informed his pilot's training included learning how to parachute, Carlo was terrified. Still, he had no choice. God will protect me, he told himself. Carlo's first parachute jump was the most exhilarating physical experience of his life. It was like flying with God. Carlo could not get enough to silence the floating, seeing his mother's face in the billowing white clouds as he soared to earth. God has plans for you, Carlo. When he returned from the military, Carlo entered the seminary. That had been 23 years ago. Now, as Camerlegno Carlo Ventresca descended the royal staircase, he tried to comprehend the chain of events that had delivered him to this extraordinary crossroads. Abandon all fear, he told himself, and give this night over to God. He could see the great bronze door of the Sistine Chapel now, dutifully protected by 4 Swiss guards. The guards unbolted the door and pulled it open. Inside, every head turned. The Camerlegno gazed out at the black robes and red sashes before him. He understood what God's plans for him were. The fate of the church had been placed in his hands. The Camerlegno crossed himself and stepped over the threshold. 48 BBC journalist Gunter Glick sat sweating in the BBC network van parked on the eastern edge of St. Peter's Square and cursed his assignment editor. Although Glick's first monthly review had come back filled with superlatives: resourceful, sharp, dependable, here he was in Vatican City on Pope watch. He reminded himself that reporting for the BBC carried a hell of a lot more credibility than fabricating fodder for the British Tatler, but still, this was not his idea of reporting. Glick's assignment was simple. Insultingly simple. He was to sit here waiting for a bunch of old farts to elect their next chief old fart, then he was to step outside and record a 15-second live spot with the Vatican as a backdrop. Brilliant. Glick couldn't believe the BBC still sent reporters into the field to cover this schlock. You don't see the American networks here tonight. Hell no. That was because the big boys did it right. They watched CNN, synopsized it, and then filmed their live report in front of a blue screen, superimposing stock video for a realistic backdrop. MSNBC even used in-studio wind and rain machines to give that on-the-scene authenticity. Viewers didn't want truth anymore, they wanted entertainment. Glick gazed out through the windshield and felt more and more depressed by the minute. The imperial mountain of Vatican City rose before him as a dismal reminder of what men could accomplish when they put their minds to it. What have I accomplished in my life? He wondered aloud. Nothing. So give up, a woman's voice said from behind him. Glick jumped. He had almost forgotten he was not alone. He turned to the back seat, where his camera woman, Janita Macri, sat silently polishing her glasses. She was always polishing her glasses. Janita was black, although she preferred African American, a little heavy, and smart as hell. She wouldn't let you forget it either. She was an odd bird, but Glick liked her. And Glick could sure as hell use the company. What's the problem, Gunth? Janita asked. What are we doing here? She kept polishing. Witnessing an exciting event. Old men locked in the dark is exciting. You do know you're going to hell, don't you? Already there. Talk to me. She sounded like his mother. I just feel like I want to leave my mark. You wrote for the British Tatler. Yeah, but nothing with any resonance. Oh, come on, I heard you did a groundbreaking article on the Queen's secret sex life with aliens. Thanks. Hey, things are looking up. Tonight you make your first 15 seconds of TV history. Glick groaned. He could hear the news anchor already. Thanks Gunter, great report. Then the anchor would roll his eyes and move on to the weather. I should have tried for an anchor spot. Macri laughed. With no experience. And that beard? Forget it. Glick ran his hands through the reddish gob of hair on his chin. I think it makes me look clever. The van's cell phone rang, mercifully interrupting yet another one of Glick's failures. Maybe that's editorial, he said, suddenly hopeful. You think they want a live update on this story? Macri laughed. You keep dreaming. Glick answered the phone in his best anchorman voice. Gunter Glick, BBC, live in Vatican City. The man on the line had a thick Arabic accent. Listen carefully, he said. I am about to change your life. 49 Langdon and Vittoria stood alone now outside the double doors that led to the inner sanctum of the secret archives. The decor in the colonnade was an incongruous mix of wall-to-wall carpets over marble floors and wireless security cameras gazing down from beside carved cherubs in the ceiling. Langdon dubbed it sterile Renaissance. Beside the arched ingress hung a small bronze plaque. Archivio Vaticano. Curator, Padre Jacque Tommaso. Father Jacque Tommaso. Langdon recognized the curator's name from the rejection letters at home in his desk. Dear Mr. Langdon, it is with regret that I am writing to deny. Regret. Bullshit. Since Jacque Tommaso's reign had begun, Langdon had never met a single non-Catholic American scholar who had been given access to the secret Vatican archives. Il Guardiano, historians called him. Jacque Tommaso was the toughest librarian on earth. As Langdon pushed the doors open and stepped through the vaulted portal into the inner sanctum, he half expected to see Father Jacque in full military fatigues and helmet standing guard with a bazooka. The space, however, was deserted. Silence. Soft lighting. Archivio Vaticano. One of his life dreams. As Langdon's eyes took in the sacred chamber, his first reaction was one of embarrassment. He realized what a callow romantic he was. The images he had held for so many years of this room could not have been more inaccurate. He had imagined dusty bookshelves piled high with tattered volumes, priests cataloging by the light of candles and stained glass windows, monks poring over scrolls. Not even clothes. At first glance the room appeared to be a darkened airline hangar in which someone had built a dozen freestanding racquetball courts. Langdon knew of course what the glass-walled enclosures were. He was not surprised to see them. Humidity and heat eroded ancient vellums and parchments, and proper preservation required hermetic vaults like these airtight cubicles that kept out humidity and natural acids in the air. Langdon had been inside hermetic vaults many times, but it was always an unsettling experience, something about entering an airtight container where the oxygen was regulated by a reference librarian. The vaults were dark, ghostly even, faintly outlined by tiny dome lights at the end of each stack. In the blackness of each cell, Langdon sensed the phantom giants, row upon row of towering stacks, laden with history. This was one hell of a collection. Vittoria also seemed dazzled. She stood beside him staring mutely at the giant transparent cubes. Time was short, and Langdon wasted none of it scanning the dimly lit room for a book catalog, a bound encyclopedia that catalogued the library's collection. All he saw was the glow of a handful of computer terminals dotting the room. Looks like they've got a biblion. Their index is computerized. Vittoria looked hopeful. That should speed things up. Langdon wished he shared her enthusiasm, but he sensed this was bad news. He walked to a terminal and began typing. His fears were instantly confirmed. The old-fashioned method would have been better. Why? He stepped back from the monitor. Because real books don't have password protection. I don't suppose physicists are natural-born hackers. Vittoria shook her head. I can open oysters, that's about it. Langdon took a deep breath and turned to face the eerie collection of diaphanous vaults. He walked to the nearest one and squinted into the dim interior. Inside the glass were amorphous shapes Langdon recognized as the usual bookshelves, parchment bins, and examination tables. He looked up at the indicator tabs glowing at the end of each stack. As in all libraries, the tabs indicated the contents of that row. He read the headings as he moved down the transparent barrier. Pietro il Eremito. Le Crociate. Urbano II. Levant. They're labeled, he said, still walking. But it's not alpha author. He wasn't surprised. Ancient archives were almost never catalogued alphabetically because so many of the authors were unknown. Titles didn't work either because many historical documents were untitled letters or parchment fragments. Most cataloging was done chronologically. Disconcertingly, however, this arrangement did not appear to be chronological. Langdon felt precious time already slipping away. Looks like the Vatican has its own system. What a surprise. He examined the labels again. The documents spanned centuries, but all the keywords, he realized, were interrelated. I think it's a thematic classification. Thematic? Vittoria said, sounding like a disapproving scientist. Sounds inefficient. Actually. Langdon thought, considering it more closely. This may be the shrewdest cataloging I've ever seen. He had always urged his students to understand the overall tones and motifs of an artistic period rather than getting lost in the minutiae of dates and specific works. The Vatican archives, it seemed, were catalogued on a similar philosophy. Broad strokes. Everything in this vault, Langdon said, feeling more confident now, centuries of material, has to do with the Crusades. That's this vault's theme. It was all here, he realized. Historical accounts, letters, artwork, socio-political data, modern analyses. All in one place, encouraging a deeper understanding of a topic. Brilliant. Vittoria frowned. But data can relate to multiple themes simultaneously. Which is why they cross-reference with proxy markers. Langdon pointed through the glass to the colorful plastic tabs inserted among the documents. Those indicate secondary documents located elsewhere with their primary themes. Sure, she said, apparently letting it go. She put her hands on her hips and surveyed the enormous space. Then she looked at Langdon. So, Professor, what's the name of this Galileo thing we're looking for? Langdon couldn't help but smile. He still couldn't fathom that he was standing in this room. It's in here, he thought. Somewhere in the dark, it's waiting. Follow me, Langdon said. He started briskly down the first aisle, examining the indicator tabs of each vault. Remember how I told you about the path of illumination? How the Illuminati recruited new members using an elaborate test. The treasure hunt, Vittoria said, following closely. The challenge the Illuminati had was that after they placed the markers, they needed some way to tell the scientific community the path existed. Logical, Vittoria said. Otherwise nobody would know to look for it. Yes, and even if they knew the path existed, scientists would have no way of knowing where the path began. Rome is huge. Okay. Langdon proceeded down the next aisle, scanning the tabs as he talked. About 15 years ago, some historians at the Sorbonne and I uncovered a series of Illuminati letters filled with references to the Segno. The sign. The announcement about the path and where it began. Yes. And since then, plenty of Illuminati academics, myself included, have uncovered other references to the Segno. It is accepted theory now that the clue exists and that Galileo mass distributed it to the scientific community without the Vatican ever knowing. How? We're not sure, but most likely printed publications. He published many books and newsletters over the years. That the Vatican no doubt saw. Sounds dangerous. True. Nonetheless, the Segno was distributed. But nobody has ever actually found it? No. Oddly though, wherever allusions to the Segno appear, Masonic diaries, ancient scientific journals, Illuminati letters, it is often referred to by a number. 666. Langdon smiled. Actually it's 503. Meaning? None of us could ever figure it out. I became fascinated with 503, trying everything to find meaning in the number numerology, map references, latitudes. Langdon reached the end of the aisle, turned the corner, and hurried to scan the next row of tabs as he spoke. For many years the only clue seemed to be that 503 began with the number 5, one of the sacred Illuminati digits. He paused. Something tells me you recently figured it out, and that's why we're here. Correct, Langdon said, allowing himself a rare moment of pride in his work. Are you familiar with a book by Galileo called Dialogo? Of course. Famous among scientists as the ultimate scientific sellout. Sellout wasn't quite the word Langdon would have used, but he knew what Vittoria meant. In the early 1630s, Galileo had wanted to publish a book endorsing the Copernican heliocentric model of the solar system, but the Vatican would not permit the book's release unless Galileo included equally persuasive evidence for the Church's geocentric model, a model Galileo knew to be dead wrong. Galileo had no choice but to acquiesce to the Church's demands and publish a book giving equal time to both the accurate and inaccurate models. As you probably know, Langdon said, despite Galileo's compromise, Dialogo was still seen as heretical, and the Vatican placed him under house arrest. No good deed goes unpunished. Langdon smiled. So true. And yet Galileo was persistent. While under house arrest, he secretly wrote a lesser-known manuscript that scholars often confuse with Dialogo. That book is called Discorsi. Vittoria nodded. I've heard of it. Discourses on the Tides. Langdon stopped short, amazed she had heard of the obscure publication about planetary motion and its effect on the tides. Hey, she said, you're talking to an Italian marine physicist whose father worshipped Galileo. Langdon laughed. Discorsi, however, was not what they were looking for. Langdon explained that Discorsi had not been Galileo's only work while under house arrest. Historians believed he had also written an obscure booklet called Diagramma. Diagramma della Verità, Langdon said. Diagram of Truth. Never heard of it? I'm not surprised. Diagramma was Galileo's most secretive work, supposedly some sort of treatise on scientific facts he held to be true but was not allowed to share. Like some of Galileo's previous manuscripts, Diagramma was smuggled out of Rome by a friend and quietly published in Holland. The booklet became wildly popular in the European scientific underground. Then the Vatican caught wind of it and went on a book-burning campaign. Vittoria now looked intrigued. And you think Diagramma contained the clue? The segno. The information about the path of illumination. Diagramma is how Galileo got the word out. That I'm sure of. Langdon entered the third row of vaults and continued surveying the indicator tabs. Archivists have been looking for a copy of Diagramma for years. But between the Vatican burnings and the booklet's low permanence rating, the booklet has disappeared off the face of the earth. Permanence rating. Durability. Archivists rate documents 1 through 10 for their structural integrity. Diagramma was printed on sedge papyrus. It's like tissue paper. Lifespan of no more than a century. Why not something stronger? Galileo's behest. To protect his followers. This way any scientists caught with a copy could simply drop it in water and the booklet would dissolve. It was great for destruction of evidence, but terrible for archivists. It is believed that only one copy of Diagramma survived beyond the 18th century. 1. Vittoria looked momentarily starstruck as she glanced around the room. And it's here. Confiscated from the Netherlands by the Vatican shortly after Galileo's death. I've been petitioning to see it for years now. Ever since I realized what was in it. As if reading Langdon's mind, Vittoria moved across the aisle and began scanning the adjacent bay of vaults, doubling their pace. Thanks, he said. Look for reference tabs that have anything to do with Galileo, science, scientists. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, but you still haven't told me how you figured out Diagramma contained the clue. It had something to do with the number you kept seeing in Illuminati letters. 503. Langdon smiled. Yes. It took some time, but I finally figured out that 503 is a simple code. It clearly points to Diagramma. For an instant Langdon relived his moment of unexpected revelation, August 16th. 2 years ago. He was standing lakeside at the wedding of the son of a colleague. Bagpipes droned on the water as the wedding party made their unique entrance across the lake on a barge. The craft was festooned with flowers and wreaths. It carried a Roman numeral painted proudly on the hull DCII. Puzzled by the marking, Langdon asked the father of the bride, "What's with 602? 602. Langdon pointed to the barge. DCII is the Roman numeral for 602. The man laughed. That's not a Roman numeral. That's the name of the barge. The DCII. The man nodded. The Dick and Connie too. Langdon felt sheepish. Dick and Connie were the wedding couple. The barge obviously had been named in their honor. What happened to the DCI? The man groaned. It sank yesterday during the rehearsal luncheon. Langdon laughed. Sorry to hear that. He looked back out at the barge. The DCII, he thought. Like a miniature QEII. A second later, it had hit him. Now Langdon turned to Vittoria. 503, he said, as I mentioned, is a code. It's an Illuminati trick for concealing what was actually intended as a Roman numeral. The number 503 in Roman numerals is DIII. Langdon glanced up. That was fast. Please don't tell me you're an Illuminata. She laughed. I use Roman numerals to codify pelagic strata. Of course, Langdon thought. Don't we all? Vittoria looked over. So what is the meaning of DIII? D and DI and DIII are very old abbreviations. They were used by ancient scientists to distinguish between the three Galilean documents most commonly confused. Vittoria drew a quick breath. Dialogo. Discorsi. Diagramma. D1. D2. D3. All scientific. All controversial. 503 is DIII. Diagramma. The third of his books. Vittoria looked troubled. But one thing still doesn't make sense. If this segno, this clue, this advertisement about the path of illumination was really in Galileo's diagramma, why didn't the Vatican see it when they repossessed all the copies? They may have seen it and not noticed. Remember the Illuminati markers? Hiding things in plain view. Dissimulation. The segno apparently was hidden the same way in plain view. Invisible to those who were not looking for it. And also invisible to those who didn't understand it. Meaning Galileo hid it well. According to historic record, the segno was revealed in a mode the Illuminati called lingua pura. The pure language. Yes. Mathematics. That's my guess. Seems pretty obvious. Galileo was a scientist after all, and he was writing for scientists. Math would be a logical language in which to lay out the clue. The booklet is called Diagramma, so mathematical diagrams may also be part of the code. Vittoria sounded only slightly more hopeful. I suppose Galileo could have created some sort of mathematical code that went unnoticed by the clergy. You don't sound sold, Langdon said, moving down the row. I'm not. Mainly because you aren't. If you were so sure about DIII, why didn't you publish? Then someone who did have access to the Vatican archives could have come in here and checked out Diagramma a long time ago. I didn't want to publish, Langdon said. I had worked hard to find the information and he stopped himself, embarrassed. You wanted the glory? Langdon felt himself flush. In a manner of speaking. It's just that. Don't look so embarrassed. You're talking to a scientist. Publish or perish. At CERN we call it a substantiate or suffocate. It wasn't only wanting to be the first. I was also concerned that if the wrong people found out about the information in Diagramma, it might disappear. The wrong people being the Vatican. Not that they are wrong, per se, but the Church has always downplayed the Illuminati threat. In the early 1900s the Vatican went so far as to say the Illuminati were a figment of overactive imaginations. The clergy felt, and perhaps rightly so, that the last thing Christians needed to know was that there was a very powerful anti-Christian movement infiltrating their banks, politics, and universities. Present tense, Robert, he reminded himself. There is a powerful anti-Christian force infiltrating their banks, politics, and universities. So you think the Vatican would have buried any evidence corroborating the Illuminati threat? Quite possibly. Any threat, real or imagined, weakens faith in the Church's power. One more question. Vittoria stopped short and looked at him like he was an alien. Are you serious? Langdon stopped. What do you mean? I mean, is this really your plan to save the day? Langdon wasn't sure whether he saw amused pity or sheer terror in her eyes. You mean finding Diagram Rama? No, I mean finding Diagram Rama, locating a 400-year-old Sanyo, deciphering some mathematical code, and following an ancient trail of art that only the most brilliant scientists in history have ever been able to follow, all in the next 4 hours. Langdon shrugged. I'm open to other suggestions. 50 Robert Langdon stood outside Archive Vault 9 and read the labels on the stacks. Bra. Clavius. Copernicus. Kepler. Newton. As he read the names again, he felt a sudden uneasiness. Here are the scientists, but where is Galileo? He turned to Vittoria, who was checking the contents of a nearby vault. I found the right theme, but Galileo's missing. No, he isn't, she said, frowning as she motioned to the next vault. He's over here. But I hope you brought your reading glasses, because this entire vault is his. Langdon ran over. Vittoria was right. Every indicator tab in Vault 10 carried the same keyword. Il preciso Galileo. Langdon let out a low whistle, now realizing why Galileo had his own vault. The Galileo affair, he marveled, peering through the glass at the dark outlines of the stacks. The longest and most expensive legal proceeding in Vatican history. 14 years and 600 million lire. It's all here. Have a few legal documents. I guess lawyers haven't evolved much over the centuries. Neither have sharks. Langdon strode to a large yellow button on the side of the vault. He pressed it, and a bank of overhead lights hummed on inside. The lights were deep red, turning the cube into a glowing crimson cell, a maze of towering shelves. My God, Vittoria said, looking spooked. Are we tanning or working? Parchment and vellum fades, so vault lighting is always done with dark lights. You could go mad in here. Or worse, Langdon thought, moving toward the vault's sole entrance. A quick word of warning. Oxygen is an oxidant, so hermetic vaults contain very little of it. It's a partial vacuum inside. Your breathing will feel strained. Hey, if old cardinals can survive it. True, Langdon thought. May we be as lucky. The vault entrance was a single electronic revolving door. Langdon noted the common arrangement of 4 access buttons on the door's inner shaft, one accessible from each compartment. When a button was pressed, the motorized door would kick into gear and make the conventional half rotation before grinding to a halt, a standard procedure to preserve the integrity of the inner atmosphere. After I'm in, Langdon said, just press the button and follow me through. There's only 8% humidity inside, so be prepared to feel some dry mouth. Langdon stepped into the rotating compartment and pressed the button. The door buzzed loudly and began to rotate. As he followed its motion, Langdon prepared his body for the physical shock that always accompanied the first few seconds in a hermetic vault. Entering a sealed archive was like going from sea level to 20,000 feet in an instant. Nausea and lightheadedness were not uncommon. Double vision, double over, he reminded himself, quoting the archivist's mantra. Langdon felt his ears pop. There was a hiss of air, and the door spun to a stop. He was in. Langdon's first realization was that the air inside was thinner than he had anticipated. The Vatican, it seemed, took their archives a bit more seriously than most. Langdon fought the gag reflex and relaxed his chest while his pulmonary capillaries dilated. The tightness passed quickly. Enter the dolphin, he mused, gratified his 50 laps a day were good for something. Breathing more normally now, he looked around the vault. Despite the transparent outer walls, he felt a familiar anxiety. I'm in a box, he thought. A blood-red box. The door buzzed behind him, and Langdon turned to watch Vittoria enter. When she arrived inside, her eyes immediately began watering, and she started breathing heavily. "Give it a minute," Langdon said. "If you get lightheaded, bend over." "I feel." Vittoria choked, "like I'm scuba diving with the wrong mixture." Langdon waited for her to acclimatize. He knew she would be fine. Vittoria Vetra was obviously in terrific shape, nothing like the doddering ancient Radcliffe alumni Langdon had once squired through Widener Library's hermetic vault. The tour had ended with Langdon giving mouth-to-mouth to an old woman who'd almost aspirated her false teeth. "Feeling better?" he asked. Vittoria nodded. "I rode your damn space plane, so I thought I owed you." This brought a smile. "Touch a copyright dot." Langdon reached into the box beside the door and extracted some white cotton gloves. "Formal affair?" Vittoria asked. "Finger acid. We can't handle the documents without them." "You'll need a pair." Vittoria donned some gloves. "How long do we have?" Langdon checked his Mickey Mouse watch. "It's just past 7. We have to find this thing within the hour." "Actually," Langdon said, "we don't have that kind of time." He pointed overhead to a filtered duct. "Normally the curator would turn on a reoxygenation system when someone is inside the vault. Not today. 20 minutes, we'll both be sucking wind." Vittoria blanched noticeably in the reddish glow. Langdon smiled and smoothed his gloves. "Substantiate or suffocate, Ms. Vetra." Mickey's ticking 51 BBC reporter Gunter Glick stared at the cell phone in his hand for 10 seconds before he finally hung up. Janita Macri studied him from the back of the van. "What happened? Who was that?" Glick turned, feeling like a child who had just received a Christmas gift he feared was not really for him. "I just got a tip. Something's going on inside the Vatican." "It's called conclave," Janita said. "Hiluva tip." "No, something else. Something big." He wondered if the story the caller had just told him could possibly be true. Glick felt ashamed when he realized he was praying it was. "What if I told you 4 cardinals have been kidnapped and are going to be murdered at different churches tonight? I'd say you're being hazed by someone at the office with a sick sense of humor. What if I told you we were going to be given the exact location of the first murder? I'd want to know who the hell you just talked to." He didn't say. Perhaps because he's full of shit. Glick had come to expect Macri's cynicism, but what she was forgetting was that liars and lunatics had been Glick's business for almost a decade at the British Tatler. This caller had been neither. This man had been coldly sane. Logical. "I will call you just before 8, the man had said, "and tell you where the first killing will occur. The images you record will make you famous." When Glick had demanded why the caller was giving him this information, the answer had been as icy as the man's Mideastern accent. "The media is the right arm of anarchy." "He told me something else too," Glick said. "What?" "That Elvis Presley was just elected Pope." "Dial into the BBC database, will you?" Glick's adrenaline was pumping now. "I want to see what other stories we've run on these guys." "What guys?" "Indulge me." Macri sighed and pulled up the connection to the BBC database. "This'll take a minute." Glick's mind was swimming. The caller was very intent to know if I had a cameraman, videographer, and if we could transmit live. 1.537 MHz. What is this about? The database beeped. "Okay, we're in. Who is it you're looking for?" Glick gave her the keyword. Macri turned and stared. "I sure as hell hope you're kidding." 52 The internal organization of Archival Vault 10 was not as intuitive as Langdon had hoped, and the diagram-rama manuscript did not appear to be located with other similar Galilean publications. Without access to the computerized biblion and a reference locator, Langdon and Vittoria were stuck. "You're sure diagram-rama is in here?" Vittoria asked. Positive. It's a confirmed listing in both the Ufficio della Propaganda del feed. Fine. As long as you're sure. She headed left, while he went right. Langdon began his manual search. He needed every bit of self-restraint not to stop and read every treasure he passed. The collection was staggering. The Assayer. The Starry Messenger. The Sunspot Letters. Letter to the Grand Duchess Christina. Apologia pro Galileo. On and on. It was Vittoria who finally struck gold near the back of the vault. Her throaty voice called out, "Diagram Rama della Verita." Langdon dashed through the crimson haze to join her. "Where?" Vittoria pointed, and Langdon immediately realized why they had not found it earlier. The manuscript was in a folio bin, not on the shelves. Folio bins were a common means of storing unbound pages. The label on the front of the container left no doubt about the contents. Diagram Rama della Verita. Galileo Galilei, 1639. Langdon dropped to his knees, his heart pounding. Diagram Rama. He gave her a grin. "Nice work. Help me pull out this bin." Vittoria knelt beside him, and they heaved. The metal tray on which the bin was sitting rolled toward them on casters, revealing the top of the container. "No lock," Vittoria said, sounding surprised at the simple latch. "Never. Documents sometimes need to be evacuated quickly. Floods and fires. So open it." Langdon didn't need any encouragement. With his academic life stream right in front of him and the thinning air in the chamber, he was in no mood to dawdle. He unsnapped the latch and lifted the lid. Inside, flat on the floor of the bin, lay a black, duck cloth pouch. The cloth's breathability was critical to the preservation of its contents. Reaching in with both hands and keeping the pouch horizontal, Langdon lifted it out of the bin. "I expected a treasure chest," Vittoria said. "Looks more like a pillowcase." "Follow me," he said. Holding the bag before him like a sacred offering, Langdon walked to the center of the vault where he found the customary glass-topped archival exam table. Although the central location was intended to minimize in-vault travel of documents, researchers appreciated the privacy the surrounding stacks afforded. Career-making discoveries were uncovered in the top vaults of the world, and most academics did not like rivals peering through the glass as they worked. Langdon laid the pouch on the table and unbuttoned the opening. Vittoria stood by. Rummaging through a tray of archivist tools, Langdon found the felt pad pincers archivists called finger symbols, oversized tweezers with flattened discs on each arm. As his excitement mounted, Langdon feared at any moment he might awake back in Cambridge with a pile of test papers to grade. Inhaling deeply, he opened the bag. Fingers trembling in their cotton gloves, he reached in with his tongs. "Relax," Vittoria said. "It's paper, not plutonium." Langdon slid the tongs around a stack of documents inside and was careful to apply even pressure. Then, rather than pulling out the documents, he held them in place while he slid off the bag, an archivist's procedure for minimizing torque on the artifact. Not until the bag was removed and Langdon had turned on the exam dark light beneath the table did he begin breathing again. Vittoria looked like a specter now, lit from below by the lamp beneath the glass. "Small sheets," she said, her voice reverent. Langdon nodded. The stack of folios before them looked like loose pages from a small paperback novel. Langdon could see that the top sheet was an ornate pen and ink cover sheet with the title, the date, and Galileo's name in his own hand. In that instant, Langdon forgot the cramped quarters, forgot his exhaustion, forgot the horrifying situation that had brought him here. He simply stared in wonder. Close encounters with history always left Langdon numbed with reverence, like seeing the brushstrokes on the Mona Lisa. The muted, yellow papyrus left no doubt in Langdon's mind as to its age and authenticity, but excluding the inevitable fading, the document was in superb condition. Slight bleaching of the pigment. Minor sundering and cohesion of the papyrus. But all in damn fine condition. He studied the ornate hand etching of the cover, his vision blurring in the lack of humidity. Vittoria was silent. "Hand me a spatula, please." Langdon motioned beside Vittoria to a tray filled with stainless steel archival tools. She handed it to him. Langdon took the tool in his hand. It was a good one. He ran his fingers across the face to remove any static charge and then, ever so carefully, slid the blade beneath the cover. Then, lifting the spatula, he turned over the cover sheet. The first page was written in longhand, the tiny, stylized calligraphy almost impossible to read. Langdon immediately noticed that there were no diagrams or numbers on the page. It was an essay. "Heliocentricity," Vittoria said, translating the heading on folio 1. She scanned the text. "Looks like Galileo renouncing the geocentric model once and for all. Ancient Italian, though, so no promises on the translation." "Forget it," Langdon said. "We're looking for math. The pure language." He used the spatula tool to flip the next page. Another essay. No math or diagrams. Langdon's hands began to sweat inside his gloves. "Movement of the planets," Vittoria said, translating the title. Langdon frowned. On any other day, he would have been fascinated to read it. Incredibly, NASA's current model of planetary orbits, observed through high-powered telescopes, was supposedly almost identical to Galileo's original predictions. "No math," Vittoria said. "He's talking about retrograde motions and elliptical orbits or something." Elliptical orbits. Langdon recalled that much of Galileo's legal trouble had begun when he described planetary motion as elliptical. The Vatican exalted the perfection of the circle and insisted heavenly motion must be only circular. Galileo's Illuminati, however, saw perfection in the ellipse as well, revering the mathematical duality of its twin foci. The Illuminati's ellipse was prominent even today in modern Masonic tracing boards and footing inlays. "Next," Vittoria said. Langdon flipped. "Lunar phases and tidal motion," she said. "No numbers. No diagrams." Langdon flipped again. Nothing. He kept flipping through a dozen or so pages. Nothing. 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 "I thought this guy was a mathematician," Vittoria said. "This is all text." Langdon felt the air in his lungs beginning to thin. His hopes were thinning too. The pile was waning. "Nothing here," Vittoria said. "No math. A few dates, a few standard figures, but nothing that looks like it could be a clue." Langdon flipped over the last folio and sighed. It, too, was an essay. "Short book," Vittoria said, frowning. Langdon nodded. "Murda, as we say in Rome." Shit is right, Langdon thought. His reflection in the glass seemed mocking, like the image staring back at him this morning from his bay window. An aging ghost. "There's got to be something," he said, the hoarse desperation in his voice surprising him. "The Senyo is here somewhere. I know it. Maybe you were wrong about DIII." Langdon turned and stared at her. "Okay," she agreed, "DIII makes perfect sense. But maybe the clue isn't mathematical. Lingua pura. What else would it be? Art. Except there are no diagrams or pictures in the book. All I know is that lingua pura refers to something other than Italian. Math just seems logical." "I agree." Langdon refused to accept defeat so quickly. "The numbers must be written longhand. The math must be in words rather than equations. It'll take some time to read all the pages. Time's something we don't have. We'll have to split the work." Langdon flipped the stack back over to the beginning. "I know enough Italian to spot numbers." Using his spatula, he cut the stack like a deck of cards and lay the first half-dozen pages in front of Vittoria. "It's in here somewhere. I'm sure." Vittoria reached down and flipped her first page by hand. "Spatula," Langdon said, grabbing her an extra tool from the tray. Use the spatula. I'm wearing gloves, she grumbled. How much damage could I cause? Just use it. Vittoria picked up the spatula. You feeling what I'm feeling? Tense. No. Short of breath. Langdon was definitely starting to feel it too. The air was thinning faster than he had imagined. He knew they had to hurry. Archival conundrums were nothing new for him, but usually he had more than a few minutes to work them out. Without another word, Langdon bowed his head and began translating the first page in his stack. Show yourself, damn it. Show yourself. 53. Somewhere beneath Rome the dark figure prowled down a stone ramp into the underground tunnel. The ancient passageway was lit only by torches, making the air hot and thick. Up ahead the frightened voices of grown men called out in vain, echoing in the cramped spaces. As he rounded the corner he saw them, exactly as he had left them, 4 old men, terrified, sealed behind rusted iron bars in a stone cubicle. Qui êtes-vous? One of the men demanded in French. What do you want with us? Hilfe, another said in German. Let us go. Are you aware who we are? One asked in English, his accent Spanish. Silence, the raspy voice commanded. There was a finality about the word. The 4th prisoner, an Italian, quiet and thoughtful, looked into the inky void of his captor's eyes and swore he saw hell itself. God help us, he thought. The killer checked his watch and then returned his gaze to the prisoners. Now then, he said. Who will be first? 54. Inside Archive Vault 10. Robert Langdon recited Italian numbers as he scanned the calligraphy before him. 1001, duo, tre cinquanta. I need a numerical reference. Anything, damn it. When he reached the end of his current folio, he lifted the spatula to flip the page. As he aligned the blade with the next page, he fumbled, having difficulty holding the tool steady. Minutes later, he looked down and realized he had abandoned his spatula and was turning pages by hand. Oops, he thought, feeling vaguely criminal. The lack of oxygen was affecting his inhibitions. Looks like I'll burn in archivist's hell. About damn time, Vittoria choked when she saw Langdon turning pages by hand. She dropped her spatula and followed suit. Any luck? Vittoria shook her head. Nothing that looks purely mathematical. I'm scheming, but none of this reads like a clue. Langdon continued translating his folios with increasing difficulty. His Italian skills were rocky at best, and the tiny penmanship and archaic language was making it slow going. Vittoria reached the end of her stack before Langdon and looked disheartened as she flipped the pages back over. She hunkered down for another more intense inspection. When Langdon finished his final page, he cursed under his breath and looked over at Vittoria. She was scowling, squinting at something on one of her folios. What is it? He asked. Vittoria did not look up. Did you have any footnotes on your pages? Not that I noticed. Why? This page has a footnote. It's obscured in a crease. Langdon tried to see what she was looking at, but all he could make out was the page number in the upper right-hand corner of the sheet. Folio 5. It took a moment for the coincidence to register, and even when it did the connection seemed vague. Folio 5. 5. Pythagoras, pentagrams, Illuminati. Langdon wondered if the Illuminati would have chosen page 5 on which to hide their clue. Through the reddish fog surrounding them, Langdon sensed a tiny ray of hope. Is the footnote mathematical? Vittoria shook her head. Text. 1 line. Very small printing. Almost illegible. His hopes faded. It's supposed to be math. Lingua pura. Yeah, I know. She hesitated. I think you'll want to hear this, though. Langdon sensed excitement in her voice. Go ahead. Squinting at the folio, Vittoria read the line. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. The words were nothing like what Langdon had imagined. I'm sorry. Vittoria repeated the line. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. Path of light. Langdon felt his posture straightening. That's what it says. Path of light. As the word sank in, Langdon felt his delirium pierced by an instant of clarity. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. He had no idea how it helped them, but the line was as direct a reference to the path of illumination as he could imagine. Path of light. Sacred test. His head felt like an engine revving on bad fuel. Are you sure of the translation? Vittoria hesitated. Actually. She glanced over at him with a strange look. It's not technically a translation. The line is written in English. For an instant, Langdon thought the acoustics in the chamber had affected his hearing. English. Vittoria pushed the document over to him, and Langdon read the minuscule printing at the bottom of the page. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. English. What is English doing in an Italian book? Vittoria shrugged. She too was looking tipsy. Maybe English is what they meant by the lingua pura? It's considered the international language of science. It's all we speak at CERN. But this was in the 1600s, Langdon argued. Nobody spoke English in Italy, not even. He stopped short, realizing what he was about to say. Not even the clergy. Langdon's academic mind hummed in high gear. In the 1600s, he said, talking faster now, English was one language the Vatican had not yet embraced. They dealt in Italian, Latin, German, even Spanish, and French, but English was totally foreign inside the Vatican. They considered English a polluted, freethinkers' language for profane men like Chaucer and Shakespeare. Langdon flashed suddenly on the Illuminati brands of earth, air, fire, water. The legend that the brands were in English now made a bizarre kind of sense. So you're saying maybe Galileo considered English la lingua pura because it was the one language the Vatican did not control? Yes. Or maybe by putting the clue in English, Galileo was subtly restricting the readership away from the Vatican. But it's not even a clue, Vittoria argued. The path of light is laid, the sacred test? What the hell does that mean? She's right, Langdon thought. The line didn't help in any way. But as he spoke the phrase again in his mind, a strange fact hit him. Now that's odd, he thought. What are the chances of that? We need to get out of here, Vittoria said, sounding hoarse. Langdon wasn't listening. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. It's a damn line of iambic pentameter, he said suddenly, counting the syllables again. 5 couplets of alternating stressed and unstressed syllables. Vittoria looked lost. Iambic who? For an instant Langdon was back at Phillips Exeter Academy sitting in a Saturday morning English class. Hell on earth. The school baseball star, Peter Greer, was having trouble remembering the number of couplets necessary for a line of Shakespearean iambic pentameter. Their professor, an animated schoolmaster named Bissell, leapt onto the table and bellowed, "Pentameter, Greer. Think of home plate. A pentagon. 5 sides. Penta. 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 Geesh. 5 couplets, Langdon thought. Each couplet, by definition, having 2 syllables. He could not believe in his entire career he had never made the connection. Iambic pentameter was a symmetrical meter based on the sacred Illuminati numbers of 5 and 2. You're reaching. Langdon told himself, trying to push it from his mind. A meaningless coincidence. But the thought stuck. 5 for Pythagoras and the pentagram. 2 for the duality of all things. A moment later, another realization sent a numbing sensation down his legs. Iambic pentameter, on account of its simplicity, was often called pure verse or pure meter. La lingua pura? Could this have been the pure language the Illuminati had been referring to? The path of light is laid, the sacred test. Uh-oh, Vittoria said. Langdon wheeled to see her rotating the folio upside down. He felt a knot in his gut. Not again. There's no way that line is an ambigram. No, it's not an ambigram, but it's... She kept turning the document, 90 degrees at every turn. It's what? Vittoria looked up. It's not the only line. There's another. There's a different line on every margin. Top, bottom, left, and right. I think it's a poem. 4 lines. Langdon bristled with excitement. Galileo was a poet? Let me see. Vittoria did not relinquish the page. She kept turning the page in quarter turns. I didn't see the lines before because they're on the edges. She cocked her head over the last line. Huh. You know what? Galileo didn't even write this. What? The poem is signed John Milton. John Milton. The influential English poet who wrote Paradise Lost was a contemporary of Galileo's and a savant who conspiracy buffs put at the top of their list of Illuminati suspects. Milton's alleged affiliation with Galileo's Illuminati was one legend Langdon suspected was true. Not only had Milton made a well-documented 1638 pilgrimage to Rome to commune with enlightened men, but he had held meetings with Galileo during the scientist's house arrest, meetings portrayed in many Renaissance paintings, including Annibale Gatti's famous Galileo and Milton, which hung even now in the IMSS Museum in Florence. Milton knew Galileo, didn't he? Vittoria said, finally pushing the folio over to Langdon. Maybe he wrote the poem as a favor. Langdon clenched his teeth as he took the sheathed document. Leaving it flat on the table, he read the line at the top. Then he rotated the page 90 degrees, reading the line in the right margin. Another twist, and he read the bottom. Another twist, the left. A final twist completed the circle. There were 4 lines in all. The first line Vittoria had found was actually the third line of the poem. Utterly agape, he read the 4 lines again, clockwise in sequence, top, right, bottom, left. When he was done, he exhaled. There was no doubt in his mind. You found it, Ms. Vetra. She smiled tightly. Good, now can we get the hell out of here? I have to copy these lines down. I need to find a pencil and paper. Vittoria shook her head. Forget it, Professor. No time to play scribe. Mickey's ticking. She took the page from him and headed for the door. Langdon stood up. You can't take that outside. It's a... But Vittoria was already gone. 55 Langdon and Vittoria exploded onto the courtyard outside the secret archives. The fresh air felt like a drug as it flowed into Langdon's lungs. The purple spots in his vision quickly faded. The guilt, however, did not. He had just been accomplice to stealing a priceless relic from the world's most private vault. The Camerlegno had said, I am giving you my trust. Hurry, Vittoria said, still holding the folio in her hand and striding at a half-jog across Via Borgia in the direction of Olivetti's office. If any water gets on that papyrus. Calm down. When we decipher this thing, we can return their sacred folio 5. Langdon accelerated to keep up. Beyond feeling like a criminal, he was still dazed over the document's spellbinding implications. John Milton was an Illuminatus. He composed the poem for Galileo to publish in folio 5 far from the eyes of the Vatican. As they left the courtyard, Vittoria held out the folio for Langdon. You think you can decipher this thing? Or did we just kill all those brain cells for kicks? Langdon took the document carefully in his hands. Without hesitation he slipped it into one of the breast pockets of his tweed jacket, out of the sunlight and dangers of moisture. I deciphered it already. Vittoria stopped short. You what? Langdon kept moving. Vittoria hustled to catch up. You read it once. I thought it was supposed to be hard. Langdon knew she was right, and yet he had deciphered the Segno in a single reading. A perfect stanza of iambic pentameter, and the first altar of science had revealed itself in pristine clarity. Admittedly, the ease with which he had accomplished the task left him with a nagging disquietude. He was a child of the Puritan work ethic. He could still hear his father speaking the old New England aphorism, "If it wasn't painfully difficult, you did it wrong." Langdon hoped the saying was false. "I deciphered it," he said, moving faster now. "I know where the first killing is going to happen. We need to warn Olivetti." Vittoria closed in on him. "How could you already know? Let me see that thing again." With the sleight of a boxer, she slipped a lissom hand into his pocket and pulled out the folio again. "Careful," Langdon said. "You can't." Vittoria ignored him. Folio in hand, she floated beside him, holding the document up to the evening light, examining the margins. As she began reading aloud, Langdon moved to retrieve the folio but instead found himself bewitched by Vittoria's accented alto speaking the syllables in perfect rhythm with her gait. For a moment, hearing the verse aloud, Langdon felt transported in time as though he were one of Galileo's contemporaries, listening to the poem for the first time, knowing it was a test, a map, a clue unveiling the four altars of science, the four markers that blazed a secret path across Rome. The verse flowed from Vittoria's lips like a song. From Santi's earthly tomb with demons whole, across Rome the mystic elements unfold. The path of light is laid, the sacred test. Let angels guide you on your lofty quest. Vittoria read it twice and then fell silent, as if letting the ancient words resonate on their own. From Santi's earthly tomb, Langdon repeated in his mind. The poem was crystal clear about that. The path of illumination began at Santi's tomb. From there, across Rome, the markers blazed the trail. From Santi's earthly tomb with demons whole, across Rome the mystic elements unfold. Mystic elements. Also clear. Earth, air, fire, water. Elements of science, the four Illuminati markers disguised as religious sculpture. The first marker, Vittoria said, sounds like it's at Santi's tomb. Langdon smiled. I told you it wasn't that tough. So who is Santi? She asked, sounding suddenly excited. And where's his tomb? Langdon chuckled to himself. He was amazed how few people knew Santi, the last name of one of the most famous Renaissance artists ever to live. His first name was world-renowned, a child prodigy who at the age of 25 was already doing commissions for Pope Julius II, and when he died at only 38, left behind the greatest collection of frescoes the world had ever seen. Santi was a behemoth in the art world, and being known solely by one's first name was a level of fame achieved only by an elite few people like Napoleon, Galileo, and Jesus and, of course, the demigods Langdon now heard blaring from Harvard dormitories: Sting, Madonna, Jewel, and the artist formerly known as Prince, who had changed his name to the symbol, causing Langdon to dub him the Tau Cross with intersecting hermaphroditic ankh. Santi, Langdon said, is the last name of the great Renaissance master, Raphael. Vittoria looked surprised. Raphael? As in the Raphael? The one and only. Langdon pushed on toward the office of the Swiss Guard. So the path starts at Raphael's tomb. It actually makes perfect sense, Langdon said as they rushed on. The Illuminati often considered great artists and sculptors honorary brothers in enlightenment. The Illuminati could have chosen Raphael's tomb as a kind of tribute. Langdon also knew that Raphael, like many other religious artists, was a suspected closet atheist. Vittoria slipped the folio carefully back in Langdon's pocket. So where is he buried? Langdon took a deep breath. Believe it or not, Raphael's buried in the Pantheon. Vittoria looked skeptical. The Pantheon? The Raphael at the Pantheon? Langdon had to admit, the Pantheon was not what he had expected for the placement of the first marker. He would have guessed the first altar of science to be at some quiet, out-of-the-way church, something subtle. Even in the 1600s, the Pantheon, with its tremendous, whole dome, was one of the best-known sites in Rome. Is the Pantheon even a church? Vittoria asked. Oldest Catholic church in Rome. Vittoria shook her head. But do you really think the first cardinal could be killed at the Pantheon? That's got to be one of the busiest tourist spots in Rome. Langdon shrugged. The Illuminati said they wanted the whole world watching. Killing a cardinal at the Pantheon would certainly open some eyes. But how does this guy expect to kill someone at the Pantheon and get away unnoticed? It would be impossible. As impossible as kidnapping 4 cardinals from Vatican City. The poem is precise. And you're certain Raphael is buried inside the Pantheon? I've seen his tomb many times. Vittoria nodded, still looking troubled. What time is it? Langdon checked. 7:30. Is the Pantheon far? A mile maybe. We've got time. The poem said Santi's earthly tomb. Does that mean anything to you? Langdon hastened diagonally across the courtyard of the Sentinel. Earthly? Actually, there's probably no more earthly place in Rome than the Pantheon. It got its name from the original religion practiced there, pantheism, the worship of all gods, specifically the pagan gods of Mother Earth. As a student of architecture, Langdon had been amazed to learn that the dimensions of the Pantheon's main chamber were a tribute to Gaia, the goddess of the earth. The proportions were so exact that a giant spherical globe could fit perfectly inside the building with less than a millimeter to spare. Okay, Vittoria said, sounding more convinced. And Demon's Hole? From Santi's earthly tomb with Demon's Hole. Langdon was not quite as sure about this. Demon's Hole must mean the oculus, he said, making a logical guess. The famous circular opening in the Pantheon's roof. But it's a church, Vittoria said, moving effortlessly beside him. Why would they call the opening a demon's hole? Langdon had actually been wondering that himself. He had never heard the term demon's hole, but he did recall a famous 6th century critique of the Pantheon whose words seemed oddly appropriate now. The Venerable Bede had once written that the hole in the Pantheon's roof had been bored by demons trying to escape the building when it was consecrated by Boniface IV. And why, Vittoria added as they entered a smaller courtyard, why would the Illuminati use the name Santi if he was really known as Raphael? You ask a lot of questions. My dad used to say that. 2 possible reasons. 1. The word Raphael has too many syllables. It would have destroyed the poem's iambic pentameter. Sounds like a stretch. Langdon agreed. Okay, then maybe using a Santi was to make the clue more obscure, so only very enlightened men would recognize the reference to Raphael. Vittoria didn't appear to buy this either. I'm sure Raphael's last name was very well known when he was alive. Surprisingly not. Single name recognition was a status symbol. Raphael shunned his last name much like pop stars do today. Take Madonna, for example. She never uses her surname, Ciccone. Vittoria looked amused. You know Madonna's last name? Langdon regretted the example. It was amazing the kind of garbage a mind picked up living with 10,000 adolescents. As he and Vittoria passed the final gate toward the office of the Swiss Guard, their progress was halted without warning. Para, a voice bellowed behind them. Langdon and Vittoria wheeled to find themselves looking into the barrel of a rifle. Attento! Vittoria exclaimed, jumping back. Watch it with. Non-sport arty, the guard snapped, cocking the weapon. Soldato, a voice commanded from across the courtyard. Olivetti was emerging from the security center. Let them go. The guard looked bewildered. Ma, signore, è una donna. Inside, he yelled at the guard. Signore, non posso. Now. You have new orders. Captain Rocher will be briefing the Corps in 2 minutes. We will be organizing a search. Looking bewildered, the guard hurried into the security center. Olivetti marched toward Langdon, rigid and steaming. Our most secret archives? I'll want an explanation. We have good news, Langdon said. Olivetti's eyes narrowed. It better be damn good. 56 The 4 unmarked Alfa Romeo 155T Sparks roared down via DEI coronary-like fighter jets off a runway. The vehicles carried 12 plainclothes Swiss guards armed with Cerchi-Pardini semi-automatics, local radius nerve gas canisters, and long-range stun guns. The 3 sharpshooters carried laser-sighted rifles. Sitting in the passenger seat of the lead car, Olivetti turned backward toward Langdon and Vittoria. His eyes were filled with rage. "You assured me a sound explanation, and this is what I get." Langdon felt cramped in the small car. "I understand you're—" "No, you don't understand." Olivetti never raised his voice, but his intensity tripled. "I have just removed a dozen of my best men from Vatican City on the eve of conclave. And I have done this to stake out the Pantheon based on the testimony of some American I have never met who has just interpreted a 400-year-old poem. I have also just left the search for this antimatter weapon in the hands of secondary officers." Langdon resisted the urge to pull Folio 5 from his pocket and wave it in Olivetti's face. "All I know is that the information we found refers to Raphael's tomb, and Raphael's tomb is inside the Pantheon." The officer behind the wheel nodded. "He's right, Commander. My wife and I." "Drive," Olivetti snapped. He turned back to Langdon. "How could a killer accomplish an assassination in such a crowded place and escape unseen?" "I don't know," Langdon said. "But the Illuminati are obviously highly resourceful. They've broken into both CERN and Vatican City. It's only by luck that we know where the first kill zone is. The Pantheon is your one chance to catch this guy." "More contradictions," Olivetti said. "One chance? I thought you said there was some sort of pathway. A series of markers. If the Pantheon is the right spot, we can follow the pathway to the other markers. We will have 4 chances to catch this guy." "I had hoped so," Langdon said. "And we would have a century ago." Langdon's realization that the Pantheon was the first altar of science had been a bittersweet moment. History had a way of playing cruel tricks on those who chased it. It was a long shot that the path of illumination would be intact after all of these years, with all of its statues in place, but part of Langdon had fantasized about following the path all the way to the end and coming face to face with the sacred Illuminati lair. Alas, he realized, it was not to be. The Vatican had all the statues in the Pantheon removed and destroyed in the late 1800s. Vittoria looked shocked. "Why? The statues were pagan Olympian gods." "Unfortunately, that means the first marker is gone and with it." "Any hope," Vittoria said, "of finding the path of illumination and additional markers?" Langdon shook his head. "We have one shot. The Pantheon. After that, the path disappears." Olivetti stared at them both a long moment and then turned and faced front. "Pull over," he barked to the driver. The driver swerved the car toward the curb and put on the brakes. 3 other Alfa Romeos skidded in behind them. The Swiss guard convoy screeched to a halt. "What are you doing?" Vittoria demanded. "My job," Olivetti said, turning in his seat, his voice like stone. "Mr. Langdon, when you told me you would explain the situation en route, I assumed I would be approaching the Pantheon with a clear idea of why my men are here. That is not the case. Because I am abandoning critical duties by being here, and because I have found very little that makes sense in this theory of yours about virgin sacrifices and ancient poetry, I cannot in good conscience continue. I am recalling this mission immediately." He pulled out his walkie-talkie and clicked it on. Vittoria reached across the seat and grabbed his arm. "You can't." Olivetti slammed down the walkie-talkie and fixed her with a red-hot stare. "Have you been to the Pantheon, Ms. Vetra?" "No, but Let me tell you something about it. The Pantheon is a single room. A circular cell made of stone and cement. It has one entrance. No windows. One narrow entrance. That entrance is flanked at all times by no less than 4 armed Roman policemen who protect this shrine from art defacers, anti-Christian terrorists, and gypsy tourist scams. Your point, she said coolly. My point. Olivetti's knuckles gripped the seat. My point is that what you have just told me is going to happen is utterly impossible. Can you give me one plausible scenario of how someone could kill a cardinal inside the Pantheon? How does one even get a hostage past the guards into the Pantheon in the first place? Much less actually kill him and get away. Olivetti leaned over the seat, his coffee breath now in Langdon's face. How, Mr. Langdon? One plausible scenario. Langdon felt the tiny car shrink around him. I have no idea. I'm not an assassin. I don't know how he will do it. I only know one scenario. Vittoria quipped, her voice unruffled. How about this? The killer flies over in a helicopter and drops a screaming, branded cardinal down through the hole in the roof. The cardinal hits the marble floor and dies. Everyone in the car turned and stared at Vittoria. Langdon didn't know what to think. You've got one sick imagination, lady, but you are quick. Olivetti frowned. Possible, I admit, but hardly. Or the killer drugs the cardinal, Vittoria said, brings him to the Pantheon in a wheelchair like some old tourist. He wheels him inside, quietly slits his throat, and then walks out. This seemed to wake up Olivetti a bit. Not bad. Langdon thought. Or, she said, the killer could. I heard you, Olivetti said. Enough. He took a deep breath and blew it out. Someone rapped sharply on the window, and everyone jumped. It was a soldier from one of the other cars. Olivetti rolled down the window. Everything all right, Commander? The soldier was dressed in street clothes. He pulled back the sleeve of his denim shirt to reveal a black chronograph military watch. 7:40, Commander. We'll need time to get in position. Olivetti nodded vaguely but said nothing for many moments. He ran a finger back and forth across the dash, making a line in the dust. He studied Langdon in the side view mirror, and Langdon felt himself being measured and weighed. Finally Olivetti turned back to the guard. There was reluctance in his voice. I'll want separate approaches. Cars to Piazza della Rotonda, Viadilgi Orfani, Piazza Sant'Ignazio, and Sant'Eustachio. No closer than 2 blocks. Once you're parked, gear up and await my orders. 3 minutes. Very good, sir. The soldier returned to his car. Langdon gave Vittoria an impressed nod. She smiled back, and for an instant Langdon felt an unexpected connection, a thread of magnetism between them. The commander turned in his seat and locked eyes with Langdon. Mr. Langdon, this had better not blow up in our faces. Langdon smiled uneasily. How could it? 57. The director of CERN, Maximilian Kohler, opened his eyes to the cool rush of chromalin and leukotriene in his body, dilating his bronchial tubes and pulmonary capillaries. He was breathing normally again. He found himself lying in a private room in the CERN infirmary, his wheelchair beside the bed. He took stock, examining the paper robe they had put him in. His clothing was folded on the chair beside the bed. Outside he could hear a nurse making the rounds. He lay there a long minute listening. Then, as quietly as possible, he pulled himself to the edge of the bed and retrieved his clothing. Struggling with his dead legs, he dressed himself. Then he dragged his body onto his wheelchair. Muffling a cough, he wheeled himself to the door. He moved manually, careful not to engage the motor. When he arrived at the door he peered out. The hall was empty. Silently, Maximilian Kohler slipped out of the infirmary. 58:7-40-6 and 30 mark. Even speaking into his walkie-talkie, Olivetti's voice never seemed to rise above a whisper. Langdon felt himself sweating now in his Harris tweed in the back seat of the Alfa Romeo, which was idling in Piazza della Concorde, 3 blocks from the Pantheon. Vittoria sat beside him, looking engrossed by Olivetti, who was transmitting his final orders. Deployment will be an 8-point hem, the commander said. Full perimeter with a bias on the entry. Target may know you visually, so you will be visible. Non-mortal force only. We'll need someone to spot the roof. Target is primary. Asset secondary. Jesus, Langdon thought, chilled by the efficiency with which Olivetti had just told his men the Cardinal was expendable. Asset secondary. I repeat. Non-mortal procurement. We need the target alive. Go. Olivetti snapped off his walkie-talkie. Vittoria looked stunned, almost angry. Commander, isn't anyone going inside? Olivetti turned. Inside. Inside the Pantheon. Where this is supposed to happen. Attento, Olivetti said, his eyes fossilizing. If my ranks have been infiltrated, my men may be known by sight. Your colleague has just finished warning me that this will be our sole chance to catch the target. I have no intention of scaring anyone off by marching my men inside. But what if the killer is already inside? Olivetti checked his watch. The target was specific. 8 o'clock. We have 15 minutes. He said he would kill the Cardinal at 8 o'clock. But he may already have gotten the victim inside somehow. What if your men see the target come out but don't know who he is? Someone needs to make sure the inside is clean. Too risky at this point. Not if the person going in was unrecognizable. Disguising operatives is time-consuming and... I meant me, Vittoria said. Langdon turned and stared at her. Olivetti shook his head. Absolutely not. He killed my father. Exactly, so he may know who you are. You heard him on the phone. He had no idea Leonardo Vetra even had a daughter. He sure as hell doesn't know what I look like. I could walk in like a tourist. If I see anything suspicious, I could walk into the square and signal your men to move in. I'm sorry, I cannot allow that. Commandante. Olivetti's receiver crackled. We've got a situation from the north point. The fountain is blocking our line of sight. We can't see the entrance unless we move into plain view on the piazza. What's your call? Do you want us blind or vulnerable? Vittoria apparently had endured enough. That's it? I'm going. She opened her door and got out. Olivetti dropped his walkie-talkie and jumped out of the car, circling in front of Vittoria. Langdon got out too. What the hell is she doing? Olivetti blocked Vittoria's way. Ms. Vetra, your instincts are good, but I cannot let a civilian interfere. Interfere? You're flying blind. Let me help. I would love to have a recon point inside, but... But what? Vittoria demanded. But I'm a woman. Olivetti said nothing. That had better not be what you were going to say, Commander, because you know damn well this is a good idea, and if you let some archaic macho bullshit. Let us do our job. Let me help. Too dangerous. We would have no lines of communication with you. I can't let you carry a walkie-talkie, it would give you away. Vittoria reached in her shirt pocket and produced her cell phone. Plenty of tourists carry phones. Olivetti frowned. Vittoria unsnapped the phone and mimicked a call. Hi, honey, I'm standing in the Pantheon. You should see this place. She snapped the phone shut and glared at Olivetti. Who the hell is going to know? It is a no-risk situation. Let me be your eyes. She motioned to the cell phone on Olivetti's belt. What's your number? Olivetti did not reply. The driver had been looking on and seemed to have some thoughts of his own. He got out of the car and took the commander aside. They spoke in hushed tones for 10 seconds. Finally Olivetti nodded and returned. Program this number. He began dictating digits. Vittoria programmed her phone. Now call the number. Vittoria pressed the auto dial. The phone on Olivetti's belt began ringing. He picked it up and spoke into the receiver. "Go into the building, Ms. Vetra, look around, exit the building, then call and tell me what you see." Vittoria snapped the phone shut. "Thank you, sir." Langdon felt a sudden, unexpected surge of protective instinct. "Wait a minute," he said to Olivetti. "You're sending her in there alone?" Vittoria scowled at him. "Robert, I'll be fine." The Swiss Guard driver was talking to Olivetti again. "It's dangerous," Langdon said to Vittoria. "He's right," Olivetti said. "Even my best men don't work alone. My lieutenant has just pointed out that the masquerade will be more convincing with both of you anyway." "Both of us?" Langdon hesitated. "Actually, what I meant. Both of you entering together," Olivetti said, "will look like a couple on holiday. You can also back each other up. I'm more comfortable with that." Vittoria shrugged. "Fine, but we'll need to go fast." Langdon groaned. "Nice move, cowboy." Olivetti pointed down the street. "First street you hit will be Via degli Orfani. Go left. It takes you directly to the Pantheon. 2-minute walk, tops. I'll be here, directing my men and waiting for your call. I'd like you to have protection." He pulled out his pistol. "Do either of you know how to use a gun?" Langdon's heart skipped. "We don't need a gun." Vittoria held her hand out. "I can tag a breaching porpoise from 40 meters off the bow of a rocking ship." "Good." Olivetti handed the gun to her. "You'll have to conceal it." Vittoria glanced down at her shorts. Then she looked at Langdon. "Oh no you don't." Langdon thought, but Vittoria was too fast. She opened his jacket, and inserted the weapon into one of his breast pockets. It felt like a rock dropping into his coat, his only consolation being that diagram Rama was in the other pocket. "We look harmless," Vittoria said. "We're leaving." She took Langdon's arm and headed down the street. The driver called out, "Arm in arm is good. Remember, you're tourists. Newlyweds even. Perhaps if you held hands." As they turned the corner, Langdon could have sworn he saw on Vittoria's face the hint of a smile. 59 The Swiss Guard staging room is located adjacent to the Corpo di Vigilanza barracks and is used primarily for planning the security surrounding papal appearances and public Vatican events. Today, however, it was being used for something else. The man addressing the assembled task force was the second in command of the Swiss Guard, Captain Elias Rocher. Rocher was a barrel-chested man with soft, putty-like features. He wore the traditional blue captain's uniform with his own personal flair, a red beret cocked sideways on his head. His voice was surprisingly crystalline for such a large man, and when he spoke, his tone had the clarity of a musical instrument. Despite the precision of his inflection, Rocher's eyes were cloudy like those of some nocturnal mammal. His men called him Orso Grizzly Bear. They sometimes joked that Rocher was the bear who walked in the viper's shadow. Commander Olivetti was the viper. Rocher was just as deadly as the viper, but at least you could see him coming. Rocher's men stood at sharp attention, nobody moving a muscle, although the information they had just received had increased their aggregate blood pressure by a few thousand points. Rookie Lieutenant Chartrand stood in the back of the room wishing he had been among the 99% of applicants who had not qualified to be here. At 20 years old, Chartrand was the youngest guard on the force. He had been in Vatican City only 3 months. Like every man there, Chartrand was Swiss Army trained and had endured 2 years of additional Ausbildung in Bern before qualifying for the grueling Vatican PRA Superscript 2 VA held in a secret barracks outside of Rome. Nothing in his training, however, had prepared him for a crisis like this. At first Chartrand thought the briefing was some sort of bizarre training exercise. Futuristic weapons. Ancient cults. Kidnapped cardinals. Then Rocher had shown them the live video feed of the weapon in question. Apparently this was no exercise. "We will be killing power in selected areas," Rocher was saying, to eradicate extraneous magnetic interference. We will move in teams of 4. We will wear infrared goggles for vision. Reconnaissance will be done with traditional bug sweepers, recalibrated for sub-3 ohm flux fields. Any questions? None. Chartrand's mind was on overload. What if we don't find it in time, he asked, immediately wishing he had not. The grizzly bear gazed out at him from beneath his red beret. Then he dismissed the group with a somber salute. Godspeed. Men. 62 blocks from the Pantheon, Langdon and Vittoria approached on foot past a line of taxis, their drivers sleeping in the front seats. Nap time was eternal in the eternal city, the ubiquitous public dozing, a perfected extension of the afternoon siestas born of ancient Spain. Langdon fought to focus his thoughts, but the situation was too bizarre to grasp rationally. 6 hours ago he had been sound asleep in Cambridge. Now he was in Europe, caught up in a surreal battle of ancient titans, packing a semi-automatic in his Harris tweed, and holding hands with a woman he had only just met. He looked at Vittoria. She was focused straight ahead. There was a strength in her grasp, that of an independent and determined woman. Her fingers wrapped around his with the comfort of innate acceptance. No hesitation. Langdon felt a growing attraction. Get real, he told himself. Vittoria seemed to sense his uneasiness. Relax, she said, without turning her head. We're supposed to look like newlyweds. I'm relaxed. You're crushing my hand. Langdon flushed and loosened up. Breathe through your eyes, she said. I'm sorry. It relaxes the muscles. It's called pranayama. Piranha. Not the fish. Pranayama. Never mind. As they rounded the corner into Piazza della Rotonda, the Pantheon rose before them. Langdon admired it, as always, with awe. The Pantheon. Temple to all gods. Pagan gods. Gods of nature and earth. The structure seemed boxier from the outside than he remembered. The vertical pillars and triangular piranhas all but obscured the circular dome behind it. Still, the bold and immodest inscription over the entrance assured him they were in the right spot. M. Agrippa LF Cost Tertium Facit. Langdon translated it, as always, with amusement. Marcus Agrippa, consul for the 3rd time, built this. So much for humility, he thought, turning his eyes to the surrounding area. A scattering of tourists with video cameras wandered the area. Others sat enjoying Rome's best iced coffee at La Tazza di Oro's outdoor cafe. Outside the entrance to the Pantheon, 4 armed Roman policemen stood at attention, just as Olivetti had predicted. Looks pretty quiet, Vittoria said. Langdon nodded, but he felt troubled. Now that he was standing here in person, the whole scenario seemed surreal. Despite Vittoria's apparent faith that he was right, Langdon realized he had put everyone on the line here. The Illuminati poem lingered. From Santi's earthly tomb with Demon's Hole. Yes, he told himself. This was the spot. Santi's tomb. He had been here many times beneath the Pantheon's oculus and stood before the grave of the great Raphael. What time is it? Vittoria asked. Langdon checked his watch. 7:50. 10 minutes till showtime. Hope these guys are good, Vittoria said, eyeing the scattered tourists entering the Pantheon. If anything happens inside that dome, we'll all be in the crossfire. Langdon exhaled heavily as they moved toward the entrance. The gun felt heavy in his pocket. He wondered what would happen if the policemen frisked him and found the weapon, but the officers did not give them a second look. Apparently the disguise was convincing. Langdon whispered to Vittoria. Ever fire anything other than a tranquilizer gun? Don't you trust me? Trust you? I barely know you. Vittoria frowned. And here I thought we were newlyweds. 61. The air inside the Pantheon was cool and damp, heavy with history. The sprawling ceiling hovered overhead as though weightless, the 141-foot unsupported span larger even than the cupola at St. Peter's. As always, Langdon felt a chill as he entered the cavernous room. It was a remarkable fusion of engineering and art. Above them the famous circular hole in the roof glowed with a narrow shaft of evening sun. The oculus, Langdon thought. The demon's hole. They had arrived. Langdon's eyes traced the arch of the ceiling sloping outward to the columned walls and finally down to the polished marble floor beneath their feet. The faint echo of footfalls and tourist murmurs reverberated around the dome. Langdon scanned a dozen or so tourists wandering aimlessly in the shadows. "Are you here?" "Looks pretty quiet," Vittoria said, still holding his hand. Langdon nodded. "Where's Raphael's tomb?" Langdon thought for a moment, trying to get his bearings. He surveyed the circumference of the room. Tombs. Altars. Pillars. Niches. He motioned to a particularly ornate funerary across the dome and to the left. "I think that's Raphael's over there." Vittoria scanned the rest of the room. "I don't see anyone who looks like an assassin about to kill a cardinal." "Shall we look around?" Langdon nodded. "There's only one spot in here where anyone could be hiding. We better check the Reentrons." "The recesses?" "Yes." Langdon pointed. "The recesses in the wall." Around the perimeter, interspersed with the tombs, a series of semicircular niches were hewn in the wall. The niches, although not enormous, were big enough to hide someone in the shadows. Sadly, Langdon knew they once contained statues of the Olympian gods, but the pagan sculptures had been destroyed when the Vatican converted the Pantheon to a Christian church. He felt a pang of frustration to know he was standing at the first altar of science, and the marker was gone. He wondered which statue it had been, and where it had pointed. Langdon could imagine no greater thrill than finding an Illuminati marker, a statue that surreptitiously pointed the way down the path of illumination. Again he wondered who the anonymous Illuminati sculptor had been. "I'll take the left arc," Vittoria said, indicating the left half of the circumference. "You go right. See you in 180 degrees." Langdon smiled grimly. As Vittoria moved off, Langdon felt the eerie horror of the situation seeping back into his mind. As he turned and made his way to the right, the killer's voice seemed to whisper in the dead space around him. 8 o'clock. Virgin sacrifices on the altars of science. A mathematical progression of death. 8, 9, 10, 11, and at midnight. Langdon checked his watch, 7:52. 8 minutes. As Langdon moved toward the first recess, he passed the tomb of one of Italy's Catholic kings. The sarcophagus, like many in Rome, was askew with the wall, positioned awkwardly. A group of visitors seemed confused by this. Langdon did not stop to explain. Formal Christian tombs were often misaligned with the architecture so they could lie facing east. It was an ancient superstition that Langdon's Symbology 212 class had discussed just last month. "That's totally incongruous," a female student in the front had blurted when Langdon explained the reason for east-facing tombs. "Why would Christians want their tombs to face the rising sun? We're talking about Christianity, not sun worship." Langdon smiled, pacing before the blackboard, chewing an apple. "Mr. Hitzrod," he shouted. A young man dozing in back sat up with a start. "What? Me?" Langdon pointed to a Renaissance art poster on the wall. "Who is that man kneeling before God?" Some saint." "Brilliant. And how do you know he's a saint?" "He's got a halo." "Excellent, and does that golden halo remind you of anything?" Hitzrod broke into a smile. "Yeah. Those Egyptian things we studied last term. Those sun discs." "Thank you, Hitzrod. Go back to sleep." Langdon turned back to the class. Halos, like much of Christian symbology, were borrowed from the ancient Egyptian religion of sun worship. Christianity is filled with examples of sun worship. "Excuse me," the girl in front said. "I go to church all the time, and I don't see much sun worshipping going on." "Really?" What do you celebrate on December 25th? Christmas. The birth of Jesus Christ. And yet according to the Bible, Christ was born in March, so what are we doing celebrating in late December? Silence. Langdon smiled. December 25th, my friends, is the ancient pagan holiday of Sol Invictus, unconquered sun, coinciding with the winter solstice. It's that wonderful time of year when the sun returns, and the days start getting longer. Langdon took another bite of apple. Conquering religions, he continued, often adopt existing holidays to make conversion less shocking. It's called transmutation. It helps people acclimatize to the new faith. Worshippers keep the same holy dates, pray in the same sacred locations, use a similar symbology, and they simply substitute a different god. Now the girl in front looked furious. You're implying Christianity is just some kind of repackaged sun worship? Not at all. Christianity did not borrow only from sun worship. The ritual of Christian canonization is taken from the ancient god-making rite of Euhemerus. The practice of god-eating, that is, Holy Communion, was borrowed from the Aztecs. Even the concept of Christ dying for our sins is arguably not exclusively Christian. The self-sacrifice of a young man to absolve the sins of his people appears in the earliest tradition of the Quetzalcoatl. The girl glared. So, is anything in Christianity original? Very little in any organized faith is truly original. Religions are not born from scratch. They grow from one another. Modern religion is a collage, an assimilated historical record of man's quest to understand the divine. Hold on, Hitzrit ventured, sounding awake now. I know something Christian that's original. How about our image of God? Christian art never portrays God as the hawk sun god, or as an Aztec, or as anything weird. It always shows God as an old man with a white beard. So our image of God is original, right? Langdon smiled. When the early Christian converts abandoned their former deities, pagan gods, Roman gods, Greek, sun, Mithraic, whatever, they asked the church what their new Christian god looked like. Wisely, the church chose the most feared, powerful and familiar face in all of recorded history. Hitzrit looked skeptical. An old man with a white, flowing beard. Langdon pointed to a hierarchy of ancient gods on the wall. At the top sat an old man with a white, flowing beard. Does Zeus look familiar? The class ended right on cue. Good evening, a man's voice said. Langdon jumped. He was back in the Pantheon. He turned to face an elderly man in a blue cape with a red cross on the chest. The man gave him a grey-toothed smile. You're English, right? The man's accent was thick Tuscan. Langdon blinked, confused. Actually, no. I'm American. The man looked embarrassed. Oh heavens, forgive me. You were so nicely dressed, I just figured. My apologies. Can I help you? Langdon asked, his heart beating wildly. Actually, I thought perhaps I could help you. I am the Cicerone here. The man pointed proudly to his city-issued badge. It is my job to make your visit to Rome more interesting. More interesting? Langdon was certain this particular visit to Rome was plenty interesting. You look like a man of distinction, the guide fawned, no doubt more interested in culture than most. Perhaps I can give you some history on this fascinating building. Langdon smiled politely. Kind of you, but I'm actually an art historian myself, and... Superb. The man's eyes lit up like he'd hit the jackpot. Then you will no doubt find this delightful. I think I'd prefer to. The Pantheon, the man declared, launching into his memorized spiel, was built by Marcus Agrippa in 27 BC. Yes, Langdon interjected, and rebuilt by Hadrian in 119 AD. It was the world's largest freestanding dome until 1960, when it was eclipsed by the Superdome in New Orleans. Langdon groaned. The man was unstoppable. And a 5th-century theologian once called the Pantheon the house of the devil, warning that the hole in the roof was an entrance for demons. Langdon blocked him out. His eyes climbed skyward to the oculus, and the memory of Vittoria's suggested plot flashed a bone-numbing image in his mind, a branded cardinal falling through the hole and hitting the marble floor. Now that would be a media event. Langdon found himself scanning the Pantheon for reporters. None. He inhaled deeply. It was an absurd idea. The logistics of pulling off a stunt like that would be ridiculous. As Langdon moved off to continue his inspection, the babbling docent followed like a love-starved puppy. Remind me, Langdon thought to himself, there's nothing worse than a gung-ho art historian. Across the room, Vittoria was immersed in her own search. Standing all alone for the first time since she had heard the news of her father, she felt the stark reality of the last 8 hours closing in around her. Her father had been murdered cruelly and abruptly. Almost equally painful was that her father's creation had been corrupted, now a tool of terrorists. Vittoria was plagued with guilt to think that it was her invention that had enabled the antimatter to be transported, her canister that was now counting down inside the Vatican. In an effort to serve her father's quest for the simplicity of truth, she had become a conspirator of chaos. Oddly, the only thing that felt right in her life at the moment was the presence of a total stranger. Robert Langdon. She found an inexplicable refuge in his eyes, like the harmony of the oceans she had left behind early that morning. She was glad he was there. Not only had he been a source of strength and hope for her, Langdon had used his quick mind to render this one chance to catch her father's killer. Vittoria breathed deeply as she continued her search, moving around the perimeter. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected images of personal revenge that had dominated her thoughts all day. Even as a sworn lover of all life, she wanted this executioner dead. No amount of good karma could make her turn the other cheek today. Alarmed and electrified, she sensed something coursing through her Italian blood that she had never felt before, the whispers of Sicilian ancestors defending family honor with brutal justice. Vendetta, Vittoria thought, and for the first time in her life understood. Visions of reprisal spurred her on. She approached the tomb of Raphael Santi. Even from a distance she could tell this guy was special. His casket, unlike the others, was protected by a plexiglass shield and recessed into the wall. Through the barrier she could see the front of the sarcophagus. Raphael Santi, 1483 to 1520. Vittoria studied the grave and then read the one-sentence descriptive plaque beside Raphael's tomb. Then she read it again. Then she read it again. A moment later, she was dashing in horror across the floor. Robert, 62. Langdon's progress around his side of the Pantheon was being hampered somewhat by the guide on his heels, now continuing his tireless narration as Langdon prepared to check the final alcove. You certainly seem to be enjoying those niches, the docent said, looking delighted. Were you aware that the tapering thickness of the walls is the reason the dome appears weightless? Langdon nodded, not hearing a word as he prepared to examine another niche. Suddenly someone grabbed him from behind. It was Vittoria. She was breathless and tugging at his arm. From the look of terror on her face, Langdon could only imagine one thing. She found a body. He felt an upswelling of dread. Ah, your wife, the docent exclaimed, clearly thrilled to have another guest. He motioned to her short pants and hiking boots. Now you, I can tell, are American. Vittoria's eyes narrowed. I'm Italian. The guide's smile dimmed. Oh, dear. Robert, Vittoria whispered, trying to turn her back on the guide. Galileo's diagramma. I need to see it. Diagramma, the docent said, wheedling back in. My. You two certainly know your history. Unfortunately that document is not viewable. It is under secret preservation in the Vatican Ark. Could you excuse us? Langdon said. He was confused by Vittoria's panic. He took her aside and reached in his pocket, carefully extracting the diagramma folio. What's going on? What's the date on this thing? Vittoria demanded, scanning the sheet. The docent was on them again, staring at the folio, mouth agape. That's not really tourist reproduction, Langdon quipped. Thank you for your help. Please, my wife and I would like a moment alone. The docent backed off, eyes never leaving the paper. Date, Vittoria repeated to Langdon. When did Galileo publish? Langdon pointed to the Roman numeral in the lower liner. That's the pub date. What's going on? Vittoria deciphered the number. 1639. Yes. What's wrong? Vittoria's eyes filled with foreboding. We're in trouble, Robert. Big trouble. The dates don't match. What dates don't match? Raphael's tomb. He wasn't buried here until 1759. A century after Diagramma was published. Langdon stared at her, trying to make sense of the words. No, he replied. Raphael died in 1520, long before Diagramma. Yes, but he wasn't buried here until much later. Langdon was lost. What are you talking about? I just read it. Raphael's body was relocated to the Pantheon in 1758. It was part of some historic tribute to eminent Italians. As the words settled in, Langdon felt like a rug had just been yanked out from under him. When that poem was written, Vittoria declared, Raphael's tomb was somewhere else. Back then, the Pantheon had nothing at all to do with Raphael. Langdon could not breathe. But that means. Yes. It means we're in the wrong place. Langdon felt himself sway. Impossible. I was certain. Vittoria ran over and grabbed the docent, pulling him back. Signore, excuse us. Where was Raphael's body in the 1600s? URB. Urbino, he stammered, now looking bewildered. His birthplace. Impossible. Langdon cursed to himself. The Illuminati altars of science were here in Rome. I'm certain of it. Illuminati. The docent gasped, looking again at the document in Langdon's hand. Who are you people? Vittoria took charge. We're looking for something called Santi's earthly tomb. In Rome. Can you tell us what that might be? The docent looked unsettled. This was Raphael's only tomb in Rome. Langdon tried to think, but his mind refused to engage. If Raphael's tomb wasn't in Rome in 1655, then what was the poem referring to? Santi's earthly tomb with demon's hole? What the hell is it? Think. Was there another artist called Santi? Vittoria asked. The docent shrugged. Not that I know of. How about anyone famous at all? Maybe a scientist or a poet or an astronomer named Santi. The docent now looked like he wanted to leave. No, ma'am. The only Santi I've ever heard of is Raphael the architect. Architect? Vittoria said. I thought he was a painter. He was both, of course. They all were. Michelangelo, Da Vinci, Raphael. Langdon didn't know whether it was the docent's words or the ornate tombs around them that brought the revelation to mind, but it didn't matter. The thought occurred. Santi was an architect. From there the progression of thoughts fell like dominoes. Renaissance architects lived for only two reasons: to glorify God with big churches, and to glorify dignitaries with lavish tombs. Santi's tomb. Could it be? The images came faster now. Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. Monet's water lilies. Michelangelo's David. Santi's earthly tomb. Santi designed the tomb, Langdon said. Vittoria turned. What? It's not a reference to where Raphael is buried, it's referring to a tomb he designed. What are you talking about? I misunderstood the clue. It's not Raphael's burial site we're looking for, it's a tomb Raphael designed for someone else. I can't believe I missed it. Half of the sculpting done in Renaissance and Baroque Rome was for the funeraries. Langdon smiled with the revelation. Raphael must have designed hundreds of tombs. Vittoria did not look happy. Hundreds. Langdon's smile faded. Oh. Any of them earthly, Professor? Langdon felt suddenly inadequate. He knew embarrassingly little about Raphael's work. Michelangelo he could have helped with, but Raphael's work had never captivated him. Langdon could only name a couple of Raphael's more famous tombs, but he wasn't sure what they looked like. Apparently sensing Langdon's stymie, Vittoria turned to the docent, who was now inching away. She grabbed his arm and reeled him in. I need a tomb. Designed by Raphael. A tomb that could be considered earthly. The docent now looked distressed. A tomb of Raphael's? I don't know. He designed so many. And you probably would mean a chapel by Raphael, not a tomb. Architects always design the chapels in conjunction with the tomb. Langdon realized the man was right. Are any of Raphael's tombs or chapels considered earthly? The man shrugged. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Earthly really doesn't describe anything I know of. I should be going. Vittoria held his arm and read from the top line of the folio. From Santi's earthly tomb with Demon's Hole. Does that mean anything to you? Not a thing. Langdon looked up suddenly. He had momentarily forgotten the second part of the line. Demon's Hole? Yes, he said to the docent. That's it? Do any of Raphael's chapels have an oculus in them? The docent shook his head. To my knowledge the Pantheon is unique. He paused. But what? Vittoria and Langdon said in unison. Now the docent cocked his head, stepping toward them again. A demon's hole. He muttered to himself and picked at his teeth. Demon's hole, that is buco diavolo. Vittoria nodded. Literally, yes. The docent smiled faintly. Now there's a term I have not heard in a while. If I'm not mistaken, a buco diavolo refers to an undercroft. An undercroft? Langdon asked. As in a crypt? Yes, but a specific kind of crypt. I believe a demon's hole is an ancient term for a massive burial cavity located in a chapel underneath another tomb. An ossuary annex. Langdon demanded, immediately recognizing what the man was describing. The docent looked impressed. Yes. That is the term I was looking for. Langdon considered it. Ossuary annexes were a cheap ecclesiastic fix to an awkward dilemma. When churches honored their most distinguished members with ornate tombs inside the sanctuary, surviving family members often demanded the family be buried together, thus ensuring they too would have a coveted burial spot inside the church. However, if the church did not have space or funds to create tombs for an entire family, they sometimes dug an ossuary annex, a hole in the floor near the tomb where they buried the less worthy family members. The hole was then covered with the Renaissance equivalent of a manhole cover. Although convenient, the ossuary annex went out of style quickly because of the stench that often wafted up into the cathedral. Demon's Hole, Langdon thought. He had never heard the term. It seemed eerily fitting. Langdon's heart was now pounding fiercely. From Santi's earthly tomb with Demon's Hole. There seemed to be only one question left to ask. Did Raphael design any tombs that had one of these demon's holes? The docent scratched his head. Actually, I'm sorry. I can only think of one. Only one? Langdon could not have dreamed of a better response. Where? Vittoria almost shouted.